No, I wrote my.
Hello and welcome back to As an Aggregator, a channel designed around connecting you with content one playlist and title at a time. We're starting this off by jumping into YouTube. For the past few days, we've been consuming content from the World Economic Forum. They had their 2026 meeting. But now we're going to take a look at some of our playlists. We're consuming ASAP 18.1 in the present moment. Let me zoom in on this.
My dissertation is a couple thousand lines of Flask code. Like that's using an MVC framework. Like all these are pretty well articulated types of coding tasks, and because
Okay, I'm still here with you. We're still live, but my computer sometimes goes in and out a little bit. It's going to be a while before I get an upgrade. Bear with me. Okay, so as we're continuing,
dissertation is a couple thousand lines of Flask code. Like Microsoft has access to GitHub's code base, then lots of that's being ingested for for production. If you're thinking about what the majority of software engineering is, it is maintenance. It is maintenance of existing code. It is maintenance of pretty old code bases and C++ in legacy systems. And God forbid you have to write anything in COBOL. If you're writing anything in those languages, which the U.S. government basically is all written, and is a lot of it is written in legacy architecture like COBOL, then you're going to be really SOL. And so if you have a different vision of what software engineering is, then that is a very different task. I mean, I'm going to take one sample. I ran into a guy on a plane who literally works in hardware design for machine learning systems on a plane. And I was like, well, what do you do? He's like, oh, I do this. And he works in these frameworks that they have at Google. And I was like, oh, do you use these tools? He's like, no, not really. I try to ask it to like write some code and it did such a terrible job. And he's like, I don't know, but people seem to like it. And I'm like, okay, and anybody that's doing anything that has a modicum of more complicated things than standing up a minimal viable product will tell you it's not suitable for that. Using an MVC framework, like all these are pretty well articulated types of coding tasks. And because, for instance, Microsoft has access to GitHub's code base, then lots of that's being ingested for production. If you're thinking about what the majority of software engineering is, it is maintenance. It is maintenance of existing code. It is maintenance of pretty old code bases and C++ in legacy systems. And God forbid you have to write anything in COBOL. If you're writing anything in those languages, which the U.S. government basically is all written, and is a lot of it is written in legacy architecture like COBOL, then you're going to be really SOL. And so if you have a different vision of what software engineering is, then that is a very different task. I mean, I'm going to take one sample. I ran into a guy on a plane who literally works in hardware design for machine learning systems on a plane. And I was like, well, what do you do? He's like, oh, I do this, and he works in these frameworks that they have at Google. And I was like, oh, do you use these tools? He's like, no, not really. They don't. I try to ask it to like write some code, and it did such a terrible job. And he's like, I don't know, but people seem to like it. And I'm like, okay, and anybody that's doing anything that has a modicum of more complicated things than standing up a minimal viable product will tell you it's not suitable for that.
Mm-hmm. So let me ask you this. So is it that you're not very concerned about the long-term impacts on employment, or you actually think that corporations will remain confused about how much productivity they're getting, so it will have bad effects on employment?
Yes, it already has, right? And I mean, the kind of layoffs that
remain confused about how much productivity they're getting, so it
So right now my computer's back up and running, and we're watching the case against AI. Robert Wright, Emily Bender, and Alex Hanna.
Will have effects on employment.
Yes, it already has, right? And I mean, the kind of layoffs that we're seeing are a consequence of employers thinking that it will actually lead to these productivity gains. Much of the time what's happening is that employers are shifting their money that they have from headcount to investment in these tools, or doing some kind of skilling around them, or putting, or just seeding other, like seeding investments. So this happened with Amazon effectively. Amazon a couple months ago laid off, initially was reported they were going to lay off about 30,000 people. They laid off something close to 14,000. Amazon, could have said, we're doing this because AI is more effective. But they ended up saying, Andy Jassy, CEO, said, we're doing it because we're restructuring middle management and we want to look into kind of moving things into AI investment, but did not make the productivity case, right? And this is Amazon, right? This is Amazon, in which they have, now a performance review requirement to say that you have to be using an LLM, X amount of the time. And so the kind of layoffs that we have is more of a shifting of capital. It's moving to justify, on the big tech firms, justifying capital expenditure or investment in tools. But we're not seeing this kind of productivity boom that we expected.
But you're assuming he's telling the truth? Because I would think that given how big Amazon
Why wouldn't he tell the truth there? If I was saying that,
he's part of the AI hype machine. He doesn't want to emphasize the downside of AI. But they are big in the AI business.
No, you haven't understood what Alex was saying.
No. What I'm saying is that it would behoove him to hype it up and say that, look, we were able to replace 14,000 jobs because this AI tool that we've been using is so good. And why wouldn't he? I mean, he directs. People are buying more AI. It benefits Amazon because they're the ones with the data centers, and they're spinning up all the. I mean, they're not primarily model builders, but they are the people who are providing so much of the hardware and the data center build out just through their existing cloud business. So,
okay, well, we can't watch too much of this because this is under copyright. So I just wanted to give you a taste. This is Non-Zero, the podcast, the case against AI. So I'm going to continue, and I'm going to switch off to my own personal consumption devices, and I'm going to start consuming, and I'm going to put on some non-copyright content.
Which the U.S. government basically is already, and is a lot of it is written in legacy architecture like COBOL.
Interest rate decision. let's check on Call of Duty. What's going on with
Alright guys, Hedgehog here, and I hope you're doing well and enjoying your day so far. 1 day away from the start of Major 1 in Dallas, and Los Angeles Thieves will play Ravens again in the very first round of the tournament. But lots of talk about their last couple of weeks of matches. Nadeshot discussing the smiling drama after that round 11 defeat to Ravens, saying he doesn't really like it, but he's going to let the team off for now. But Benjay goes one step further and says the egos on that team are out of control, and they're setting themselves up for failure this weekend. What's going to happen when we get to land? Very much intro to your thoughts in the comments. Hit the like button if you enjoy. Subscribe if you're new. As always, those travelling out to the event here, hope you all got here safely. It was a tricky couple of days for sure. I mean, if this event was last weekend, I don't even know if it would have been able to happen, because like this state is not built for this weather. Now, I got in safely yesterday. It was, for me, it was actually kind of like all right, just about. But I know for a lot, like I was lucky I flew in Tuesday. If I tried to fly the day before, I think it would have been a disaster. Major 1 flight updates for the Bush Boys. Trying to fly in on that Monday, they had tons of flights getting cancelled. So as a result, they pushed back this pre-land tournament, which is happening today. And, well, we'll see how that gets on. Exceed says, try getting American Airlines to transfer me to a United flight that's a red-eye. The lady said we can't do it. So, anyway, basically, a lot of the players, challengers or pro players, have had a particularly tricky time getting out to this event, and I'm not really sure what it's going to be this weekend, because every night it's getting down to like freezing temperature. There's still, like I can see out the window, there's still snow, plenty of snow on the ground. It's super like slushy out there, and it's probably going to be like that the whole weekends. The roads are not exactly ideal, and yeah, I don't know. The event will be fine, but it's definitely going to be a little bit tricky out there getting around in this city at the moment. And as I say, every night, because it's going to get particularly cold, I think it's probably going to freeze over. There's going to be ice out there. It's going to be tricky almost every day. I think it's going to get better every day. It should anyway, but yeah, we'll see how it gets on. So Jersey Jerry, so the Bush Boys, of course, they got delayed. I think that Jerry got there very late last night, and here are some of the Bush guys set up at their hex quarters for this kind of boot camp that they're going to be running today, getting ready, of course, for the challenges. Their first games are on Friday rather than Thursday. For the pros, of course, everything gets underway officially tomorrow. So yeah, there are some pictures here. The Bush Boys did finally make it, and they're out of their hex quarters getting ready for this tournament coming up in a few hours time, I think, today. So excited to see how that one gets on. Might try and stop by if there's time. There was also a bit of drama about these tickets. Now, you guys might have remembered this. I think it was even a talking point about that Birmingham event, that if you buy a Challengers pass, you traditionally get access to at least general admission for all of the people on the Challengers team. Now, that makes sense on paper, right? Because it's like, well, if I'm competing in the tournament in Challengers, then it makes sense I get access to actually go and watch the main event as well. But it turned out that people were kind of abusing this, because it effectively, I'm not sure if it was for this event initially, but there was certainly talk, maybe it was, that you could buy a Challengers pass cheaper than you could buy like 5 general admission tickets. So people were just buying all the Challengers passes with no intention to play, because it was cheaper to get 5 general admission tickets that way than it was to buy them all separately for 5 individuals. So as a result of that, they've changed some of the pricing and exactly what the Challengers pass gives you, which makes it more maybe in line from a financial perspective with some of the other products that you can get here. But it has caused a bit of drama, because this is relatively unusual, and because effectively the general admission ticket access that you get with the Challengers pass is only for Thursday. And as he says, you know, we're flying through a winter storm. I feel like this is messed up and all this to not know until today. I think, to be honest, it was there. You just had to read. Maybe it changed, but people were pointing out here that Challengers team pass says it includes 4 player passes and 1 coach pass to play in the Challengers tournament, with Thursday GA access to CDL Major 1. Now, I think, to be fair, there may have been some discrepancy, because it seems that like on this one, it will say 1 entry per day, which kind of implies that you get the ticket every single day. So maybe there's a little bit of controversy about that. But yeah, I suppose it is what it is. The other thing is parking and the setup here for the venue. So if you guys are trying to fly in and watch this, I mean, presumably you're already here at this point if you are coming to the tournament, they are running, there's parking available here, and they're going to run shuttles to the venue. I was just thinking it's Texas, park where you want, right? But apparently it's not how it works for the Moody Coliseum. So, yeah, let's see how that one goes this weekend. I know they've got some more information on the timeline as well. But let's talk about the matches that are to come, because FaZe, they play G2 in their first round. Of course, one of the teams that actually beat them during the online qualifier stints. That will be pretty entertaining to see if an upset could maybe or may not happen there again. But it's been FaZe and certainly Thieves, one of the key talking points going into this major. It wasn't long ago that Thieves looked like they're on the verge of blowing it up. Kenny might be out of the team. There was even talk that they wanted a Luca, but by the time they tried to go and get him, FaZe had already signed him, right? So Thieves go into this major, certainly not as the favourites, but as a team that you could believably see winning the trophy and lifting it at the end of the weekends if they really put it all together. Yeah, they lost to the Ravens, but they definitely showed some progress, I think, in the last couple of weekends. Looks like the team is in a better spot than they were before. You know, they should be a force. They certainly expect themselves to be a force when they turn up to LAN. But Scrap has had a lot to say in recent days, as we know, and maybe some of these comments have inspired a reaction coming out of Benjay that we'll see in a second. Scrap actually talks about Aluka and says he's surprised. Now, let's not forget, when Aluka was all the rage, Octane, as far as we are aware anyway, was trying to get Aluka to Thieves. He had a couple of conversations, it never happens, and the argument at the time was that Scrap wasn't so convinced. And look, maybe there's a justification here. Aluka played one cup, really. I mean, look, he had that phenomenal cup, and then he was signed immediately because of that. Now, to be fair, he won the cup again the other day, so it's not like he's massively fallen off. There was also the point about the visa situation, that being somewhat tricky. So, look, it's not like he was necessarily the perfect candidate for every team, but everyone's trying to find the next Mercules, right? So Scrap makes his point pretty clear on that. He also talks about the skill gap in the game right now. Look, Scrap doesn't like overloads particularly. He prefers control, and I get that because Thieves are really good at control the last couple of years. Maybe he's also got a point as well. Like, I can see the argument for bringing back control instead of overload. Personally, I like having a game mode which is substantially different in some regards, but also they're better at control, Thieves. They like playing for kills. That's what it's all about. Control is more glorified TDM than any other game mode, right? So it's maybe not particularly surprising that Scrap's a pretty big fan of it, but Search and Destroy right now, that's where the skill gap appears to be. But a couple of other clips to share as well, especially this one coming out of Benjay, where, I mean, look, you can say this is the pot calling the kettle black or whatever you want, but I thought it was pretty entertaining.
PR, 100%. 100% all PR. This kid literally got picked up off one game. One map. Bro, he deadass got picked up off one map. That's fucking insane. That's low-key insane.
I'm heading up left, boys.
No hate, it's just insane.
Yo, that's spawning close 18, okay? One's going top green. Yeah, go left. Once, right side mid, just hold ball, nade ball. Left side, left. Running up, that's... Nice, good job. Away. Could be alright. You guys wanna leave?
Nah, but like, I'm
saying not skill gap, bro. Just it's
shooting
not
wise,
big.
it's been a joke for years.
Nah, there's a skill gap, it's just not as big, bro. That's the problem.
Like the biggest skill gap in COD right now is the search.
Is the what? Search?
Yeah, search. I promise you, the team that's gonna win the major is the team that wins all their search.
I mean, you're probably not wrong, bro. S&D in this game is
because right now, like HP,
that's kind of it's always
right
like
now
that.
HP and Overload is just Overload's horrible to play with that fucking running back spawn.
Nah, but you'd be surprised.
Overload's actually being ruined right now with that shit.
The thing is, bro, it doesn't matter what's it called? Swear that shit would just always be happening in any mode like this.
You think so?
6.5.
Things need to happen, bro. What the fuck is funny? Yo, what do you want me to do? Tell him to stop fucking smiling? Shut the fuck up, man, please. What do you want me to do?
That could expend.
You want me to put him on clam? Say, hey, no smiling, no laughing. What do you want from me?
Well,
how does that have anything to do with me?
John is still sitting on. Well,
I mean, I get it. It's like if I were a fan of a team and everybody's laughing, yeah, it doesn't look good. I don't like it either, but you know, they almost brought it back. They looked fine. If I lost around 11, I wouldn't be smiling either. But different players, different era, different environment. They seem like they're getting along. I mean, fuck it. I think we got to let it ride.
That's not sustainable.
Right? But yeah, I don't get the smiling thing either. But, you know, we're not in the room with them.
Everything about those guys the last couple of years, for the most part, I want to exempt. No, I'll include Ken a bit in this combo too, but I just think their heads are in the clouds. They kind of love to smell their own farts. Like, this is the type of loss in a event where they get sixth, and it's like, all right, bro, we know what's required now. We got to lock in. Because I agree with you. I think Falcons are just all around a better spot than they are right now.
But they just counter.
Even though Thieves should win purely on talent in this matchup, I feel like.
Does Benjay have a point? Does Benjay hate a Beezy? You know, there was quite a lot of talk about that as well, because he says, well, maybe I'll not include Kenny in this combo. No, actually I will. So, you know, he's talking not just about Scrap and Hydra, and look, you can understand if Scrap and Hydra got a bit of an ego in recent years. Look, if you want to be a top level player, you've got to have a bit of an ego, right? That is what it is. You've got to believe in your own abilities to a top level if you want to be a consistently dominant force. No doubt about that. I've got no problem with that. But of course, it could go too far, right? If it gets to a point of being complacent and be like, okay, or we're so good that we're going to turn up to LAN and it's not going to matter, we're going to win anyway. I think there was definitely a bit of that with Thieves last year. I think there was talk, especially Major 2, actually in Dallas last year, there was some talk about that they definitely could have taken it more seriously, could have tried harder, could have locked in more. And that was a wake-up call for them, that Major 2 last year. And then after they bombed out of that tournament, they then went on to win the next two pretty comfortably at the end. So, you know, maybe you need a bit of a wake-up call, but arguably this online stint could well have been just that. And Benjay thinks they're going to go to the Major, they're going to get top 6, just I think like they did in Dallas last year. Maybe they'll lose to Ravens or whatever, right? And that's the thing, Ravens just beat them online. Of course, on LAN, the Thieves guys are going to be very confident that ain't going to happen again. And I think the Thieves are, I would say, the favourites in that series. When the lights are bright, we'll see, right? I do have Thieves winning it, I think. But I think it's probably going to be closer or more competitive than the Thieves guys would like to expect. Again, is there a bit of this whole Benjay versus a Beezy drama in here? We know that Benjay's had his thoughts on a Beezy over the last few years. And he throws him into the combo as well, and it's like, these guys are sniffing their own farts or whatever. They're too high in the clouds to realise they're not really that good right now. You know, it's quite the take, to be honest. We'll see if it backfires this weekend. Obviously, it's, you know, you definitely take the field over Thieves winning the tournament, for sure. So, you know, Ben's take has a decent possibility of looking pretty good after the weekend is over. Nature also talks about the laughing after the games, whether he likes it or not. You know, he definitely says back in his day that would not necessarily have flown, but he doesn't really mind it. But I think it was, to a certain extent, indicative that Thieves think, well, it's online COD is for the birds, which, to be fair, is true, I think, as well. Not a big fan of playing online COD every week. But still, it is relevant, and it is pretty aligned with what should happen on LAN. Because if Ravens play at that pace and with that trading on LAN, they're still going to be a serious force, right? So, yeah, I think maybe shows that Thieves weren't too bothered about that, and understandably, but if you're not going to be too bothered about that online loss, you've got to make sure you deliver on LAN when it matters. So, yeah, this is the bracket if you guys are unfamiliar. The first game is Gentlemates Koi tomorrow, then it's Ravens Thieves, I think, then it's Falcons Optic, and then Phase G2 rounding out the day. That's the schedule, and yeah, hope you all have a great time if you're at the Major. If you're watching from home, hopefully we can put on a pretty good show here in Dallas, because it should be a pretty fantastic tournament on paper. Who knows who's going to win this one, as long as everything goes to plan. So very much interested in your thoughts in the comments. Hit the like button if you enjoyed, subscribe if you're new. These are the challenges, schedule, kind of Friday, Saturday, Sunday, by the way, just thought I'd point it out. Take care of yourselves, and I'll see you next time.
Now, the Maple Grove State Patrol said they checked the volume, issued dispersal notices, and did one of those big syringes that squirt liquid.
I need a napkin to know nothing.
He gets tackled. She went at him a little bit.
No. We will continue. These fucking assholes are not
Oh,
going to get away with it.
nope, there's a little bit. Forgot to get the cussing out of there. She was very vocal after that happened. Go figure. So she's talking about Kristi Noem needs to be impeached.
You waiting on the boy to fail, now hold your breath and face your death. Cause you play a roulette with each step, I progress no less. Go ahead and place your bets. Cause we know who we at, we know we top tier. Cause all the hate that you bring, we know it stops here. I'm taking off like a rocketeer. It's stopping here, it's crazy that I cannot see the future, but see profit here. Well, we gon' always win. I can't take no loss, my team hold no L's, no. Aiming for the top, we make it by myself.
Okay. A Wednesday show, welcome. I've been getting a lot of good feedback from some of the stuff we've been doing lately, and I think we've had an appropriate tone, a lot like after the Renee Good shooting. First, pay respect, and then look directly at what we're seeing, because thankfully in these two instances we have video footage of what happened, and we can take a look for ourselves
that I've seen,
instead of relying on the lies that come out of DHS and the Trump administration. And so that's why these two particularly have been so polarizing. And I think we've had an appropriate tone at looking at it and then getting into the fallout. And there has been fallout in the wake of both of these shootings. Okay, there has been fallout. And as Minnesota has become the topic of discussion and has dominated the headlines, certain people have been getting kind of swept up in it, right? When we've been hearing the same names over and over, and people having to give quotables, give interviews, give statements to defend themselves and give their side of the issue. And we're talking about Walz, and we're talking about Frey, we're talking about AG Keith Ellison, right? And we're talking about Ilhan Omar, rep from Minnesota. And her name keeps getting brought up with fraud, investigation, attacks from the president, and it all kind of led up to what we saw. And yes, I'm going to get into it. Of course I'm going to get into it. Ilhan Omar got attacked at a town hall. She had a little intimate town hall, and you guys, the videos start to come out. You guys have seen some of this, so we're going to take a look. We're just going to see it for ourselves without relying on what Ilhan, has to say necessarily about it, and we'll hear from her, or relying on what Trump may have to say. Again, we can see it for ourselves. So we're going to do that now. We're going to take a look.
Abolishment of the agency. ICE cannot be reformed.
The gentleman in the front row.
We must abolish ICE for good.
We must abolish ICE for good is what she says.
And DHS Secretary Kristi Noem must resign or face impeachment.
Resign or face impeachment, and that he jumps up, does two jabs towards her with a liquid syringe, a large one, not a needle, but like one of those big syringes that squirt liquid.
I need a napkin to know nothing.
He gets tackled. She went at him a little bit.
We will continue. These fucking assholes are not going to get away with it.
Nope, there's a little bit. Forgot to get the cussing out of there. She was very vocal after that happened. Go figure. So she's talking about Kristi Noem needs to be impeached or resign. That is when he jumped up, squirted her with a large syringe. You can see pictures of it online, and a disturbingly brown-yellow liquid in this syringe. And right now it's unknown liquid. They're letting the facts play out. I'm guessing they're testing it, and they're going to kind of get their ducks in a row before they tell us exactly what this liquid is. But it looks like very nasty brown, poop pea water. Now, she was undeterred, but I do want you to see that, she went at him. She's from a tough country. She's seen tough things. She's seen war. And I found it interesting that her first instinct was to go at him and defend herself. We don't see that a lot, from lawmakers in the face of any type of aggression, and I personally thought that would fly in the face of security protocol. I would think that they would all have been briefed at some point, like by their security team, hey, if something happens, we cover you, you get down, we get you out of here. At no point do I feel like her security would be good with her attacking her attacker, although we can all understand that would be a natural instinct, right? Especially if you're Ilhan Omar. So I just found it interesting that she went at him. She went at him, and her security, her aides were saying, no, you got to get out of here. She continued her speech. She continued it. She said, we are Minnesota strong. We will stay resilient in the face of whatever they might throw at us. That's what she said directly after. Now, this guy, 55-year-old Anthony Kazmarek. Some details are coming out about him. He suffered a pretty bad car accident. He then got heavily medicated, which neighbors said kind of changed him as a person. Not a lot of details about his politics are coming out just yet, but the right is, of course, willing to knee-jerk just based on photos of his family and some things on social media. We're going to give it some time to develop to find out really where this person's head may have been at. But he also had Parkinson's. You saw him shaking there a little bit. He had Parkinson's, which is a result from the accident. So, as the details of who this guy is, Anthony Kazmarek, we'll get those to you as we feel confident with them. Now, she went on social media after. She said she was all right, thanked her constituents for rallying behind her. Quote, I'm a survivor, so this small agitator isn't going to intimidate me from doing my work. I don't let bullies win. Speaking of bullies, President Trump came out after the attack and said this. This is our president. He minimized the reports of the incident. He called Omar a fraud and then said she probably had herself sprayed, knowing her. That's how you do it, Donnie. That's how you do it. That's how you stay consistent, right? Reprehensible every single time. That's how you stay consistent. That's how you stay on messaging. Reprehensible through and through from beginning to end. Well done, Don.
Let's see about setting up
well done.
As an
Jacob Frey called the attack unacceptable. I thought this was interesting. Nancy Mace, who can be a little reprehensible in her own right, but when it comes to attacks on women victims, women's rights, things like this, she is securely and firmly, due to the trauma in her own past, on the side of women in any capacity. She is here as well. She said she was deeply disturbed by the attack on Omar, regardless of how vehemently I disagree with her rhetoric, and I do. No elected official should face physical attack. Okay, Nancy, that's how you do it. That's how you do it. Now, why would a radicalized misanthrope go down to a town hall and attack Ilhan Omar? Why? Well, let's just look at a couple of Donnie's statements. This one, I mean, look, you know he's called her garbage, criticizes her country, where she's from, Somalia, says she complains about her adopted country way too much and should be grateful. He said all sorts of nasty things about her, but just before the attack, he said she's from a country that's a disaster. Probably it's considered, I think, the worst. It's not even a country, okay? It's barely a government. And called her garbage again. And then this guy goes and he attacks her at a town hall. See, words matter. Words matter. And Scott, she's not the only one, right?
No, a couple days ago, actually, at the I forget which festival, one of the Sundance Festival, Max Frost, representative here from Florida, he was attacked by a racist man who was screaming white power and things like that, but punched him in his face. I mean, and he was charged with burglary. I can't speak today. And assault.
Yeah, welcome to too much airtime. Yeah, welcome to my world. Just fumbling and bumbling. Yeah, it was burglary and
and assault and a misdemeanor and assault, and he was held in jail. And the judge ordered Young, the man's name. Where was it? Oh, Christian Joel Young. He's 28 years old, and the judge ordered him, who has prior misconduct and misdemeanors, to be held without bail on grounds that he posed a substantial danger if released. So
there you go. That's a fun little story. We love our minority representatives getting punched in the face by white supremacists. That's a fun little ditty. So here's a post-attack. Here's post-attack.
Representative Omar, are you okay?
You know, I'm gonna go figure if I am, but I feel okay. I feel that it is important for people, whether they are in elected office or not, to allow these people to intimidate us, to make us not fight for our constituents and for the country we love. And as I said, you know, I've survived war. And I'm definitely going to survive intimidation and whatever these people think they can throw at me, because I'm built that way. Thank you.
She's built that way. And I'm just going to play it for your stuff. You want to hear Donnie? This is Donnie after, just before rather. This is Donnie just before a radicalized misanthrope goes and attacks Ilhan Omar. This was Trump. I'm going to let you hear it from himself.
We need people to come in legally, but they have to show that they can love our country, not
Oh, no, this isn't just before. This is a little racist
They
tirade.
have to show that they're not going to blow up our shopping centers, blow up our farms, kill people. They're coming in legally, but they cannot come in unless they come in legally into our country, and we're letting some great people come in. They have to show that they can love our country. They have to be proud. Not like Ilhan Omar. Did you see that wise guy? You know, she's always talking about the Constitution, you know, provides me with the following. You know, the Constitution, she comes from a country that's a disaster. It's considered, I think, it's not even a country, okay? It barely has a government. I don't think it does. They go to one thing, pirates. But they don't do that anymore. You know why? Because they get the same treatment from us as the drug dealers get. Boom, boom, boom.
That's how you do it. That's how you do it. All in one speech, Johnny. You attack your political opponents. You lean on racist tropes, right? Then you shift gears into violence. That's how the leader of the free world gets down. Well done, Don. Well done. You just can't wait to gather the kiddies around the TV to hear our president speak these days, right? You don't know what you're going to get. Racism, violence, middle fingers, cuss words. You don't know what you... So, I'm going to lean personally into this next segment by leading into it with this quote from Don. The DOJ and Congress are looking at Congresswoman Ilhan Omar, who left Somalia with nothing and is now reportedly worth more than $44 million. Time will tell. Okay, Don. She gets attacked. You want to say these things? Let's get into it. Let's get into people's cash. Let's do it.
It's time for a quick break, then we break some more. You're listening to Brett Breaks Things. Because democracy doesn't defend itself.
Okay. All right. You want to get into people's cash. You want to get into people's cash. That's fine. Let's do it. First, we'll start with Ilhan Omar. Trump's talking about we're going to investigate. There's going to be an investigation in Congress. DOJ and Congress are investigating her $44 million. And it's not clear whether Don's talking about a new, fresh investigation out of his DOJ or the investigation that was started in 2024 under the Biden administration. That's right. Biden was already investigating. His DOJ was investigating Ilhan Omar. They were specifically investigating her finances, campaign spending, and interactions with a specific foreign citizen. Okay. So, does Donnie not have his facts straight? Is he referring to a previous investigation? Because if he's referring to a previous investigation by Biden, that one was closed down pretty damn quick because of lack of evidence. Period. It went nowhere. They couldn't charge her with anything, and they let it go. So is Donnie talking about that? Or is Donnie talking about a new investigation, which has not happened yet? There is no investigation into Ilhan Omar right now. There isn't one. Now, in recent weeks, House Republicans have threatened to open investigations into her. They're trying to tie her into the Minnesota fraud. They're not even threatening investigations into her personal $44 million. They're threatening investigations trying to tie her into the Minnesota fraud of the Somali businesses, the daycares that are saying they're spending money but pocketing it, which they found some of the ringleaders already, and they don't look like Somalians. They look like they're white. Oh, it's a white woman, right? I think it was a middle-aged white woman was one picture released. So, all right. So their investigation there isn't going great. Let's put it that way. But, you know, There is no investigation. So whichever way Trump is talking about there, he's full of crap. He's either talking about the closed one due to lack of evidence or an imaginary one. One that has not been opened yet by anybody. Not yet. James Comer has threatened to subpoena Ilhan and her husband. Her husband is Tim Minette. He runs and started Rose Lake Capital. And they have made some money over the last year. They've made some money over the last year. No doubt about it. So let's talk about it. Now, there's been no evidence linking Omar to the Minnesota fraud scandal. That's just talking points, garbage, throw stuff at the wall, see what sticks. As far as her personal finances, I'd love to sit here and just quickly blurb, it's all crap, here's why, moving on. Unfortunately, there may be some there. There may be. Now, according to her disclosures covering 2024, Tim Minette's venture capital firm Rose Lake was valued at, by her, $5 to $25 million. Now, that's a broad range because that's all they have to provide is a range as to protect, their exact holdings. That's law. That's congressional law. They go by ranges. So, Rose Lake Capital, 5 to 25. They also have stake in a winery, Est Crew LLC, and they put that one between 1 and 5. Her personal holdings, in her bank account, is somewhere between negative $40,000 and $115,000, based on her federal government pension and things like that. That's her personal holdings. Okay, those are the numbers. What could she have done or not done here? Is there any there? Okay, there may be. One of the rules under the House Ethics Committee's financial disclosure guidance is that they are not supposed to give the value, the total value of the company that they have stake in. They're supposed to give the total value of their stake in that company. Well, it looks like, and by their own numbers given, and what she says, it seems she kind of skipped that part about the value of her stake. Now, she argues, look, you can go see. Our stake is 1/3 in Rose Lake. So just go look at what I gave you, and you can go 1/3 of that, and you know what I'm worth. But that's not what the rules say. She should have put whatever the stake's worth is. She didn't do that. And she admitted it. Here's a very critical quote out of Ilhan Omar. The value range listed for the assets reflects the full cost assessment of the businesses, in which my husband and one of several partners, and does not reflect his individual share. Well, I'm sorry, Ilhan. The Ethics Committee's guidelines tell you were supposed to disclose your personal share. And so by your own admission, that is not what you did. Also, and then we're going to move on. I'm just being honest with you. Omar's financial disclosure lists Rose Lake Capital as being located in Washington, D.C., but its business license has been revoked there. And according to city records, the business is actually formed in Delaware, where their registration was canceled due to failing to pay taxes. And it's only like $1,770 worth of taxes, which is really strange for a multi-million dollar company. Rose Lake Capital responded to this. They said the lapsed DC registration was likely an administrative issue and said the firm had not received notices about those pesky unpaid taxes. So will there be an investigation? Maybe, and that's reporting out of Forbes. Okay, that's not some like left or right wing, specifically what you may be thinking, maybe a right wing hit piece, right? Out of a right wing leaning source. That's Forbes. They deal with money, and this is their reporting. Who will run with that reporting? Who will raise questions? That all remains to be seen. But since we're talking about people's money, you want to do this, Don? Okay, we talked about Ilhan. Why don't we talk about Senator Katie Britt? And we're talking about the Stock Act and these people violating it. Katie Britt, who's a Republican from Alabama, she was more than a half a year past the 45-day federal deadline for disclosing stock trades for 16 of her husband's stocks. 6 more were several weeks past, but 16 of them were about a half a year past the disclosure period. Now we're just getting warmed up here. We're just getting warmed up. Hers were these trades were worth between $22,000 and $330,000. Her husband, Wesley Britt, he's a former football player. They were made on his behalf. He was a lineman. It's pretty good, actually. Now here's the thing. Why are they waiting? Why are they waiting to disclose these things? Why are they making so much damn money? Well, the trades that they made, that $22,000 to $330,000, we're talking about Amazon, Google, Apple. Anything going on in the government right now with those companies? Since AI czar David Sachs took over and pledged billions of dollars in the U.S. government support in data centers and expanding our AI technology sector? You think she might have a little bit of knowledge about how that's going and the money being spent, how much is being given to these companies as they help build our new ballroom? What about NVIDIA? Oh yeah, they dealt in NVIDIA too. We're talking a half a year? What was happening with NVIDIA a half a year ago? Oh, that's right. Our AI czar, David Sachs, was firing everybody who was blocking NVIDIA chip sales to the UAE. Oh, that's right. People within the government. You think you think Katie Britt didn't know how this was playing out? People within the government saw this play out clearly. David Sachs comes in, fires all of the China hawks. All the people who said you can't sell these chips to the UAE, they'll give them to China. We can't do it. They all got fired. We sold the chips to the NVIDIA advanced AI chips to the UAE. NVIDIA makes all that money. You think Katie Britt might have caught wind of some of that a half a year ago? Are you kidding me? Now, Britt's Senate office blamed their stockbroker for the mistake. They blamed their stockbroker for violating the Stock Act, which is pathetic. These individual equity trades were in Mr. Britt's broker-managed retirement account and made without his knowledge or his consent. Boy, that retirement management company that they're blaming, boy, they are really plugged into what's happening in Capitol Hill. Good Lord, are they good? Amazon, Google, Apple, NVIDIA, ExxonMobil. They're pretty good, huh? Quote, the disclosure was filed as soon as Mr. Britt became aware of the trades this month. Additional guardrails have been implemented to prevent this from happening moving forward. I don't buy it. You're telling me, one, these are savant level brokerage firm who sees all of these movements happening in Washington and making these trades accordingly, making you rich, one. And two, they just completely dropped the ball and didn't tell you about any of these trades. You weren't made available to any of this knowledge, even though all of you know the Stock Act forces you to disclose all of it within 45 days. You all know that. Your firm knows that. You know that. Your husband knows that. But so they fumbled it. They just forgot. Straight lying. She's not the only one who has violated the Stock Act recently. And remember, just keep in mind that violations of the Stock Act generally are like what happens after you violated it. Generally, you have to amend your disclosures, kind of fix whatever you did, and you pay a hefty fine. But you get to keep on keeping on. You pay a fine, slap on the wrist. How dare you? Make it right. Disclose all of them, and then we keep it moving. Mark Wayne Mullen, noted amateur pugilist. Linda Sanchez, Jim Jordan, Lisa McCain, Pat Ryan, Sherry Briggs, Donald Norcrest. There's Democrats on this list as well. Make no mistake, but we're just getting warmed up. How about Julia Letlow, a Republican out of Florida? Katie Britt, Republican. Julia Letlow, Republican. She just now disclosed over 210 stocks that she was way over the deadline of the 45 days. Way over. Way over. Okay, she didn't report him. Here's the down and dirty. You want the dirty? I'm going to bring you the down and dirty. Letlow serves on the House Appropriation Committee's Agriculture, Rural Development, Food and Drug Administration, and related agencies subcommittees. She's on them. She's on the FDA subcommittee. Okay. Well, what were the trades she made? Oh, the trades where she made between $266,000 and $3.5 million? Where did she make those trades? Oh, well, let's take a look. Multiple healthcare and pharmaceutical companies. As she sits on the FDA subcommittee. You want the down and dirty? So your mind's starting to go where mine is. Is that all they can do? What can they do? Just slap them on the wrist? Well, they can do more. They can do more. There is the Office of Congressional Conduct, okay? The Office of Congressional Conduct can issue subpoenas, sanction House members, and, which they have done in 3 cases this year, refer cases to the Ethics Committee. They're right now in the middle of 13 preliminary inquiries this year into some of these people. Can't really release names yet, right? But Miss Letlow might be one of them. Miss Britt might be one of them. Okay? So we'll see what the Ethics Committee does. We'll see if any subpoenas are issued. But you want the down and dirty? You know who might get one of those subpoenas? You know who might get one of those referrals to the Ethics Committee? Kevin Hern. Rep. Kevin Hern. This guy. You ready? The down and dirty. Kevin Hern sits on the House Ways and Means Health Subcommittee. Now, I don't have to tell a lot of my audience that the House Ways and Means Committee is one of the most powerful committees in Congress, okay? Taxes, federal spending, entitlement programs, all under House Ways and Means, okay? It is really powerful. And as far as the Health Subcommittee, which Mr. Kevin Hearns, Republican out of Oklahoma, sits on, we're talking health care for seniors, everything overseeing Medicare, health-related taxes and policy, oversight on HHS. Very powerful subcommittee. All health-related. So what did Kevin Hearns do, which he failed to disclose? Well, he sold, Kevin Hearns, between $250,000 and $500,000 worth of stocks in United Health Group. Biggest health insurer, United Health Group. He did that in December. He did that on December 23rd. When he sold his stocks, United Health Group was trading at $325 a share. Tuesday, it was down 13%, $282 per share. He must be frickin' psychic. That was a pretty savvy move, Kevin Hearns. A healthcare giant whose future is so reliant on what happens in his subcommittee. The direction of the company, whether it will make money or lose money, depending on policy that comes out of these committees that these people sit on, that Kevin Hearns sits on. And he just made a boatload. Well, didn't lose a boatload, really. Saved his ass. He must be frickin' psychic. What can they do about it? Real quick. In the Senate, Ashley Moody, Kristen Gillibrand, they've introduced the Restore and Trust in Congress Act. There's a version of that in the House by Chip Roy and Seth Messenger. And then also in the Senate, there's a separate, the Halting Ownership and Non-Ethical Stock Transaction Act by Holly and Gary Peters. That already made it out of, advanced out of committee in July. That's on its way. So there are things that are happening to avoid this going forward, and we got to see how that plays out.
We'll be back to break it all down. You're listening to Brett Breaks.
Then that's how we do it, okay? Because if you want investigations into Ilhan Omar, you got a lot of investigations you need to open up at that point. And like I said, there is legislation on the way through the House and the Senate to put an end to all of this. And it's pretty tough to stiff arm that officially and on the record, right? I don't want more oversight into my stock trading. No thanks. Go ahead. See how that plays in front of the American people who are having problems economically right now. Go ahead. So let's see how that works. I dare you. All right. So we're shifting gears back into what's going on in Minnesota, but not so much in Minnesota because we've detailed how they're trying to tone it down. We've detailed it. What I'm going to get into more is the fallout in the Trump administration. Okay? Because the winds of change, they are blowing. They are blowing. And Kristi Noem, you know, I said weeks and weeks ago, you know, Pam's going to get fired first, then maybe Cash, then maybe Kristi. We'll see what happens. We're going to move Kristi way up that list now. Pam's been able to skate under the radar. You know, now that Halligan's gone and Hobb is gone and all of her stuff has either failed in grand juries and all of her appointments have been taken and yanked out of positions, that's all over. It looked bad, mud in her eye, but we're moving on to bigger things, right? And so she's kind of skated under the radar. But Kristi, oh, Kristi. Now, let's start with this. There has been a statement sent to some members of Congress by the Department of Homeland Security. You see, they have began whatever it is they call an investigation. Remember, DOJ, Civil Rights Division, they both said, we're going to let the DHS conduct their own investigation. Now, the DHS can't charge anybody. Once their investigation is complete, what they can do is refer charges to the DOJ at that point. We'll see all about that. But in terms of this investigation, some real evidence and a real timeline has emerged and was detailed to some members of Congress in a letter sent to them by DHS. Okay, the Washington Post got a hold of details of this letter. They got a hold of the letter. Of course they did. Now, in the timeline, all right, in this statement sent to Congress, we're getting some hard facts that really contradict what a lot of people are saying. The statement, based on the preliminary review, clearly has no mention of Preddy brandishing a weapon. Okay, that's number one. DHS investigation, Preddy never brandished his weapon. That's an easy one. Thanks, DHS. We all have eyes. We all saw the video. We knew that already. But thanks. Thanks for confirming we saw what we saw. All right, but that right there already contradicts a lot of what they were saying. Already, okay, by the Trump administration and by Kristi Noem and Greg Bovino, okay? Their DHS, Noem's DHS, their investigation comes out and immediately contradicts what Kristi herself has said. Greg said that Preddy had wanted to massacre officers, and Kristi Noem said that he had committed an act of domestic terrorism. So their own investigation has already come out with a timeline that disputes that. Kristi's going to get fired. The statement said that as agents attempted to take Preddy into custody, he resisted. A struggle ensued. One agent yelled multiple times that Preddy had a gun, and then two agents fired their weapons. Preddy was shot repeatedly and declared dead half an hour later at Hennepin County Medical Center. And they go on to describe that one was an ISOF agent and one was a CPB officer. So one from each. Both under DHS. Both under DHS. And as far as how this investigation's going, how well could it be going? Here is the woman who recorded the incident. This is the woman who's, I think they're describing her as the woman in the red or woman in purple. I can't remember what the description was on social media, but she's in some of the videos, and she was the one who gave us the clearest shot. Here's what she had to say about their investigation.
Have you been contacted by anyone from the federal government? FBI?
No, I have
Border
not.
Patrol, Homeland Security?
I do have a legal team now who are fielding much of that, and I am no longer accessible in those ways.
I talked to your attorney this morning. She said she had not received any outreach from the FBI or anybody from the federal government.
I do not think they have my name yet. Obviously they will.
You've given testimony to state investigators.
Yes.
Do you have confidence in a federal investigation?
No. No, I do not. I have faith in various representatives throughout our country who are trying to do the right thing and make sure that justice is served. I have faith in our local government in Minnesota. I think they are wanting to make sure to protect us and investigate it thoroughly, but they are trying to block that from happening. They wouldn't even let the investigative team come to the crime scene. I mean, their goal is to protect themselves and to spin stories.
It's incredible to me, though, that 4 days after this shooting, you have not been contacted by anybody from the FBI or the federal government. Right. What does that tell you?
That they're protecting themselves and they don't care about the truth of what happened.
They are flailing. They are flailing to protect themselves. Everybody is. But I'm telling you right now, the winds of change they are blowing. Now, it's funny because here comes Donald. Here comes Donald just yesterday, okay? All the blowback from Republicans, all the blowback from state and local officials, even after the phone call, and especially in the face of all the blowback from the NRA, the Minnesota Gun Owners Caucus, and all of these Second Amendment rights zealots, all the blowback, here's what Donald says. He's just not getting it. You just can't. I'm telling you, he's in cognitive decline to his own detriment. He just doesn't get it. Listen to him Tuesday. I think the whole thing is terrible. I don't like the fact that he was carrying a gun that was fully loaded. Bottom line, it was terrible. He's just not getting it, Second Amendment people. He just doesn't get it. You're trying to tell him. Republicans that are embroiled in the NRA, their money, their cause, they're trying to tell you, some a little more subversive than others, but they're trying to tell you, and you just don't get it. And now, here's the part of the show where some people's face meet the tire treads of a bus, as other people throw them under it, like Trump does to Bongino. Listen to this. I'm telling you, the winds of change. Trump told reporters that replacing Bovino was not a pullback. He said Bovino is a pretty out there kind of guy, and in some cases that's good. Maybe it wasn't good here. Oh, Bovino, you better head for the hills, bud. You better go back to the recesses of hell that you came from, because now you're coming out of Don's mouth. Maybe that wasn't good here. Okay, all right. But the winds of change are blowing, battle lines are being drawn, and we're gonna display it right here. We're gonna show you right where the battle lines are. Okay, let's hear from Stephen Miller, who is in the center of all of this, and we're gonna display it. Okay, Stephen Miller first when it first happened, he called Preddy an assassin. That's when it first happened. Now, what does he have to say on Tuesday? Here we go. Ready? He said the administration is evaluating whether federal authorities in Minnesota, quote, may not have been following the official protocol before the shooting. He's talking about you, Christy. He's talking about you, Gregory Bovino. He's talking about you, Todd Lyons. He is talking about Christy's little crew there in Minnesota. Here we go. He continues. He says the White House had provided clear guidance that the extra personnel that had been sent to Minnesota for force protection should be used for conducting fugitive operations to create a physical barrier between the arrest teams and the disruptors. We are evaluating why CPB may not have been following that protocol. People are getting thrown under the bus. And Christy, the winds of change, they are blowing. You're going to get fired. Here comes Tom Tillis. He described, oh, you know what? Let's just hear from Tom Tillis. Let's do this now, Scott. Let's hear from Tom Tillis. Now, Tom Tillis has been flipping and flopping depending on what issue you want to talk about. You want to talk about Maduro and the boat strikes? Tillis is all on board. But you want to talk about this ICE policy just recently? You want to talk about Kristi Noem? You want to talk about Stephen Miller? He's got another posture. Let's hear from Tom Tillis.
to then think that we can move on before this has been adjudicated.
Senator, do you have confidence in the Secretary now?
None at all. No, she's. I've tried to maintain confidence, but look, I've done and we'll be sharing this information. We've done a Trump 1, Trump 2 comparison of disaster relief. There's no comparison whatsoever. Trump 1 was right on with disaster recovery. You think about Matthew and Florence, and this one, she's not even handling the other part of her job. I mean, at one point she thought FEMA should be eliminated. To give you an idea of how incompetent I think she is, she actually thought FEMA should be eliminated. And when she had a FEMA director who said he didn't think that was a good idea, she fired him within 24 hours. Now she understands that that is an important part of her job. These are like amateurish assistant manager sort of thought processes going into somebody who's a secretary in a cabinet level position. It's unacceptable.
Does she need to step down? Does she need to?
Stephen Miller's in the same boat. This guy, after doing the stupid comments he made about Greenland getting the president in a difficult circumstance, is one of the people that came out publicly and said that this guy was a terrorist before he had even talked with anybody on the ground, and that's clearly not the case now. So, I mean, it's just, Stephen Miller never fails to live up to my expectations of incompetence.
I think he should resign. Fired.
I'm going to leave that up to the president. I can tell you, if I were president, neither one of them would be in Washington right now.
But do you think Noam should step down?
I think Noam needs to decide what, I think if Noam looks at her body of work, I could not be, if I were in her position, I can't think of any point of pride over the last year. She's got to make her own decision, or the president does, but she has taken this administration into the ground on an issue that we should own. We should own the issue of border security and immigration, but they have destroyed that for Republicans. Something that got the president elected, they have destroyed it through their incompetence.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator.
It's funny because he's echoing the sentiments that were described in that Politico article I gave you yesterday. Was Tom Tillis one of those secret voices talking to the reporters? Who knows? But yeah, he's right about that. So incompetent, right? She should step down and resign. They shouldn't be in Washington. Lisa Murkowski went on to say it was time for Kristi Noem to depart. Through her own words and actions, she's taken a direction that has not been helpful. I don't think she helps the country. Okay, so Murkowski and Tillis come out and say these things. Here's Trump's clapback. Trump to that says, this guy, Trump to that says they're terrible senators. One is gone, the other one should be gone. What Murkowski says, she's always against the Republicans anyway, and Tillis decided to drop out. So, he lost his voice when he did that. Okay. So Tillis hears about Trump's comments, and so Tillis hears that Trump called him a loser. And Tillis said, in response to being called a loser, I'm thrilled about that. It makes me qualified to be DHS secretary or a senior advisor.
Breaking politics, breaking narratives, breaking news. But first, we need a coffee break.
Are being drawn. Okay? Battle lines are being drawn. You want to take a step back and look at the macro and look what's happening. And if you want reasons, real reasons, why Holman is now being sent to Minneapolis, why they're talking about tampering it down. You want the real reasons, right? When we first heard about it, we were left guessing about a few things, but we could point to a few things. And all of it pointed to Christie's going to get fired. Bovino style, opposite of Holman style, it's out, right? Now you've got Miller coming out and absolutely throwing Kristi Noem under a bus. And he's doing it with the help of a White House source, a source within the administration, talked to Axios. This is real good. Thank you, Mark Caputo. Mark Caputo's been doing amazing work on this. Axios has been great. Thank you for this. So Mark's got sources within the White House, okay? And here's the thing. Miller is kind of Noam's de facto boss. He's almost everybody's de facto boss. He holds senior power and positioning within this administration. There's only a couple who rival him. Susie Wiles, Marco Rubio, okay? Kind of hard stop. He's kind of her boss, even though she technically outranks him as a cabinet secretary. Okay, she technically outranks him, but he is Christie's boss. And her own rhetoric not only confirms that, it is laying the groundwork for her defense in these situations. You're going to hear her bang this drum quite a bit going forward, especially come March 3rd, when she has to sit down for a hearing. You are going to hear her bang this particular drum louder and louder and louder. Here we go. She said, everything I've done at the direction of the president and Stephen. There it is. Battle lines are being drawn. I acknowledge Stephen Miller is my boss, and everything I've done because he told me to. So how did this play out? 10:05 a.m., the shooting happens. The administration already knows they need to go in crisis mode. They are waiting for information. The officers involved, they all shut up, got lawyers really quickly, so no information was coming out of them. They all shut their mouths immediately and got representation. So CPB eventually, shortly after, furnished a ground report, gave them a ground report, and we're talking gave it to the White House, a report of what happened. And according to White House officials, that report left everybody in the White House, everybody in the Trump administration, with the belief that Preddy had brandished a weapon. And that is why you heard Miller knee-jerk out of his mouth that he was an assassin, talking about massacre. That's why Miller said that egregiously untrue statement right after the shooting. Okay? The White House source goes on, and he said Miller heard gun, so he knew what the narrative should be. Preddy came to massacre cops. And Miller himself told Axios, after this reporting began, man, Axios did a great job. Miller himself reached out to Axios to say, any earlier comments I made were based on information sent to the White House through CBP, Kristi Noem's department. Kristi Noem. She did it. But not just her. The source goes on to say Bovino should be blamed, actually, for the misinformation about Preddy, not Stephen, adding that Bovino supplied the details about the shootings. Bovino did. Battle lines are being drawn. Now, in the face of these comments by White House officials and Stephen Miller coming out and throwing Kristi Noem under the bus, Donald Trump coming out and throwing Gregory Bovino under the bus publicly and on record, and then Bovino being removed from the area and Holman being installed, and we're already hearing less from Kristi. And now Holman's out there doing, ops, doing, public appearances with Waltz and having meetings with these people and Jacob Frey and saying they're productive. The whole narrative's starting to be shifted as Bovino and Noem take a back seat. Noem's going to get fired. And you know what's fun about being right on camera is I get to go back on camera and tell you I was right. Yesterday when I reported to you, I told you there was this meeting, this 2-hour meeting, remember? Trump had, right? And Levitt was there, and Wiles was there, but Miller wasn't there, and neither was Holman. And I said, she got yelled at in this meeting. She got yelled at. That's what I said. This is not good. This is not a good sign for her. But I did say, why was Stephen not there? I said, maybe it's nothing, but maybe it's something. Well, it was definitely something, because they are adversaries. They are adversaries, and they are throwing each other under the bus. And Stephen was not invited to that meeting because Trump wanted to yell at Kristi Noem. And Kristi Noem, who knows what would have happened or would have transpired or what they might have said if they got in the same room together. They are now officially adversaries. Officially. One source with information of that meeting said she's a loyal person and she wanted her voice heard. And she wanted to convey her loyalty to President Trump. And she complained that she feels like she's being hung out to dry over the whole Minnesota thing. And she emphasized again at that meeting that she's been taking her orders from Miller. Okay. Battle lines have been drawn. Noam's going to get fired. That's what it seems like, right? Of course it seems like that. So because it seems so damn apparent that it's going to happen, the White House has to get out and lie to you about it before it gets a chance to really get rolling, right? And a White House official said that neither Miller's nor Noam's jobs were at risk. Of course not, Miller, please. One White House official said that Trump is hesitant to talk about getting rid of someone who has been here just a few weeks, let alone someone who has been with him for 10 years. It's not even on his radar. And he said publicly, Trump did, Tuesday, that Noam would not step down, adding that she's doing a very good job. And as we know, from knowing Don as well as we do, everything Don says, the opposite is true. So that means he is considering firing her, and her job is not safe at all. Everything he says, the opposite is true. That is not my opinion. That has been proven to be fact. And of course, this crap runs downhill. There's this story that came out about Noam and Lewandowski. They have been actively attacking one of their best and most loyal and, up to this point, and most professional, experienced CPB commanders, this guy, Rodney Scott. Well, Rodney Scott, he went and made the fatal error of having a backbone and a moral compass. And he's been raising some concerns about Lewandowski's official status, because this 130-day limited period to be a special government agent in his capacity, it's already ran up. He's been there almost a year, or a year exactly. And this guy, Rodney Scott's like, is he even my boss anymore? Why am I even reporting to this guy? Plus, he's been raising issues about their policy, knocking in doors, the Fourth Amendment, the Sixth Amendment, all these constitutional rights that are being trampled on. He's raised concerns about that. They've made everybody under him quit or get fired. It's crazy. It's been a terror campaign on this guy. He had to fire within less than 30 minutes warning one of his senior officials within CBP, and one of his closest friends had to fire him. They gave him 30 minutes warning. He had to fire Andrea Bright, the head of their human resources. One quote about her, she was like that gal that has worked for the government human resources for so many years that all the other agencies seek her out because she's so smart. They fired her. They made him fire her. They moved. They couldn't fire this guy, but they moved him. James Kernaken. I'm sorry. James Kernaken. This was Rodney's chief of staff. They couldn't fire him right out, so they moved him out. They moved him to the USCIS, which is the Citizenship and Immigration Services. They moved him right out. One of his closest allies. And his deputy, even, John Maudlin, he was told, you either resign, retire, or we're relocating you to Boston. They have waged war on this guy. Waged war on him. That's who Kristi Noem and Corey Lewandowski are. You know what? I said I wasn't going to do this, but I am. I can't make overtime too long, but I'm going to go overtime today. I'm going to go overtime today for just a little bit. I got some stuff I got to take care of after the show today, but there's no way I'm not getting to this. There's no way I'm not getting to this. So I'm going to go a little bit overtime today, but I'm telling you right now, the winds of change, they are blowing. You can move Noam right up that list of people who are going to get fired. They are paving the way for it. And it's not just the public backlash to what people are seeing. It's like what Tilla said. They're screwing up the one thing that always works for Republicans. Border Patrol, ICE, immigration policy. These things play for Republicans time and time again, and Noam is screwing it up. She's a turd in the punch bowl going into these midterms. She's going to get fired. We're coming right back.
It's time for a quick break, and then we break some more. You're listening to Brett Breaks Things.
Elon Musk calls for Donald Trump to release the Epstein.
a bunch of trigger-happy
hate group to vouch for you.
This is from a Republican pollster.
Spin, silencing the noise, and keeping it all facts. No fluff.
Okay. All right. We're going to make this quick. First, I want you to hear from a Republican pollster named Whit Ayers, because we're going to talk about the polls, and we're going to talk about why this is so bad out of Kristi Noem, her handling of this, why they think it's so terrible, and what they're going to do about it. Okay? This is from a Republican pollster. The circumstances are so blatant, and the situation so stunning, that of course Republican officials are not going to buy the explanation put out before anybody actually looked at the evidence. Any responsible public official would do what these Republicans are saying you should do, which is have a free and full and transparent investigation and follow the facts before you start making judgments and coming out with stories that are obviously lies. And then he finishes with this. The guy is on the ground. He has been disarmed, and you pump 10 bullets into his body. The circumstances are so amazing that it really presents an image of a an image of a bunch of trigger-happy, masked commandos in an American city. The optics. The optics. Kristi's screwing it up. Some are willing to call her out by name, other than Tom Tillis and Lisa Murkowski. There's been others. I'm not going to go through all of them. But John Curtis from Utah. I disagree with Secretary Noem's premature DHS response. I will be working with a bipartisan group of senators to demand real oversight and transparency. They're saying it. They're calling her out. The winds of change are blowing. Kristi's job is on the line. And now, Senator Rand Paul and a few other Republicans are calling for her to testify before Congress, and it is going to pave the way for some drama and some theater. No doubt. No doubt. It'll be dramatic. So, March 3rd is going to be her first hearing, and we'll see what subsequent hearings come from that. I can't wait. I'm here for it. Bucket of popcorn, I'm here for it. But we're talking about a pollster here, so let's talk about the polls. A recent Reuters poll came out and confirmed the number I gave you yesterday. 39% of Americans approve Trump's immigration policy handling right now. 39%. 53, according to this Reuters poll, 53 disapprove. And the Reuters poll also goes right kind of in line, but a little bit less than what we gave you yesterday. And Reuters says 58% say ICE agents have gone too far. Yesterday I told you it was 61% from that other poll. According to Reuters, it's 58%. They say ICE has gone too far. According to a YouGov poll on Saturday, more than twice as many people considered the Preddy shooting unjustified who found it justified. Twice as many found it unjustified. And as for Trump's political strength on the heels of these two U.S. citizens being shot dead, 40% of Americans right now, according to Washington Post's average of polls, 40% of Americans right now approve of his job performance, and 58% disapprove. 58% disapprove of the job Trump is doing overall right now. And we're going to end with Ro Khanna's statement on this. And he nails it. Democrat out of California, Ro Khanna, you know him. He said two things have dawned on the Republicans. One is that Democrats could retake the House at least, and maybe take the Senate. The second is that Donald Trump is going to be a lame duck. So I do believe you will see more and more Republicans speaking out. Trump can defy some of the laws of politics, but not all of them. And I agree with him, and I agreed with him about a year ago, talking to Randy in the studio, and I said, Randy, I don't think any of these Republicans will really begin to peel off until being associated with the Trump administration costs them votes and elections. As long as being associated with Trumpism is still a boon in the polls and in voting, as long as it's still a boon, they'll be on board for all of it. The gravy train will keep running. But if he puts a stop to that gravy train in any way, they will begin to push back. Those are the laws of politics he's referring to, and we're starting to see it play out And here come the midterms. Oh, CNN is reporting, thank you, Scotty, that it was apple cider vinegar that was sprayed on Omar. I don't get this. And we're going to do one more story here that I just can't wait to bring you real quick, because it's not that it's feel good, but it's interesting at least. But this Omar attacker, I just can't wrap my mind around the fact that if I were going to attack a House rep, possibly be tackled, arrested, possibly killed, shot, who knows, and definitely face charges, possibly federal charges, I'm talking my life is going to be ruined over this. I don't know. I don't think I'd make it apple cider vinegar. And Scott's but Brett, you're rational. I guess. I mean, it really speaks to what may have been going on with this dude's mental state, that he would do this to his life over a chance to spray apple cider vinegar on her. I'm having a hard time with that. Okay. All right, so a little situation played out in where was it? Maple Grove in Minnesota. Maple Grove. There was the Spring Hills Suite Marriott. The Spring Hills Suite Marriott in Maple Grove. You see, there was some Border Patrol was in this hotel. Okay, some Border Patrol was in this hotel, the Marriott in Maple Grove, and some protesters and demonstrators caught wind of it. And they went and they demonstrated in front of the Spring Hill Suites Marriott. All right, so that's where we are. They're outside the hotel and they're protesting. And up in the window, what do we see but a bunch of CBP officers up in the window observing the scene play out. And let's take it from there. I cut out of it. Let's do it again. So, and as I do it again, and this is the CBP officers up in the window, and they're talking amongst themselves, and they've all got beers in their hand, and they're all like looking at the protesters, and you know the banter that's probably going, these guys, blah, 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 I would do this, I would do that, they're so stupid. And then one of them says, you think that's funny? Watch this, guys. And then he flashes the crowd, moons the crowd. Let's watch it play out again, and you know how I just described it. You know that's how it played out.
Long-range acoustic device.
That's the next video. Here we go. There they are. Young protesters. And then he turns around, and I cut it. I cut it as the butt shows. He pulls down his pants, and he moons the crowd. All right. So, just a great bunch of guys. I felt like showing you that. But see, the situation then escalated. Right there in Maple Grove. The situation escalated after he mooned the crowd. And the LRAD loudspeaker was deployed. The LRAD loudspeaker. Now, we're going to hear a little bit about this device from a retired Marine Colonel, Mark Cancane. Mark Cancane tells us a little bit about this, but let's watch the effect the LRAD had on this group of protesters in Maple Grove. Let's take a look.
Best of the long-range acoustic device, LRAD. 1, 2, 3.
And they immediately all start backing up. Okay, now it didn't seem like much. But let me tell you about the LRAD. You saw those people start to immediately back up, right? Immediately back up. Okay. The former Marine Colonel said the LRAD is like a loudspeaker, but it focuses sound in a narrow cone, so that if you're inside the cone, it's extremely loud. Now, the Maple Grove State Patrol said they checked the volume, issued dispersal notices, and did not use tones or sirens despite what has been reported on social media. Okay, that's where the question lies. They said they brought it to a volume that was appropriate to dispersal notices, to issue dispersal notices. They didn't use a stronger version, is it assumed. Is this device capable of that? Well, yes, it is. But know that this is a weapon of war the intentions of it potentially are a weapon of war. That is what the company who makes it, that's what they made it for. And the Marine Colonel, the retired Marine Colonel, goes on to say, we used it in Iraq when I was with the Marines. We tested it on the staff. They gave us a demonstration. If you're in the cone, it sounds like the voice of God is speaking to you. It pushes you back. It's so loud. Okay, all right. Pushes you back so loud. But know that this has been used in wartime situations. Let's real quick talk about what was used. The LRAD, real quick. It's more commonly known as the sound cannon. Now, it can be, so this does track with the State Patrol's account of what happened. It can be as low as a conventional public speaker, or as high as a weapon of war, to cause pain, disorientation, and injury. At its maximum potential, that is what it was built for. It was built by Genesis manufacturers, and in a press release just recently, they touted its use just last week in Portland, Colorado Springs, San Jose, and Fort Lauderdale. So they're using it. They're using it. If someone should decide to look into the usage of this and how it was applied in concerns to these protesters, there may be some real concerns about how much it was turned up. Okay? Some real questions may be raised, and some people may be in a little bit of trouble, depending on the intensity that was actually used in Maple Grove and these other places. Because let me tell you, this device, it targets the eardrums, the hair cells, and the corti inside your ears. Light symptoms, right? If you are suffering lighter symptoms and lighter effects of this, you could get headaches, nausea, sweating, vertigo, loss of balance. That's the lighter setting. On the harder setting, on near maximum or wartime application, it induces vomiting. You begin to spew mucus and blood from your ears, mouth, nose, and possibly eyes. And it will cause permanent hearing loss. Okay. All right. I'd personally like to know where all these settings were at these protests. I'd like to know where they had them set at. Is that a simple question? Is that a fair question? You say you turned it down and then issued warnings to the protesters, right? Telling them to cease and desist. Okay, all right, that's what you say. I'd like to know. I'd like to know who knows and what they have to say. That's all. As you use this potential weapon of war on protesters. And we will be back tomorrow. I appreciate you all sticking around. I'll see you then.
Okay, so there you have it. We're done with Brett Breaks Things. And we're jumping back into our Consume Digest. What are we going to consume right now? We're looking for a copyright-free material. We could restream this space.
Do not check credentials before they pull the trigger. Irony is a pretty cruel teacher.
Hey, thanks so much to Stoned in the Wasteland for your support. Stoned in the Wasteland. If you have feedback about the channel, that is not for the chat. You can message the mods directly if you want. If you have questions for them or comments, they can give you their address. You can reach me at Lookner on X or agendafreetv@gmail.com. But that is not, the chat is for discussion of the news topics of the day. Thank you. Thank you, Stoned in the Wasteland. Thank you, Dodger Blue. Dodger Blue says, financial planner here, job growth she thinks has slowed sharply. Inflation remains above the 2% target. Fed's holding tight for more observation and info. Thanks also, LOSF 3D. Thanks also, Boomer Wow. Boomer Wow says people will say that the economy stinks and then agree that Jerome should continue to hold back the economy. Thanks, Vampire Broad, who says, what do we think is going to happen to gold in 20 minutes? Thanks, Ori Deckel, who says, what will impact the market is what he says at 2:30. We are getting very close.
The blast and consume axis are
to
your
Jerome
orthodox
Powell
axis.
speaking live. Somebody rang something.
The classic modes of adaptation and compensation when it comes to energetic flow between functions. This was early.
The Wall Street Journal says officials so far. Hold on. Person at the podium. Person no longer at the podium. Person was at the podium. Wall Street Journal says officials offered little clarity on when cuts might resume. This was a 10-2 vote today. Now, what I just need to do here, again, when it starts, I may switch over to the Fed feed. Do the best I can to get you the best feed. JTB says, feed me. Our viewer Ladina says 10-2. It's pretty solid.
Intro to animals blast.
Crazy Boy says if the market tanks, it means Powell opened his mouth. He might be asked too. Remember, his term ends in May as Fed chair. Chris thinks the market is going to crash hard. Scott's Min thinks they're all there to ask about the investigation. Ostastic says, Osastic says,
Before the news conference begins, when the news conference begins, the chair will make a brief opening statement and then take questions. If you have a question, please raise your hand, and Michelle Smith.
This connection between type makes up the basic theory behind animals.
When you're called on, please wait for the microphone to be passed to you. There will be one on each side of the room. Also, please take a moment to silence your phones, your laptops, or any other electronic devices that can make signals. I'll be back with a 2-minute warning. Thanks.
Okay, so just to be clear, she said 5 minutes till it starts, which is actually 4 minutes now. She talked about how they're supposed to ask questions. He'll come out, he'll read a brief statement, and then he will take questions. We're going to get a 2-minute warning as well. We are waiting for Jerome Powell to speak. Our viewer, Osastic, said, independent Fed is what we need.
Intro to animals, blast and consume. Function stack from wonderful and good exposure to penetration and orthodox terms. Consume and blast.
Our viewer John Q. Public says hammer time. Why do they have a press conference? Sandro says if there isn't a rate cut. Well, it's not just whether they're cutting rates now. The markets want to know, and people want to know, what kind of chances are there of rate cuts in the coming months or rate raises in the coming months? And that's, people look at this press conference and what the Fed Chair Powell will say as a guide, as a hint about what their thinking is for coming months. So that's why this is so important. And today we have the additional fact that this is the first one of these press conferences since Jerome Powell found out that the Trump administration is criminally investigating him. About 2 minutes. We didn't hear the 2-minute warning, though. Any moment now, we should hear the 2-minute warning. Unless I missed it. Two-minute warning. Let me change the headline here. Oh my gosh, it's about a minute till it starts. Hey, thank you so much, Joe Miami. Joe says, I voted for Trump, but I disagree with how he has tried to influence the Fed. He has not done enough to lower cost of living, Joe thinks. Forcing lower rates will again create inflation, Joe thinks. Markets need correction. Thank you so much, Joe Miami. Guys, any moment now, in just seconds, Fed Chair Powell will enter. I'm going to get rid of the countdown clock in a second. No more countdown clock. Countdown clock going away. Any moment now. Thank you, Cole's dad. Cole's dad says, sick of all the investigations with no arrests. All right, any moment now, Jerome Powell. Here he comes. Here comes Jerome Powell.
Good afternoon. My colleagues and I remain squarely focused on achieving our dual mandate goals of maximum employment and stable prices for the benefit of the American people. The U.S. economy expanded at a solid pace last year and is coming into 2026 on a firm footing. While job gains have remained low, the unemployment rate has shown some signs of stabilization, and inflation remains somewhat elevated. In support of our goals, today the Federal Open Market Committee decided to leave our policy rate unchanged. Having lowered our policy rate by 75 basis points over the course of our previous 3 meetings, we see the current stance of monetary policy as appropriate to promote progress toward both our maximum employment and 2% inflation goals. I will have more to say about monetary policy after briefly reviewing economic developments. Available indicators suggest that economic activity has been expanding at a solid pace. Consumer spending has been resilient, and business fixed investment has continued to expand. In contrast, activity in the housing sector has remained weak. The temporary shutdown of the federal government likely weighed on economic activity last quarter, but these effects should be reversed as the reopening boosts growth this quarter. In the labor market, indicators suggest that conditions may be stabilizing after a period of gradual softening. The unemployment rate was 4.4% in December and has changed little in recent months. Job gains have remained low. Total non-farm payrolls declined at an average pace of 22,000 per month over the last 3 months. Excluding government employment, private payrolls rose at an average pace of 29,000 per month. A good part of the slowing in the pace of job growth over the past year reflects a decline in the growth of the labor force due to lower immigration and labor force participation, though labor demand has clearly softened as well. Other indicators, including openings, layoffs, hiring, and nominal wage growth, show little change in recent months. Inflation has eased significantly from its highs in mid-2022, but remains somewhat elevated. Relative to our 2% longer run goal. Estimates based on the Consumer Price Index indicate that total PCE prices rose 2.9% over the 12 months ending in December, and that excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 3.0%. These elevated readings largely reflect inflation in the goods sector, which has been boosted by the effects of tariffs. In contrast, disinflation appears to be continuing in the services sector. Near-term measures of inflation expectations have declined from last year's peaks, as reflected in both market and survey-based measures. Most measures of longer-term expectations remain consistent with our 2% inflation goal. Our monetary policy actions are guided by our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. At today's meeting, the committee decided to maintain the target range for the federal funds rate at 3.5% to 3.75%. Since last September, we have lowered our policy rate 75 basis points, or 0.75 of a percentage point, bringing it within a range of plausible estimates of neutral. This normalization of our policy stance should help stabilize the labor market while allowing inflation to resume its downward trend toward 2%, once the effects of tariff increases have passed through. We are well positioned to determine the extent and timing of additional adjustments to our policy rate based on the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. Monetary policy is not on a preset course, and we will make our decisions on a meeting-by-meeting basis. To conclude, the Fed has been assigned 2 goals for monetary policy: maximum employment and stable prices. We remain committed to supporting maximum employment, bringing inflation sustainably to our 2% goal, and keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Our success in delivering on these goals matters to all Americans. We at the Fed will continue to do our jobs with objectivity, integrity, and a deep commitment to serve the American people. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
Hi, Chris Rugaber at Associated Press. Thank you. I wanted to ask that you attended the Supreme Court hearing last week on the Lisa Cook case, and Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent criticized that as political. Can you say why you attended and what you would say in response to the Secretary's criticism?
So let me start with, I don't respond to comments by other officials, whoever they may be. It's just not appropriate to do that. I will tell you why I attended. I would say that that case is perhaps the most important legal case in the Fed's 113-year history. And as I thought about it, I thought it might be hard to explain why I didn't attend. In addition, Paul Volcker went to a Supreme Court case famously in, I guess, 1985 or so. So it's precedented, and I thought it was an appropriate thing, and I did it.
Great. And then just quickly follow on the job market. You mentioned last month that the household survey might be distorted, and you also mentioned the potential for overcounting jobs, which would suggest that we're still in a negative hiring pace. So do you see the drop in the unemployment rate as solid, and what's the basis for saying that things have stabilized? Thank you.
So, yeah, really two questions. One is, so we're getting through the distortions in the data from the shutdown. However big they were in November, they're smaller in December. So we're getting to a place where they're no longer material. They're still there, but it's a tweak here and there. The reason why we changed the statement, let me pull it out, was simply, it used to say that judges that downside risks to employment rose in recent months. So we saw, data coming in which suggests some signs of stabilization. I wouldn't go too far with that, but some signs of stabilization. There are also some signs of continued cooling, and so we thought that was no longer an accurate description of the data. In addition, the outlook for economic activity has clearly improved since the last meeting, and that should matter for labor demand and for employment over time. So for those two reasons, we thought we would take that language out of the statement.
Nick Timrose, The Wall Street Journal. Chair Powell, you've generally avoided engaging with political controversies directly, and the video statement on January 11th was a departure. What made this different, and are you concerned it could draw the institution further into political debates?
So today I'm simply going to refer you to the statement that I made on January 11. I'm not going to expand on it or repeat it. So I'm just not going to. This is really about the press conference and the economy and what we did today, and some ancillary areas, but I'm not going to be getting into that.
Can you say whether the Fed has responded to the subpoenas?
I have nothing for you on that today.
Mike.
Michael McKee from Bloomberg Radio TV. Have you made a decision on whether you would remain as a governor of the Federal Reserve? And if so, would you tell us what it is? And if not, when might we anticipate a decision?
No, and I really, once again, have nothing for you on that today. That either.
Why would you want to leave it all under the circumstances?
Again, I don't want to get into this. It's not something there's a time and place for these questions, but not something I'm going to be getting into today. Thank you.
Thank you. Claire Jones, Financial Times. Thanks a lot for taking my questions. And another one that might, lead to a similar answer. We've seen quite big movements in the dollar over recent days. What do you think is driving the US currency lower? And have you been at all concerned just by the extent of the volatility we've seen this week? Thank you.
So, Claire, as you probably know, we don't comment on the dollar. Really, the administration, especially the Treasury Department, has the job of oversight over the currency and exchange rates and all that. We don't comment on that. It's not our role. So I have nothing for you.
But, what's your view on the market movements? What do you think behind them? Is it asset managers diversifying? Is it?
Yeah, I just don't. We don't talk about the dollar. We don't talk about what moves it around. It's just not appropriate for us to do so. Really, the Treasury Department has that. It's their role, their bailiwick, and we stay off it. We do monetary policy and some other things, but we don't comment on the dollar. Sorry.
Neil.
Hi, Chair Powell. Neil Irwin with Axios. Obviously, no SEP in this meeting, but in light of the slight firming up of the language around growth in the labor market in the statement, should we assume that the timeline for any further rate cuts is pushed back compared to what people might have thought in December?
Well, first of all, if you look at the incoming data since the last meeting, clear improvement in the outlook for growth. The data have come in, and sentiment, the Beige Book, everything comes in suggesting that this year starts off on a solid footing for growth. Inflation performed about as expected, and as I mentioned, some of the labor market data came in suggesting we're evidence of stabilization. So it's overall a stronger forecast, really, if that's your question. I'm not sure I answered your question.
But in terms of timing or pacing of any additional easing?
So we haven't made what we'd say about this was that after this meeting, after the 3 recent rate cuts, we're well positioned to address the risks that we face on both sides of our dual mandate, and we'll continue to make our decisions meeting by meeting based on the incoming data implications for and the outlook and the balance of risks. Haven't made any decisions about future meetings, but the economy is growing at a solid pace. The unemployment rate has been broadly stable, and inflation remains somewhat elevated. So we'll be looking to our goal variables and letting the data light the way for us.
Steve.
Steve Leisman, CNBC, and sticking with questions you might answer, thank you. You had previously, I believe, described the current policy rate being at the higher end of neutral. And if you look at the longer run, the S&P and the longer run rate, 16 of 19 officials are actually below there on their long run. Is the Fed still in a process of bringing it down towards a middle range of neutral? And what would it take to get there?
So the count I did was that 4 of the 19 were at or above that. Maybe I missed by 1, but I thought it was 4. And if you look at the dealer survey, it was 10 out of 58 where we're at or above. So you're right. It's the higher end of the range. What we say is it's within the range of plausible estimates. This is the higher end of that range. But so for some people they think it's neutral. I think, and many of my colleagues think, it's hard to look at the incoming data and say that policy's significantly restrictive at this time. It may be sort of loosely neutral, or it may be somewhat restrictive. It's in the eye of the beholder, and of course no one knows with any precision. So you had a follow-up.
I get what you're saying, but some officials have described the Fed being in a mode of bringing it down eventually over time. Are you still in that mode, or is this a place to hang out?
Yeah, no, I would say if you look at the S&P from December, most people had additional normalization. But at the same time, we've done a lot of the process of normalizing. A good piece of it is done with 75 basis points, and before that, 100. It's 175 basis points we've cut since we began cutting in September of 2024. So you've moved now to, Fed funds is running just a little below 3.65%. So you've moved a good way, and we think we're well positioned here to watch how the economy performs, look at the data. We're not making decisions about future meetings, but we do think we're well positioned after those 3 cuts to let the data speak to us.
Amira.
Thank you, Chair Powell. Mara Moakley from Bloomberg News. To what extent did the committee discuss the possibility of cutting at this meeting or in March? And how are you all thinking about the conditions that would merit another rate cut? Is there broad agreement on the committee about what it would take?
So there was broad support on the committee for holding today. Broad, I would say, including among non-voters. So that's where that was. Of course, some people did want to cut and dissented, but committee pretty broadly for holding today. We're not trying to articulate a test for when to next cut or whether to cut at the next meeting. What we're saying is we're well positioned as we make decisions meeting by meeting, looking at the incoming data, evolving outlook, and all that. And we're in a position where we still have some tension between employment and inflation, but it's less than it was. I think that the upside risks to inflation and the downside risks to have probably both diminished a bit. So, we'll be looking at that. It's about how you weigh the risks to the 2 goals and how big those, and quantify them. And so there are different views on the committee, and, we'll find our way forward as the data evolve.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Edward Lawrence from Fox Business. Has the effects of tariffs already moved through the economy on prices?
A lot of it has. So basically, there are many different estimates, and they're all highly uncertain. But most of the overrun in goods prices is from tariffs. And that's actually good news, because if it weren't from tariffs, it might mean it's from demand, and that's a harder problem to solve. We do think tariffs are likely to move through and be a one-time price increase. So most of the overshoot, if you were to take that out, you'd get, and you would, I mean, inflation, core PCE inflation is running just a bit above 2% x the effects of tariffs on goods. And the other good news is, if you look away from goods and look at services, you do see ongoing disinflation in all the categories of services. So that's a healthy development. So that's what's going on. The expectation is that we will see the effects of tariffs flowing through goods prices, peaking, and then starting to come down, assuming there are no new major tariff increases that are begun. And that's what we expect to see over the course of this year. If we see that, if we see that, that would be something that tells us that we can loosen policy. Also, if we see something that suggests that the labor market is not stabilizing, that in fact the downside risks reemerge or the data just get worse, we'd have to look at both of those. We have a two-sided mandate.
If I could, if President Trump does pick a new Fed chairman before May, what does that look like? How would you work with that person, and what does that transition period look like?
I don't have anything for you on that. That will depend on Congress's actions and things I can't speculate on.
Howard.
Howard Schneider with Reuters. Thank you for taking our questions. Given the changes in the statement and all you've said so far, is it fair to describe risks to both sides of the Band-Aid as roughly balanced right now? And is the next move necessarily down?
I'd say that the upside risks to inflation and the downside risks to employment have diminished, but they still exist. So there's still some tension between the mandates. Are they fully in balance? Hard to say. And we think our policy's in a good place. I've just discussed reasons why we might change our policy, and we'll just have to see how the data lead us.
I'm wondering, you a minute ago you said you felt expectations were consistent with your mandate, that the 2 and the 10-year break-evens have moved quite notably in the last couple of weeks, I believe. Is there any concern on that front?
I mean, I recently looked at all of the both survey and market-based short-term inflation expectations have come way down. They were in a good place at the beginning of last year. They spiked around Liberation Day, and now they've fully retraced in the last few months. So that's very comforting. And the longer-term inflation expectations have remained in places that are very consistent with 2% inflation over time. So expectations have been solid, and they reflect confidence in the return to 2% inflation.
Andrew.
Apologies if this is a little bit repetitive, but in the past you've said that the reason you cut rates was that the risk to the labor market was greater than the risk to the inflation side. Is that still true?
We haven't made. You're right. We saw the labor market weakening, and we acted. And I think that was the appropriate thing to do. We will always act to address what we see as the economy moving away from our goals. Risks to both of the variables are a little less. I think the upside risk to inflation, again, a little bit less, and the downside risk to employment, a little less. I just would say that I'm not making a judgment about how, one of them is more at risk than the other, just that the risks to both of them have diminished.
Okay, thanks. BIS wrote a paper last summer which concluded that global investors were hedging their dollar exposures in ways that previously they hadn't because of policy uncertainty. Do you agree with BIS?
We really don't see much at all about that whole story. There's just not a lot of data that suggests that there's much to that.
Thanks.
Anna Swanson with the New York Times. Can you talk more about what you would need to see in the labor market to conclude it's time to resume easing? Do you need to see further deterioration in the labor market, or would it be enough for inflation to soften?
So we'll always be looking at both things. And so there could be combinations, infinite numbers of combinations that would cause us to want to move. Certainly, a weakening labor market would be an argument for loosening. But what's happening with inflation? If inflation were at the same time getting worse, you just have a very difficult situation there. So we'll be looking at both. clearly a weakening labor market calls for cutting. A stronger labor market says that the rates are in a good place. We'll have to be making similar judgments, too, on inflation, though.
And if inflation does pick back up and the labor market doesn't show further signs of deterioration, is there a chance that you could raise rates rather than simply remaining on hold? What would you need to see to consider hiking?
We don't take things off the table, but it isn't anybody's base case right now, anybody's base case, that the next move will be a rate hike. But, ultimately we'll do what we think is the right thing. But that's not where people's expectations are right now.
Victoria.
Hi, Victoria Guido with Politico. I wanted to ask, you've talked in the past about concerns about the U.S. fiscal trajectory, and we've seen in the Japanese bond market a lot of turmoil recently, in part due to concerns over their fiscal and long-term economic outlook. So do you worry that the U.S. could at some point find itself in a similar situation to Japan, whether for fiscal or demographic reasons?
Over time, you've seen that U.S. rates have remained they haven't moved a lot, really, for a while, but they haven't moved a lot because of what's been happening in Japan. So it's more of an over time thing. The U.S. federal budget deficit is, uncontroversially on an unsustainable path. The level of debt is not unsustainable. It's very much sustainable, but the path is unsustainable. And the sooner we work on it, the better. But right now we're running a very large deficit at essentially full employment, and so the fiscal picture needs to be addressed, and it's not really being addressed. So that's important. I'm not in any way connecting it to some sort of near-term market event, but ultimately it's something we'll have to deal with, and that in the end game, that's where you wind up, is in some kind of a difficult thing. But that's not where we are. It's not where Japan is either. But it's certainly not where we are right now.
Does it reduce the effect of your rate cuts that longer-term rates have overall not really budged that much?
I wouldn't say that. The thing is, technically, higher longer-term rates means less accommodative financial conditions. But remember, many things move longer-term rates. It's not mostly what happens on the short end. There can be effects of longer-term rates from our moving our policy around, but it's much more assessments of the fiscal path and fiscal policies and risks and things like that move the 10-year around. You can look back at and find periods where we've been very actively moving the policy rate over the course of a year, and over the course of that year, the 10-year is exactly where it started. So there's not a tight link between 10-year rates and the overnight rate.
Elizabeth.
Thanks so much, Elizabeth Schulze with ABC News. Republican Senator Tom Tillis, who sits on the Senate Banking Committee, said he will block any Fed nominee, including the chair, until this investigation into you is resolved. Do you support this move by the senator, and what conversations have you had with the senator?
I've got nothing for you on that.
More broadly, what would happen to American households if the Federal Reserve loses its ability to operate independent from politics?
So really, the point of independence is not to protect policymakers or anything like that. It just is that every advanced economy democracy in the world has come around to this common practice. It's just an institutional arrangement that has served the people well, and that is to have a separation between to not have direct elected official control over the setting of monetary policy. And the reason is that monetary policy can be used, through an election cycle to affect the economy in a way that will be politically worthwhile. So I'm not talking about the U.S. context. This is every advanced economy democracy of any size. So it's a good practice. It's pretty much everywhere among countries that look at all like the United States. And I think if you lose that, first of all, it would be hard to restore the credibility of the institution if people lose their faith that we're making decisions, only on the basis of our assessment of what's best for everyone, for the wide public, rather than trying to benefit one group or another. If you lose that, it's going to be hard to retain it. And we haven't lost it. I don't believe we will. I certainly hope we won't. But it's very important, and the reason it's important is that it's enabled central banks generally not to be perfect, but to serve the public well.
You're confident it can maintain that independence at this point?
Yes. I mean, I'm strongly committed to that, and so are my colleagues.
Archie.
Archie Hall from The Economist. On that sort of stabilization of the labor market question, how much do you see the weakening we saw over the past 6 months, year, as a kind of data mirage around immigration and the government shutdown and so on that's now resolved? Or how much have we seen a kind of real underlying firming up in the state of the labor market, do you think?
Well, part of it is, to your point, part of it just is that labor supply, growth in labor supply has come to essentially a halt from a fairly fast clip of growth over the last couple of years, driven by immigration, and then the halt being driven by a very sudden stop in immigration. So many outcomes were possible with that. Supply came way down. It turns out that demand for labor also came down a very similar amount, maybe just a little bit more, which is why the unemployment rate has gone up. So I don't know whether that's a coincidence or not, but that's what's happened with that part. But if you look at other things, like, for example, just to pick a couple, the Conference Board's measure of job availability that came out, I don't know, was it yesterday or today? But, it shows, it's a survey showing that workers feel like job availability it's a very low reading. Just one reading, but it's an indication of softening. People, part-time for economic reasons, which is a category within the broader U6 category measure, has moved up significantly. So there are lots of, and I could go on and on, there are lots of little places that suggest that the labor market has softened. But you're right, part of payroll job softening is that both the supply and demand for labor has come down. Growth in those two have come down. So that makes it a difficult time to read the labor market. So imagine they both came down a lot to the point where there is no job growth. Is that full employment? In a sense, it is. If demand and supply are in balance, that you could say that's full employment. At the same time, do we really feel like that's a maximum employment economy? It's very challenging and quite unusual situation.
Thanks. And one more on growth and the kind of strong growth outlook, your strengthening growth outlook you're now seeing. How much of that is the fiscal stimulus we're seeing from the beautiful bill, the tax cuts, and all of that?
So you're seeing it already. You don't have much of the fiscal. I think the outlook, you're right. It's financial conditions and it's fiscal policy for 26. But you've got strong consumption that's been happening before financial conditions have been supportive, but before the fiscal effects really are shown. So essentially the economy has once again surprised us with its strength, not for the first time. Consumer spending, although it's uneven across income categories, but consumer spending overall numbers are good, and we're benefiting from the AI build out of data centers. That's another thing we're benefiting from. But the economy overall, the growth is on a solid footing. It looks like, and it's not just those things. It's just the consumer is filling out surveys that sound really negative and then spending. So there's been a disconnect for some time between downbeat surveys and reasonably good spending data.
Thanks, Chair Powell. Christine Romans from NBC News. You talked about how consumer spending is uneven. The president calls inflation defeated and solved. The FOMC says it's a somewhat elevated inflation. But you talked about those customer survey or those consumer sentiment surveys and public opinion polls that show that most families say the cost of living is still issue number one. What is the conversation around the table with your colleagues about how wealthier consumers seem to be driving so much of the economy, and why so many families still feel like they just can't make ends meet after 5 years of rising prices? What is that discussion like?
So a couple things. One, there's something to it in that we know that higher income households that tend to own real estate and tend to own stocks, securities, and those assets have been going up in value, and increases in wealth do support spending over time. So, and that's clearly a part of the story. We also know that for some time now, for a year or more, we've been hearing from retailers, for example, that serve lower income customers, whether it be food or the big box stores or anything, they're saying the same thing, which is our consumers are looking to economize. They're trading down from brands, and they're buying less, and it's changing their buying habits and that kind of thing. So we're seeing that, and that is a reality of what we're seeing. They're still consuming, but they're feeling it in a different way. I would say more broadly on affordability, we have a vast network through the reserve banks and also through the Board of Governors where we talk to small and large businesses and households, and so we do hear a lot about affordability, and we take that very seriously, and we take it to heart because one of our jobs is price stability, and so the best thing we can do for people who are feeling that squeeze is to keep inflation under control and, frankly, to finish the job of getting inflation back down to 2%.
You mentioned the AI build-out as being positive for economic growth this year. I wonder, as you look at the weakest year last year for job creation of a non-recession year since like 2003, are you concerned about AI maybe supplanting more entry-level work and entry-level jobs, and how does that play into what you're watching about the labor market?
So everyone, of course, is watching AI and the deployment and, trying to understand exactly what's happening. And there's a wide range of possibilities. It's hard to say. And of course, anyone who uses it is amazed at what it can accomplish, right? So every technological wave will eliminate some jobs and create other jobs. And it's always been the case. If you look back, wave after wave after wave, there will be some disruption, but ultimately technology increases productivity, which is the basis for rising wages. And it may not all happen immediately, but over time, it's what enables incomes to rise over time is rising productivity. So we always ask, well, this is going to be different, is it going to be different? And we don't know. And we may, in any case, see in the short term jobs that are being eliminated by the capabilities of AI. We may see that. We just don't know what the overall effect is going to be. So how to think about it in macroeconomic terms, it's very hard. We can look at the aggregate data. We can analyze, for example, there is some connection, it appears, between the low hiring rate for recent college grads and AI, but it's not the main or only driver. You hear large companies, though, many of them saying that they either won't be hiring for some time, or that they're hiring less, or that they're laying people off, and they tend to refer to AI when they do that. So we're all watching and learning, and it could certainly have pretty significant effects on the economy, the workforce, and our society. We don't really have the tools to address the concerns that may arise, but we have a lot of people who focus on analyzing it and try to understand what the macroeconomic implications are, which is our job.
Beyi. Thank you, Chair Powell. Beyi from AFP News Agency. You mentioned earlier that on inflation, the broad expectation was for a one-time price increase and then for inflation to come down. And I was wondering, is your expectation still for inflation to start cooling in the second half of 2026? And if you could elaborate how far we are from target currently. Thank you.
So how far we are from target is, as I mentioned in my opening remarks, we had 3.0% core PCE inflation over the 12 months ending in December, and that's pretty much what we had the year before. So on net, no progress, but the story behind that is modestly positive in that most of the overshoot was in goods prices, which we think is related to tariffs, and ultimately we think those will not result in inflation as opposed to a one-time price increase. Okay, so that's where it is. In terms of, you asked, no one thinks they will, ex ante understand really clearly precisely when this will happen. But there's an expectation that sometime in the middle quarters of the year, we'll see tariff inflation topping out. So what we do is when a tariff is put in place, we track the effect of those tariffs over a 6, 7, 8, 9-month period, and you can see, for that tariff how long it takes to reach a place where it's affected the price level, and that's it. So we're getting better at that, and our estimate is that it'll be sometime in the middle of the year, but I wouldn't look for great precision in that. But, we'll be able to see whether things are moving in that direction. I think, we'll be able to see.
Richard Escobedo.
Thanks, Chair Powell. I'm Richard Escobedo with CBS News. I want to look outside the U.S. about what's happening outside our shores and how it impacts the U.S. Canada's Prime Minister said last week that there's been a rupture in the global order, and I wonder how you're thinking about geopolitical risk as it relates to the U.S. economy.
So I can't comment on that speech or statement or anything like that. Geopolitical risk for us is, a lot of it is around energy, oil. And so far we haven't, for all the turmoil, oil prices have come down, as you know, and so we don't really see much. Longer than that, it's trade, and, the trade, our economy has pulled through pretty well, you'd have to say, given the very significant changes in trade policy. The U.S. economy has pushed right through. Partly that is that the way that what was implemented was significantly less than what was announced at the beginning. In addition, other countries didn't retaliate, and in addition, a good part of it hasn't been passed through to consumers yet. It's being taken by companies that stand between the consumer and the exporter. So that's where that is.
Jennifer.
Thank you, Chair Powell. Jennifer Schonberger with Yahoo Finance. With third quarter GDP growing at 4.4% and the fourth quarter expected to have a 5 handle on it as to what the Atlanta Fed is predicting, at a time when you had a government shutdown and we thought that was going to shave off some growth, you've also got the fiscal tailwinds you've talked about, big tax refunds coming, potential tariff dividend. How could you cut rates and not spur inflation in that environment?
Well, we didn't cut rates today, but it depends on how fast potential output is growing, right? I'm just asking in principle. I'm not saying this is what's happening, but there's growth and there's how fast the potential is growing, and at a time of high productivity growth, potential output is rising. So it really matters whether potential output is growing as fast as actual output, and it would matter over time. The numbers you cite were for quarters, and quarterly GDP is, you need to look at 12 months because quarterly GDP can be very lumpy. GDP was negative in the first quarter last year. So the overall, over the year, the numbers were nothing like that. It was more in the mid-2s for the year.
And how do you explain the divide right now between strong economic growth and the job market? Is it productivity that's filling the gap? And is productivity being driven by AI at this point?
So you're right, there has been a divide of solid growth, but what looked like a weakening labor market. And that can be explained by rising productivity. But I would say we do see signs of certainly of the unemployment rate stabilizing. So it may be we're seeing the beginning of the resolution of those two things. Also, as you probably know, the lore is that when GDP and the labor market get into an argument, in the end, the labor market data is more reliable. GDP data is very hard to collect and understand, but nonetheless, I think we may be seeing that tension resolving a little bit. Too soon to say with any confidence, though.
Matt Egan with CNN. Chair Powell, after today, you have 2 meetings left as Fed chair. You've obviously experienced a lot during your time as Fed chair, served under multiple presidents. I'm wondering what advice you have for whoever your successor might be.
Honestly, I'd say a couple of things. One is stay out of elected politics. Don't get pulled into elected politics. Don't do it. And that's another thing. Another is that our window into democratic accountability is Congress. And it's not a passive burden for us to go to Congress and talk to people. It's an affirmative, regular obligation. If you want democratic legitimacy, you earn it by your interactions with our elected overseers. And so it's something you need to work hard at, and I have worked hard at it. So, and the last thing is, it's easy to criticize government institutions so many ways. I will tell whoever it is, you're about to meet the most qualified group of people you not only have ever worked with, you will ever work with. And when you meet Fed staff, and not everybody's perfect, but there isn't a better cadre of professionals more dedicated to the public well-being than work at the Fed.
Thanks for that answer. If I may follow up, as I'm sure you've noticed, gold and silver prices have experienced historic gains of late. And I'm wondering how much attention, if any, you pay to those moves and what message you may take from these significant price increases we've seen for precious metals.
Don't take much message macroeconomically. The argument can be made that we're losing credibility or something. It's simply not the case. If you look at where inflation expectations are, our credibility is right where it needs to be. So we look at those things. We don't get spun up over particular asset price changes, although we do monitor them, of course.
Nicole, for the last question.
Hi, Nicole Goodkind-Barron's. Some prominent critics have charged that the Fed's economic models are somewhat backward-looking, but should be more forward-looking, incorporating things like productivity increases from AI. How do you incorporate current and future developments into your analysis and decision-making, and do you have an answer to those critics?
Yeah, so by and large, those criticisms, as somebody on the inside, they just don't make sense, and I'll tell you why. Every FOMC participant writes down a forecast every quarter, right? The summary of economic projections, and that's the basis for how we think about the economy. So, and the other thing is, what an economic model can do is it can grind up all the data for the last number of years, 50 years, let's say, and it can identify what are the relationships between variables A, B, C, D, and all that kind of thing. And it can tell you if you change one of those variables, this is what should happen in the macroeconomy. That's just the way it works. However, the structure of the macroeconomy is constantly changing. For example, we hadn't had a pandemic in 100 years. It wasn't in the model. And we knew it from the very beginning. It was not in the model. A trade war of this scope, we'd never had that in 100 years. And so there's great uncertainty at different points. Another thing I'll say is, when it comes to, technological developments that raise potential output, some kind of technological revolution, like happened in the 90s here, and like maybe happening now with AI. We're all over that, and everyone studies those periods, and we're very clear-eyed about the possibility that this higher productivity may persist, and also that it may not. We're not. No one's sitting here unaware of the possibility of higher productivity. We've been talking about it for 3 years. It long predates the current situation. It's been going on for 5 or 6 years. We've had productivity higher. We've been talking about it that whole time. So it's very much on our minds, and we are well aware that higher productivity means higher potential output, and it changes the way you think about potentially inflation, growth, labor market, and all those things. That's all in our models. I mean, if it's just a question of using better models, bring them on. Where are they? We'll take them. But I think, we certainly are in contact with anybody who does economic modeling, and we're always looking to do better at that. But that's how I think about that.
And just a quick follow-up. We've been talking a lot about tariffs and passing through, and we've been talking a lot about them for the past few months. The trade landscape is still in a constant state of flux. Announcements, threats, negotiations, they're all frequently changing. So I'm wondering how you actually track these, what data or channels are most critical to follow this in real time.
Trade?
Yeah, the impact of tariffs and how they're changing.
Yeah, I think our staff has done a really nice job on that, and they've kind of put it together in real time. So as I mentioned, a tariff gets put in place, you can pretty much track its effects on pricing. and on everything. And so you build a model up from all of the tariffs. At the beginning, it was very much of a forecast. Now it's every cycle that goes by, it becomes more informed by actual data. And our forecasts were not far off. What changed was, as I think I said earlier, what was implemented was smaller than what was announced. In addition, we didn't see retaliation internationally, and I think people did generally expect that because we saw that in the past, and that really mattered too. And then the other thing is that pass-through didn't know how fast that was going to be to consumers, didn't know how much exporters would take, how much companies in the middle would take, and how much the consumer would take. And it turns out it's a lot of companies in the middle who, by the way, are pretty strongly committed to passing the rest of it through, which is one of the reasons why we need to keep our eye on inflation and not declare victory prematurely.
Thank you.
We're done?
We're done.
Okay.
There you go. That was Jerome Powell speaking after the Fed left interest rates unchanged. Certainly didn't sound like, oops, I have my my countdown clock still on. It certainly didn't sound like he was committing to one thing or another, right? So he was saying that they have their concerns about inflation being above 2%, which is the target. It's around 3%, they said, and they're going to keep an eye on inflation. And if, the way to lower inflation for them would be to raise interest rates, but they also they're going to keep an eye on the labor market as well and keep a watch on that. And if they have a weak labor market and they want to have more employment, then they could lower interest rates. But there was no. I didn't really hear a big hint one way or the other. Saying that there's going to be changes one way or the other. I mean, it was kind of like talking about how they thought they think, again, their concerns are the employment situation and the inflation rate. And right now, the concerns are kind of in balance now, it seems like. And so, basically it's wait and see what's going to happen with the data. But as of right now, he didn't suggest that we should expect a rate cut anytime soon. But he also said we're going to look at the data, So we'll see what you guys have to say. But I don't know that there was anything greatly different in that press conference than what was expected. If I go look at the stock market prices right now, the market has really not changed much since before the rate cut, since before the rates being held the same was announced, and since before he spoke. It's not a huge, maybe it's up a little bit, a slight bit, but the U.S. stock market is not that much, not that different. Hold on, I don't have my silence on. So we'll have to see what happens. For the most part, he did not answer questions about, the Trump administration criminal investigation of him and stuff. And I'm going to take some comments in a second. I just want to check something here. AZ Intel said there's a jet carrying 15 people that went missing near the Colombia-Venezuela border. That's what AZ Intel, who I follow, said. So I'll keep an eye on that as well. I don't have more information about that right now. That's what AZ Intel is saying. I have no information more about that. Thank you. Oh, Al Arabiya English posted it. Al Arabiya English said, commercial jet carrying 15 people has gone missing near Colombia's border with Venezuela. State airline Satina and aerospace authorities say. And then journalist Alfie Panels said that there were 19 people on board this plane. All right, so we'll keep an eye on that as well. What did you think of Jerome Powell's news conference? Gary Baines says, hopefully Trump posts about the press conference. When I last checked, Trump had not posted about the fact that the Fed did not lower interest rates and did not post about the press conference. I see no comment from Trump yet. I'm sure he would like interest rates to be lowered and not held the same. Ex-Hulgen Marizi said gold going up. Is that like in the last hour or two or just in general? It's been going up lately. Yeah, you know, it is interesting. I'm looking right here. It does look like gold has gone up a bit in the last couple hours from what I'm looking at. Looking at a couple charts right now. Hold on a second here. Yeah, it looks like the charts I'm seeing say that like since a couple hours ago it basically went up from like 52.75 to like 53.30 or something. Record highs for gold for 5,300 an ounce that I'm seeing. Annual Onaki Kev says that's because Jerome doesn't instill confidence in the economy. Mr. says it's a significant move for gold. Hey, by the way, thanks to Oren Quake for the membership. I appreciate that. Thanks William McGore for being a member. Thank you. Thanks Hebrew Jerusalem Prince, who says in December 2024, the labor market added 256,000 jobs. In December 25, only 50,000 jobs were added. A horrible performance. Thanks, Hebrew Jerusalem Prince. Something for your support. Something that Powell said is he pointed out that, so while he says that the labor supply has gone down since in Trump's second term because, immigration, right? There's way fewer people coming into the country. And that would increase labor supply, people looking for jobs. So he says, like, a question they look at is, well, if you have like a unemployment rate that's lower, but the amount of people working for work is lower, does that count as full employment? It's an interesting question. So, but it makes it a bit difficult to compare the labor market. He said that makes it difficult to assess the health of the labor market because the unemployment rate isn't just depending on hiring. It depends on how many people are looking for work, and there's fewer people looking for work now, which I thought was interesting. Our viewer Axlinger thinks fiat currency is collapsing. I haven't seen President Trump post anything on Truth Social about this news. And I'm just checking some other things people have sent me. Hang on one moment here. And, certainly today I'll be keeping an eye on other stories, and if there's other big news that emerges, that I can always do another stream today to cover other big news. I'm going to mention something in a second. Hey, look, guys, you guys were mentioning gold. Gold, you'll see it in a second. Hold on. That's the Federal Reserve right there. Gold tops 5,300 for first time. Markets digest Fed rate verdict. Reuters says gold prices climbed above $5,300 per ounce for the first time ever on Wednesday, propelled by economic and geopolitical uncertainty while markets absorbed the Federal Reserve's latest rate verdict. The Fed held interest rates steady, citing still elevated inflation alongside solid economic growth, but gave little indication in its latest policy statement of when interest rates might fall again. An independent metals trader said to Reuters, markets are just oscillating after the Fed statement. No suggestion that the Fed is in any hurry to move again. Gold, a safe haven asset that does not earn interest, typically performs well during periods of low interest rates. Because if it's high interest rates, then gold does not earn interest, so you'd be, in a sense, losing money from having your money. When you have money in gold, it's not getting interest rates, it could be getting somewhere else, which is a reason that it could perform better with low interest rates. That's just one reason. Gold, a safe haven asset that does not yield interest, typically performs well during periods of low rates, says Reuters. It has gained more than 20% since the start of the year, building on last year's record gains. I believe gold can also perform well when people are concerned about national currencies losing their value and inflation, because somebody might think, well, my gold will hold its value better. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just saying it's a view that some people have. Reuters says crypto group Tether plans to allocate 10 to 15% of its investment portfolio to physical gold, its CEO said. Anyways, a little bit of an update on gold right there. American Patriot said they made money off their silver purchase. Wotan the Scourge says gold looks like it's trying to fight its way to 5,400 today. Thanks, Berenico, for being a member. Eric Granlund says silver has gone up in 2026 so far, continuing a longer trend upwards. I believe silver is around record highs too. Am I correct? I'd have to look it up. I thought it was. Yeah, it's gone up a lot recently, though. Let's see here. Bob Swagger thinks gold goes up when the dollar goes down. Aliens Are Real thinks it's a good thing at this time. I have no what gold or silver will do. Let's see. John S. thinks China is buying gold or silver. Gold and silver. What do I think about Meta's earnings? That's beyond my purview. I'm not an expert on that stuff. All right, look. Yeah, by the way, AZ Intel posted something from the airline Satina that confirms Colombia State Airline of the country Colombia. They said there was a plane that's missing, a smaller plane. Looks like a prop plane. They said it's a Beechcraft plane that was transporting 13 passengers and 2 crew members. That's not good. All right. Well, we'll have to see, remember, Jerome Powell, his term is up in May. President Trump is soon expected to announce a replacement for Jerome Powell. But there's also question of whether senators will confirm that replacement, because a number of senators, including Republicans, have said that they're not going to confirm a replacement given the current Trump administration criminal investigation into Jerome Powell. There's also the whole Lisa Cook thing, which we didn't even talk about, which is a Supreme Court case on, I believe, centering around Trump's attempt to remove one of the current Fed board members. Yeah, as AP says, there is a current case in front of the Supreme Court invoking about Trump's attempt to remove Fed Governor Lisa Cook. In Wednesday, during oral arguments, the court seemed inclined to keep Cook in her job. Anyways, so there's a bunch of Fed news that we could be talking about in future months. One of our viewers said, gold price going crazy. I'm seeing a price of $53.60 right now. I'm looking at a chart that says 2 years ago gold price was $2,000 and now it's $53.60. Mexican Dan says $53.60 is crazy, bro. All right. Well, guys, a happy birthday to Sandra Lee, Harutonian Trinity. I think we've done what we came to do here. We came to cover the Fed interest rates announcement, which we did. They left interest rates unchanged. Oops. And also, we came to cover what Jerome Powell would have to say, which we did. You can rewind if you want to watch the press conference. And I will keep an eye. There's other stories going on today. I don't really want to get into them in depth right now. Keeping an eye on this story, which is that FBI searches Atlanta election office chasing 2020 vote fraud claims. The FBI searched an election office in Georgia's Fulton County.
Welcome back to Demo Jockeys. I'm Jack Cochran.
And I am Adam DiTomaso.
Adam, can you believe we're now going to be entering our third month, talking about our third book? It's already been 2 books already.
I know, third book. And it was a pretty good one. I'm happy with the third month.
Yeah, absolutely. So if you're listening to this and binging, we just are entering December right now. So that's why you're seeing sweaters, at least on me. You're seeing warm-blooded Adam wearing a T-shirt no matter the weather, even though I live in the much warmer climate than he does.
The frozen tundra of Rhode Island.
Yeah, exactly. But no, it's been a lot of fun. Had great conversations. If you missed old episodes, you can go back and watch them, just binge them. If you're trying to find out more information on all the different things about the podcast, demojockeys.com is where we've got the past books, the books we're going to be reading upcoming, and any other information about us, or get a hold of us, or let us know in the comments things you want us to talk about or read. We'd love the input.
Absolutely. Yeah. If you've got a good book, please put it in the comments. We'd be happy to check it out, and maybe we'll feature it, and maybe even you, on a future episode.
We'll at least give you the shout out if you give you the nothing else. We'll appreciate that. Our book for this month is the book Range by David Epstein. Fantastic book it's called Why Generalists Triumph in a Specialized World. This book, spoilers, has absolutely changed a lot of the ways I think about my career. It's not a career book. It's not a sales book. But my goodness, does it have great implications to what we do in pre-sales.
It's a life book. It really is. It gives you know what I got out of it when I first really started getting into it, and that was the way the book sets up is the story and then the lesson within the story. I really like that combination.
Yeah. It's fun to read a book that's getting you engrossed in stories. That's really all this book is. It's just various stories that kind of ties back to a point. That kind of tells the story of the most, like 80% story, 20% telling you why it told you that story. But you guess about halfway through the story why you're being told the story. You're like, I see what we're doing here. Yeah. And so it's very impactful. I think there's actually a good lesson in storytelling in the way that this book is telling its stories, Adam. Don't you think?
Oh, I would agree. It's funny, going back on our previous books and thinking about that. Yeah, it's using the story to provide a relative example and allowing the reader to actually picture themselves in that particular situation. The stories are generalized enough that we can all relate to them, but yet specific enough to a certain person that the example becomes intriguing, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. So we'll talk about that book shortly. For those of you who like to read ahead and get ahead of the next book, though, this is going to be our book for January, The 6 Habits of Highly Effective Sales Engineers by Chris White. Great book, getting back to an actual book on pre-sales. So we'll be doing that. So there'll be a link in the description, or you can find it on Amazon, I'm sure. We'll also link to it on our site if you want to go buy it. Read it, get ahead of it, keep up with the podcast, keep up with the show. It's kind of a book club after all. So
get ready for January. You got the time between Christmas and New Year's to read a few book chapters.
Yeah, absolutely. And you don't want to be that person showing up to the book club not having read the book. But I won't tell if you show up to the podcast not having read the book, but please, if you're listening, read the book. You're going to get a lot more out of it if you read the book for sure. But anyway. So Adam, range, why generalists triumph in a specialized world? What's this book about? Give me the synopsis. What's this book about?
Well, I think this book is about really the idea of being able to succeed in an area where you don't think you have the right to succeed in it or the capability to succeed in it. That's how I felt when this book made me feel like it gave me it gave me the idea that I could expand my career into different directions that may be more personable than professional.
Yeah. It gets into the concept that we've all heard the story of, everyone's probably actually heard this saying, in order to become an expert at something, you have to spend 10,000 hours doing it.
Right.
And then it cites Tiger Woods, and it cites grandmaster chess people. I don't even know what the chess people who spend 10,000 hours becoming a master at chess and say, well, see, that's the proof right there that in order to become good at something, you have to spend all your time doing only this one thing. Mm-hmm. The point that David makes very early and then expands upon throughout the whole book is the world isn't like golf or chess. It's much more chaotic than the structure you would receive from the repeated patterns you get in golf and chess and other things like that. It's much more wild, and it requires more of a broad, general set of skills than a really narrowly focused set of skills. In fact, going so far as to say you're better off being a generalist than a specialist if you want to succeed in most things in life.
I agree. I mean, that's a great comment. And what I got out of that personally was vindication. Mm. I consider myself a generalist in a lot of things. I mean, within my own area of expertise in technology, I am still considered a generalist because I never focused on one particular platform. I was never a coder. I never sat down and I wrote code. Oh, JavaScript. That's what I do. That's what I'm good at. That's not what I do. That's not what I'm good at. But I can write a couple of little things that do what I need to do, or at least give the idea to the specialist or to the gen that can then execute what I want and fill my generalist need, because I'm thinking of the project more holistically. Now, what also, from a personal standpoint, when I say vindication, it's interesting. I grew up with a father who was a generalist. He complete generalist in his job. And what he did was he ran a post office. He was a postmaster. And when you're a postmaster, you have to be part accountant, part mechanic, part mail sorter. You have to be able to do customer service, but you have to be able to do X, Y, and Z and all these things. So he was a generalist in every aspect of his role. In his personal life, he did generalist hobbies, but yet he was so focused on making sure that we were all specialists. My brother Matt was a specialist in education. My brother Tom was a specialist as a soldier. My sister is a specialist in nurse, and actually she's a specialist within that specialized field.
Yeah,
So-
that's how it goes, right? Yeah.
Right, and I was lucky enough that, I was the black sheep in the family. I didn't really necessarily find my way, and like, I'm going to major in this. I didn't necessarily know what I wanted to do at 18, and I kind of fell into my career almost in my 30s. So, but yet, from a success standpoint, I feel I've certainly been on par with my brothers and sister. Just where they are being that generalist.
Yeah. No, I feel the same thing as well. Like I could never pick what I wanted to do. I think I changed my degree in college like 5 or 6 times and it landed on theater arts because I just had run out of time to keep changing. But even then, I mean, nothing I was doing was necessarily all that, like something that I'm going, ooh, I couldn't find something where I'm like, I want to spend my entire life doing only this one thing. Right. Because that's not me. I couldn't possibly, I can't even do one hobby for more than like 3 years before I need to change my hobby. Much less a career, because I just enjoy changing and doing different things. And for the longest time, I felt like that's causing a detriment in my career, even though I've been successful. So have I been successful because I've been lucky, which was kind of, I don't know about you, I felt like maybe I've been successful in spite of myself, right? Up until recently. I thought, well, I just circumstances, not considering that, as I've been doing now, potentially the breadth of experience that I've been getting from the different jobs I've had, from the different industries I've been a part of, has led me to be great at the job I have right now, which is what I'm starting to feel, especially after reading the book.
I want to kind of dig into that a little bit. You just said something that kind of, I don't know. When I hear you say, was I lucky? I kind of don't believe in luck. And one of the things that I took from this book and in all the stories I've read is one particular one when we talk about a certain chapter later, is you were at the right place at the right time with the right generalist skill set to be able to take advantage of the situation you were in. Some people may, that's luck, Adam. No, well, luck is going to the casino and hitting $800 on a slot on 3 quarters.
Mm-hmm.
That's luck.
Yeah, that's luck, right? Yeah, but no, I see what you're saying. So like, it actually takes skill to be in the right place at the right time.
Yes,
that's what you're saying. There is some, unless if what you're saying is I was in the right place at the right time to be like, here's $1 million briefcase that I'm handing the next person that I see. Like, not that kind. I think you're meaning more of the work I did to position myself in the various pieces of my job to the point where when the job was available, I was the obvious person to get it. Right place, right time.
Yes, but you put yourself in that position to be there. If
Right,
that makes
exactly.
sense.
Yeah, no, I'm following you. I think you're right, because as I've looked back in my career, there's a lot of stuff where I would previously have called myself just lucky to get to where I've gotten, where I'm going, no, none of the experiences that I had were non-contributing to who I am as a professional now.
Right.
Everything I've done, even the things that seem very vastly different from what I'm doing now, has influenced how I approach people, how I approach customer service, how I approach communicating with people, how I approach anything. None of that is wasted. In fact, if I had been just in sales my whole career, I'd be missing out on the stuff that I did before I was in sales. And if I'd been in just, like I'm in MarTech right now, if I'd been in MarTech my whole career, I feel like I'd miss out on all the other industries I've been a part of as well that give me the breadth that I need to be successful in my role. And that's kind of what I think feel like the book's getting at, is all of those things kind of add to that right place at right time. But yeah, I would have previously called myself just lucky because I wasn't doing the thing I thought I needed to do, which was spend my entire life doing only one thing.
Right. That's a real interesting, spending your life doing one thing brings you to the term of practicing. And there's the argument that, or not the argument that say is, if you practice too much, are you taking away from your creativity? In particular, I'm referring to the book. I just feel like this is a good time to go into a little bit about the book and a little bit about chapter 3. I thought it was really interesting where when you read through it, you're looking at the idea of people who are specialists, like think of your classical music player, someone who's a virtuoso, plays violin. And the interesting thing is when they are judged based on their ability to read something, read a sheet of music and reproduce that exactly how it's supposed to sound, because their skill, their specialization, their expertise is in just doing that. Taking something and not their creativity is how creative they can reproduce something to be perfect, because the composer said this is exactly what I want you to do. On the other side of that spectrum is your jazz players, who, interestingly enough, if you give them a sheet of music, will be like, what is that? But
true. Yeah.
But they'll
I'm not doing that. That sounds
Right.
that. No, I'm not doing that.
I don't know how to read that. I know how to read like English, but not music. But they'll turn around and in a complete free way do something that they may never be able to do again. But it fits the moment. It fits the time. And who's to say which one's better or which one's worse or which one's, So I think that getting back to the idea of generalization and specialization, there's certainly reasons and areas for both. And I don't want to tell our listeners, you shouldn't be a specialist, you should be a generalist. I think that chapter kind of reminds us that, yes, you can still specialize, but also be a generalist and try to have a little bit of both worlds. That's another thing I got out of the book. It's not just about the direct idea of, you're not gonna do as well if you only do one thing. Yes, you can do well, but if you expand your horizons out and be able to kind of live in both worlds, you're certainly going to be able to cover a lot of ground.
Yeah, I did appreciate that about the book as well. I think the book leans very heavily towards generalist because it's fighting against the common misconception of how specialization is the only path to victory.
Right.
But one piece that is talked about that really leans into that is you have to ask yourself if the thing I'm trying to do, the ecosystem I'm trying to be a part of, is very structured. If so, specialization tends to work well in a more structured format. Right. So if you're an actuary, I don't think that being creative and bringing more generalized creative ways of being an actuary is probably a good idea. You probably want to specialize in that because there's some ways you do and don't want to mess with insurance and finance.
Right.
But if you are, say, a marketer, or let's say you work in supply chain, or something where bringing a different lens to something that you're doing can significantly improve, that's where I think generalists are really going to thrive and where you're going to potentially see some success compared to a really structured environment.
Right. I mean, to draw another crazy example, if I've got a heart problem, I want a heart surgeon.
Yeah. But even then, let's talk about sort of the doctors. You mentioned this with your sister who's a nurse.
Yep.
That the book actually gets into this a little bit too, that there's a good and bad with specialists and generalists in the medical field, because what you want, if you're getting heart surgery, you want someone who is specialized on exactly how that surgery is supposed to go. Kind of your classical musician, like don't improvise when you're going in there and doing surgery. Do the thing and get out, please.
Right, exactly like we told you to do it.
Do it exactly the way you're supposed to. Let's not get creative here. If you've got a disease that doesn't look like normal, I really don't in that case want a specialist. I want a doctor who's got has had the most breadth in their medical expertise, who can draw from all the things that they've seen to figure out what's wrong with me. The book actually talks about this, that the medical field actually is suffering from over-specialization and that people have a hard time drawing the conclusions they would otherwise see because they've gotten too focused and too specialized.
Right. They're only looking at one potential root of the problem.
Right. And I feel like, I don't know about you, but as I look at my job and I look at the roles that I've had, or I can put it this way, there have been times when I've been in my job for a long time and you feel like you're doing great and everyone around you feels like we're all walking the same path. Then you hire someone new to come in that's smart, that's bright, and they ask a question about a way you've been doing something, not in a mean way, but just in a, why do you do it like that? And you go, I don't know. never considered not doing it that way.
Everyone
You're
thought it was a
instantly
good
going,
idea.
yeah, you're sitting there going, well, we just became so specialized in our way of doing business that we hadn't considered the other experiences that this new person's bringing in.
Right.
I think it's important to make sure you're not overly specializing in your job, either in how you do things and your processes and how you communicate, how you go to market, whatever it is that you do, especially in sales, how you go to market. Is this the right thing to do? And getting that outside perspective, getting someone who's not just exactly like you. I've seen incredible benefit from kind of bringing the generalist to the table, so to speak.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the generalist will offer a broader view of the problem. And it's funny. I think about this with my recent activity. You know, I've made not necessarily the switch, but I've gone from pre-sales to post-sales. I'm in kind of a post-sales consulting type of role right now. And it's interesting. I had the perception for a long time in my career, up until about a year ago, that post-sales was very specialist, was full of specialists, was only specialists, and that's what they did. But I could not have been more wrong. And I learned a lot recently in a particular deal I was working where I was like, oh, wait a minute, my documentation skills are going to be important here. I have to write good documentation. My discovery skills are important because I've got to figure out the root of the problem and do a root cause analysis. My technical chops better be good because I got to go do. And I just noticed that I started going about, if you could imagine a scale, like a 10-inch scale, like 10 inches, whatever, one being the beginning, I was hitting threes on multiple areas and being very successful because when I needed to really go deep in certain topics like building a web schema or building a new data layer, I was able to rely on the specialist to help execute that.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. And I feel like that's the role post-sales, that's the same in pre-sales, right? We have to,
right.
There's always someone, I feel like, at the company who's going to know more than the pre-sales person about a very specific piece of your product, whatever you're selling or whatever service you're offering. There's going to be a better expert if you need that deep expert. But you need to have a very, not shallow, but you need to understand the breadth of the offering completely more than any specific feature as a pre-sales person even.
Right. And certainly you have to know the breadth of that feature, but you're not going to be deploying that feature either.
That's very true. There's something to be said about, that's actually a story. There was something that I was selling once where I never really was given a full understanding of the platform. And someone asked me my boss had asked me to run a proof of concept. And I looked at them and I said, I don't think you understand how little I know about this product. I wouldn't even know how to start doing that right now. They're like, but you've been selling it for a long time. I know. I was never taught how this actually works.
But I'm really good at demoing it.
I'm really good at helping you understand how you're gonna see value out of it. But that can be often very different from, as you know, deploying it, knowing how it actually is going to work with a customer. But
oh yeah,
I don't recommend that, but that can be the case. I don't recommend that. That was fun when I didn't have to sell that way anymore.
Yeah, times have changed.
Yeah, you often got to know a little bit more. So there's another concept that I wanted to chat about. This goes from chapter 9, where we're digging a little bit more deeply into this idea of career change.
Okay.
Or changing your specialization, which is something that I feel like a lot of us, and you a little bit, obviously going to post-sales, me, because I mid-career switched from customer side over to sales. I know I've talked to a lot of people that are looking at pre-sales as something they want to shift their career into. And every conversation I have with a lot of people, there is this a little bit of angst of, how can I be good at this job when there's so many people who've already been doing it for X number of years? Right? I'm never going to catch up. And the book actually talks about that. There's a story. In fact, the whole book is stories, by the way, which is fantastic. But there's a story that's being told about someone studying a specific field, and they got like halfway through their master's degree and learned that they were just hating it. They really didn't like it anymore. And when they went out and asked for advice, the advice that they were given was, well, you can't switch now because you've already got all this work you've put into this thing that you hate.
You're stuck there for the rest of your life.
Which if you think about it, and this is the quote. I actually want to read the quote because it's actually funny. People said, this is going to take too long because you have no fundamental knowledge. So they want to change to a different area. They said, this is going to take too long because you have no fundamental knowledge in this area, and you're going to be behind people who have already done their masters there. So this is what we hear. Like, how can I possibly be good at pre-sales because I'm behind everybody else?
Right.
So to clarify, this is then the author saying, the advice she received was to stick in an area she knew she didn't like because she had already started, even though she wasn't even that far in. It is the sunk cost fallacy embodied. And for me, I couldn't agree more, while at the same time I sat there going, oh my gosh, I feel like this has been my career up to this point where I felt like I can never make a change because I'm already this far in and I'm going to be behind if I change anything.
Yes. Like, am I too old to make that change and actually put a different direction onto my career?
Oh my gosh. I mean, the number one question that my teenage daughter has been asking me over the past 5 years is it too late, ... Which is funny because you think about a teenager, you're still at the very beginning of your life. Is it too late? I feel I've not, I haven't started learning how to code. If I want to get into coding, is it too late? I'm like, she asked me this question when she was 14, and I'm going, no, no, it's not too late to start learning how to code. Because the honest truth is, like, I'm over 40. I could decide I wanted to get into coding, go learn it, switch careers, and start doing it. And I feel, and what I've learned through reading the book is that, I'd be bringing into my coding experience the stuff I've learned over the past 10 years in sales. And in the time before that, in being on the customer side, doing all kinds of project work and project management and consulting. That would make me a better coder, right? I'd be a really unique coder. In fact, I could probably charge a premium because I'd be this really unique,
because you
weird
can do strategy
coder.
too. You can do all these cool things.
I wouldn't have the specialization of someone who's been coding for the past 40 years, but in fact, someone who's been coding the last 40 years probably still doing COBOL. So I don't know. If they haven't changed, they might not be that relevant. But
I took a class in that.
But I do feel like, of course you did. But I do feel like I'd be able to be unique in my field because of the experiences that I've got outside of the field that I could demand a premium for.
I agree with you. It's funny. I have to give this book to my wife because I need her to read it. Because I just had a realization. It's funny. Recently, my wife and I were talking. She has a very high pressure, high stress job. And like she's a nursing supervisor, and basically she's in charge of 5 guys that are armed. That's her little, I like to call them her posse, because they're the security team for the hospital. She's in charge of everything that you can imagine in a hospital. If something goes wrong, they go to her. She's also a certified disaster environment. I can't remember the acronym, but if bad things happen, they call her, along with police and fire. Yeah, that's what she does. Like, I do not want that job. Oh, I know, and she thrives on it.
I'm glad there are people that do.
Yeah, me too,
Just
Jack.
say that.
I brought her lunch one day, and armed guards like walking up to me, "What are you doing here on a Sunday at 7 o'clock?" I'm like, "I got a lunch for my wife." And she had to come down. She's like, "He's with me." And she's yelling at him and taking me down these stairwells and into places and hospitals you didn't know existed. And she gets a phone call, and the tone of her voice changed instantly to this authoritative tone. "I'll be there with this cart, XYZ, blah, 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 blah." I'm like, "I got to go. Follow the hall to the left or the right and go up." Oh, God, I hope I don't get lost. So I gave her lunch, and but the whole point of that story is our favorite show is Hell's Kitchen.
Oh,
and
yeah,
my
it's
wife,
a great show.
Oh, great show. She looks over at me and goes, no one on that show knows what stress is. She looks at like, oh my God, they didn't get a steak right. They're not going to die because someone got a steak wrong. And I laugh. I play it up. But the point of this story is she's thinking of making a career change. She's been doing healthcare and first responder healthcare for 25 years, starting out doing EMS stuff all the way up to running hospitals. Well, she's thinking about going back to culinary school because they want her to go get her master's and all this stuff. She's like, I'd rather go to culinary school. And then I want to be on Hell's Kitchen. And and I'm like, oh my God, yes, do it. Go to culinary school. Like, why not? And
imagine the expertise she'd be able to bring of the rigor and like very unique skill set that most people just starting out of, high school into culinary school would have no concept of discipline that she would have.
Oh
my
no.
gosh.
Or the stress and pressure. Like a stressful day for her is when like 3 people come in with a horrific accident, like horrible stuff. Rolls off, whatever. Get it done. Got to get it done.
I think if there's one group of people who could handle the stress of a kitchen, it's people who've handled a hospital. I look at myself knowing I would crumple. I would just crumble and die in about 5 minutes in a kitchen.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, no, I think it's stressful though to switch careers, but I do feel like we should start taking the stigma out of a career change.
Yes.
Because you're not abandoning what you've done, which is what we've all felt like and been told over. When you switch careers, you're just abandoning all that progress, which is certainly what I felt moving into sales until much later I realized, oh, that's actually becoming an asset. You're not abandoning what you've done before. You're bringing that with you as these are the bag of tricks that I've got. There's going to be some things in here which can be better than the tool you're going to tell me to use anyways.
Right.
And it's going to be fantastic.
Yeah. No, that's absolutely very true.
Yeah. I love it. No, well, yeah, buy her a copy of the book. Do not give it to her for Christmas. I've learned that giving unsolicited books for Christmas can often not lead well.
The funny thing is my wife's birthday is in a couple of days, and I'm staring at the book that I'm actually giving her. It's a cook.
Well,
it's a cookbook.
I mean, if you know it's a book they're going to want versus saying, here's a gift, here's a book I want you to read. Okay. I've received a couple of those books over the years, not from anyone I'm related to or anyone who'd even know to listen to the show, and where I'm like, great, I don't read this genre, and I've never shown interest in this. But you open the book and they start talking to you about how the book changed their life, and you're like, oh, it's one of these gifts. God.
Okay. Funny thing, once one of my buddies, Hollis, gave me a book. It was One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, and I said, what does that say?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's an interesting book to receive as a gift. 1984, can throw that in there.
Yeah. Give me a Lord of the Rings. I'd be happy.
I mean, just there's you have to know the person, right? You have to know the person.
Right.
I think giving a cookbook to someone who's considering culinary school, there you go, right? Before we go, though, Adam, I do want to take a quick stop in the demo zone. So what have you got for us today in the demo zone?
The demo zone. So what we're going to talk about today is a real simple idea, and it's a lesson I've learned very recently, or relearned, I like to say, and that is patience. Patience. You have to really, and why is that important in a pre-sales perspective? Well, or in really any type of sales perspective. There's going to be situations when you're working with clients where, I'll give you an example, they're going to ask the same question about 8 times. And they're going to ask that same question 8 different ways because they're trying to get to a particular answer, or they want you to answer in a certain way that will satisfy a requirement or a thought that they're having. That's where you have to use your patience, because you can get frustrated, particularly if these are repeat questions, and even from a post-sales perspective, just general customer interactions, that you can provide answers that will not be consumed and then asked about again. And then you can provide those answers again, and they can be consumed, then not be consumed. Then you have to provide them again. And on the third time, they may actually even finally get consumed. And that person may, well, why didn't you tell me this earlier? That's when you got to have your patience.
A little bit of patience.
Yeah. So really, I mean, this is more of a simple one, or just a basic idea, but I think it's something important that every SC knows is know what frustrates you and learn how to have patience around those particular situations. And the reason why is because the more you can control your emotion, the better your response will be in that scenario.
Yeah, that's great. I appreciate it. definitely something to keep in mind as you have. I've certainly had those frustrating clients as well. So thank you, Adam, for that trip to the demo zone. Reminder, if you want to get ahead for next month, pick up 6 Habits of Highly Effective Sales Engineers by Chris White for next month. But between now and then, pick up Range, read it, and we'll see you guys next week.
See you
Thank
next time.
Bye.
Du lyssnar på Dekonstruktiv kritiks julkalender. Jag är Aron Flam. Idag ska vi se vem eller vad som döljer sig bakom lucka 1. Nämen, vad är det för stilig kar i skägg och kilt som gästade det allra första DK-avsnittet någonsin?
Kulturradikal är ett vackert tjänsteord. Jag tror du och jag båda är kulturradikaler.
Är det så?
Vi håller oss i den kulturella sfären för vi vet att den påverkar allting annat. Och där trivs vi och där gillar vi att spränga gränser. Det är vårt jobb att göra det. Det är vår gen. Vi ska göra det.
Ja, men det är så tärande, Alex.
Det finns inget alternativ. Det vore ännu mer tärande att inte göra det.
Ja, jag tror inte jag skulle kunna leva med det alternativet. Det är därför vi sitter här nu.
Ja.
Så jag tänkte att jag skulle starta en egen podd i alla fall.
Tycker jag är en lysande idé. Jag tackade jag med en gång när det blev med att vara med.
Ja, och du var den första jag kom att tänka på som jag ville ha med. Du är Alexander Bard. Jag kanske borde presentera dig ordentligt. När jag
du
var...
är Aron Flam.
Det är korrekt. Ja.
Vi har sådana där namn där man säger både för- och efternamnet. Det ger en viss tyngd åt namn.
Eller hur?
Det är bara kungligheter som är tunga fast de bara är förnamn. Silvia, Victoria, Carl Gustav, liksom så här. Men annars ska man ha både för- och efternamn.
Men Bard är ett så vackert efternamn.
Alexander Bard låter rätt hårt alltså. Bestämt.
Det låter storslaget och vackert. Alexander
Betong.
för mig är storslaget. Och Bard, ja, Bard är ju liksom en bard.
Och det är samtidigt inte adligt, det är något sånt där fånigt gammalt på något sätt överhuvudtaget. Det skulle kunna vara Ayn Rand, skulle kunna ha en figur som heter Alexander Bard.
Ja, och Ayn Rand är också ett namn som jag misstänker kanske. Jag tänkte att det kanske skulle dyka upp mycket senare.
Jag är inte randian, hon
Nej.
är en usel filosof, men hon är däremot en väldigt intressant författare. Ayn Rand. Om du skulle komma in på det.
Ja, det är många
Jag
som
dras med liberal.
många i generationerna under mig som tycker det. Hon har verkligen slagit igenom där.
Ja, jag dras med liberalstämpel som förmodligen hänför till en enda sak jag gjorde. Jag råkade bli omslagspojke på tidningen Nyliberalen på 1990-talet.
Just
en gång.
det. Ja.
Och sen klätade sig fast. Och sen kan folk i Sverige inte hålla isär liberal från frihetlig, vilket är 2 helt olika saker. Man kan vara frihetlig socialist, man kan vara frihetlig kommunist, man kan vara självklart frihetlig anarkist. Man kan vara frihetlig vad som helst som prefix och sen ha en annan ideologi som man tror kommer leda till mer frihet för enskilda människor.
Jag ser ju Ayn Rand lite som Nietzsche for dummies. Eller det är liksom Nietzsche light.
Väldigt Nietzsche-light, ja. Det är ett fundamentalt missförstånd av Nietzsches grund.
Precis.
Ja.
Fast
jag är stark och tuff och jag ska få göra vad jag vill. Väldigt nördigt. Väldigt Harry Potter egentligen, Ayn Rand.
Ja, det var nog det som jag fastnade för hos Nietzsche när jag var typ 13 kanske. Och det här var också samtidigt som jag stötte på dig. Därför att jag hade bestämt mig för att med de pengar jag skulle få i bar mitzvah-present så skulle jag köpa en stereo. Kan inget om ljud, var inte speciellt intresserad egentligen. Jag är en ren estet, så det blev en Kenwood med så här matt, svart, mjuka former. Jag vet inte ens om den var bra. Och i bar mitzvah-present så fick jag utöver pengar till den stereon också av min fars kollega. För min far hade väl sagt att jag skulle köpa en stereo, så hade kollegan gått och köpt en trippel-CD med alla svenska fågelljud. Och det här var jag som 13-åring inte så intresserad av. Så jag gick och bytte den här plattan, den här trippel-CD mot 3 CD-skivor. Enigma, Bart Simpson Sing the Blues och Army of Lovers, Massive Luxury Overdose.
Där ser du. Ja, det är bra.
Som blev nog den jag lyssnade på mest av dem också. Jag vet inte riktigt varför. Men sen har vi stött på varandra igen i olika sammanhang.
Ja, det har vi.
Vi har badat med varandra vid minst 2 tillfällen.
Ja, det har vi gjort.
Ja, det är väl bara så att vi hela tiden korsar varandras väg.
Ja, och kommer förmodligen göra det mer i framtiden.
Ja, det ser ju så ut.
Det är väldigt sannolikt i alla fall.
Eftersom jag har bjudit in dig hit. Och att du tog upp Ayn Rand och sen att det blev Nietzsche så snabbt var ju också jättebra. För du sa i vår mejlkonversation när jag bjöd in dig att du höll på att bli freudian.
Eller jag är freudian, har varit hela tiden. Freud är fantastisk. Och jag håller på att jobba med Freud nu därför att jag och Jan Söderqvist ska skriva vår 5:e bok nu och vi kommer utgå från Freud. Den gamle Freud. Filosofer är oftast bäst när de är gamla. Och det var i 70-årsåldern som Sigmund Freud skrev den här briljanta boken Varför vi vantrivs i kulturen. Och vi kommer väl antagligen göra något slags Varför vi vantrivs i den digitala kulturen. Det skulle passa med Jan Söderqvist alldeles utmärkt.
Ja.
Så att vi reser världen runt och så skriver en bok om alla de stora kollektiva livslögnerna i vår tid.
Det låter fantastiskt.
Väldigt brutalt kommer det bli. Det kommer bli den brutalaste boken vi har skrivit. Absolut. Nu tänker jag vara rå.
Och vilka är då de stora livslögnerna?
Det håller vi på att undersöka. Så
hur länge har ni hållit på med det här än så länge?
Boken är klar. Det är alltid omöjligt. Alltså det är nästan omöjligt att prata om en bok innan man har skrivit den. För att fokuset kan ju förflyttas under den här skrivprocessen.
Varför gör du sånt här, Alex?
Jag älskar att skriva. Och jag visste när jag var 7 år gammal att jag skulle bli författare. Jag ville inte bli skönlitterär författare. Jag ville skriva filosofi. Och den första insikten när jag var liten pojke var självklart att jag fattar ju det här som ingen fattar. Jag kan läsa Kant, jag kan läsa Hume, jag kan läsa Hegel, jag kan läsa Nietzsche. Jag förstår vad gubben håller på med. Så den första känslan var självklart att jag är intelligent, jag förstår ju det här. Det gör väldigt få. Sen kommer då den stora besvikelsen. Och det är när man inser att filosof blir man ju inte förrän man har något nytt att säga. För det är en konstform. Du kan ju inte kopiera någonting, då blir det bara filosofilärare och det vill jag inte bli.
Men kan jag inte liksom plocka en del av en teori här och en del av en teori där och sätta ihop dem till en ny teori?
Nej, det har de förmodligen redan gjort om de är så klipska som de är, så det kan du glömma med en gång. Och då ställs det inför det här faktumet att filosofi är någonting som opererar över så långa tidsrymder att du kan ju mycket väl inse att du lever i en epok där det inte går att säga någonting nytt. Det finns ingenting nytt att säga om sakernas tillstånd. Det som ska sägas är sagt redan.
Jag har känt så i många år. Så har jag känt i många år.
Ja, och då accepterade jag det ödet. Och jag tror också att när jag pluggade nationalekonomi och när jag höll på med konst när jag var ung och så småningom när jag gick in i musikbranschen och gjorde karriär där, så var det nog en grundläggande övertygelse om att det kommer inte dyka upp någonting under min livstid som jag kan säga någonting nytt om. Så att jag får skippa det där med filosofin. Det är liksom skit i det. Sen på 90-talet kom ju det digitala. Och internet är ju någonting som Nietzsche, Hume och Kant aldrig kunde haft en åsikt om. För de kunde inte förutse det och det förändrar spelreglerna. Det förändrar människosynen, det förändrar världsbilden, det förändrar absolut allting. Det är en av de 4 stora revolutionerna i mänsklighetens historia som gör det nödvändigt för oss att se världen på ett nytt sätt. Och voilà, där har vi någonting för Alexander Bard att göra. 98 så sålde Ola Håkansson och jag Stockholm Records. Och Kjell Nordström satt i styrelsen på Stockholm Records och ringde mig och bad mig komma till Handelshögskolan och börja forska om och ta hand om det digitala. Det gjorde ingen än. Och då såg jag min chans. Och då väcktes tanken att skriva böcker. Jag träffade Jan Söderqvist året efter. Vi var en perfekt match för varandra att filosofera och skriva ihop.
Det är svårt att veta om man ska vara imponerad eller avundsjuk.
Nej, det är inte så mycket att vara imponerad av. Det jag beskriver är ju bara en lång serie slumper. Det var det. Att jag råkar vara född i tidsålder där någonting radikalt nytt händer som det går att skriva någonting om. Jag råkar träffa Jan Söderqvist. Jag råkar ha Kjell Nordström på telefonen. Jag råkar ha ett skivbolag i ryggen som jag har tjänat bra med pengar på så att jag är fri att göra vad jag vill. Det är slumper hela vägen. Det är livet. Livet består av slumper. Och sen började jag skriva. År 2000 kom första boken och sen har ju det tagit över mer och mer mitt liv. Och för ett par år sedan äntligen så sa jag hej då till musikbranschen och la ner det och kan ägna mig åt filosofi på heltid.
Så tror du på synkronicitet?
Vad menar du med det?
Vad jag menar är att om allt är slump och sen så kan det ibland uppstå mönster i slumpen av ren slump.
Ja, det kan absolut.
Som att vi stöter på varandra.
Det är ju universum i sig ett bevis på. Det gör det ju uppenbarligen. Universum är självorganiserande. Och det är ingen förutskriven naturlag som fanns innan universum fanns. Det finns inga lagar för universum. Det vi uppfattar som lagar är inte lagar alls. Det är bara beteendemönster i tillvaron som uppstår helt plötsligt. Och så finns de där och de reinforcerar sig själva så att säga.
Det är där min tröstlöshet kommer in. Därför att även om det dyker upp något nytt så tror jag att jag har förlorat hoppet för länge sedan, när jag var väldigt liten tror jag, på att vi ska kunna förstå det på ett nytt sätt. Alltså även om vi stöter på något nytt så förstår vi det på ett gammalt sätt. Får jag ta ett exempel? Det är från,
det här kallas modeller, det du pratar om.
Ja, precis.
Hur vi bygger modeller.
Ja, verklighetsstruktur. Ja. Så tar vi meningen ur Adams revben skapade Gud kvinnan. Och sen så jämför vi det med meningen ur den encelliga organismen skapade evolutionen, den tvåcelliga organismen.
Eller den tvåcelliga organismen uppstod helt plötsligt av en slump.
Skulle man kunna säga, ja. men oavsett vad som hände så liksom sättet vi förstår det på när vi liksom tar till oss den kunskapen är fortfarande på något sätt samma myt.
Nej, det finns skillnader i kvalitet mellan fantasier. Det är fantasier alltihopa och det är berättelser. Men det finns skillnader i kvalitet mellan dem. Och skillnaden i kvalitet mellan två fantasier är när du tar med dig den fantasin går ut genom dörren. Vissa fantasier gör att du går rakt in i väggen. Andra fantasier gör att du ser väggen och kan undvika den. Då är den andra fantasin högre kvalitativt än den andra. Det finns alltså skillnad i sanningsgrad mellan olika statements människor gör. Det är inte så att vi lever i ett relativt universum där alla statements är lika mycket värda. En kärring som kommer in i dörren och vill säga att den krängar dig en hög kristaller som ska lösa den problemet är dum i huvudet av en anledning. Sanningskvaliteten i hennes tro är mycket, mycket lägre än om jag skickar dig till en psykoanalytiker eller en psykiatriker istället med dina problem. Så är det bara. Det vet jag av historisk erfarenhet. Och jag vidmakthåller att jag är intresserad av sanning som koncept. Och även om vi aldrig kommer åt sanningen med stort S någonsin så kommer vi närmare den i olika processer. Det gör vi absolut.
Jag hoppas att du har rätt. Jag har gått i psykoanalys freudiansk nu i 3,5 år tror jag. Det där att sitta där och beklaga mig över att det inte finns någon sanning med stort S, det har gått åt jävligt mycket tid till det.
Det är ju i sig en sanning.
Ja.
Nu ska jag använda Hegel mot Freud. Ja. Och säga att Hegel skulle göra det läget att bara skratta och säga att om du säger att det inte finns någon sanning har du just gjort ett statement som hävdar att det är en sanning. Du kan inte undvika att göra statements som förutsätter att de är sanna eller falska. Det går inte. Språket är konstruerat så. Och det är Hegels stora insikt att vi kommer inte runt det. Du lägger det bara på metanivå istället och så sitter du egentligen bergfast övertygad i alla fall. Och en bergfast övertygad tro om hur saker och ting förhåller sig, det har du. Bara så du gillar det inte.
Tyvärr. Alltså verkligen.
Därför Lacan är briljant i psykoanalysens värld. För Lacan blandade Freud med Hegel. Vet du det?
Tack så mycket.
Ja.
Tack för att du lyssnar på Dekonstruktiv kritik. Jag är Aron Flam. Vill du stötta Dekonstruktiv kritiks arbete och det vill du så kan du göra det på patreon.com/aronflam, patreon.com/aronflam i ett ord, via PayPal med Bitcoin eller på Swish 0768 94 3737. 0768 94 3737. Du kan och bör också köpa boken Det här är en svensk tiger och boken Älskade public service som jag skrivit tillsammans med Jens Ganman. Till nästa lucka, det vill säga imorgon, ha en god tidsenhet.
Woo! What's good, Patreons? I don't know if I ever make this video for YouTube. So if you ever watching this on YouTube, it's probably been on Patreon for a long time.
So welcome back, everybody, and thanks for joining us today with a conversation with Martin Wolf. Martin, welcome back. It's glad to have you here.
Pleasure to be with you.
Thanks. Today we will talk about Martin's recent book, The Crisis of Democratic Capitalism, and we will learn more about this topic. So before I give the floor to Martin, let me give a few opening remarks, and then we will talk more about more details. So one question is, is the middle class key for democratic capitalism? And the argument is essentially what we'll make is that the middle class, each individual member cannot really manipulate the democracy, so they care to maintain democracy, while oligarchs will actually, manipulate the democracy or the society directly because they have more power. So that's why it's important to have the middle class. And it's also important that they have a fair share, so the inequalities is kept. And there's a saying which some middle-income countries say, we are a middle-income country without a middle class. Or perhaps it's more true that perhaps there's a reason for that the middle-income countries is because they don't have a middle class, and the middle class might push up a country further. That's a hypothesis. Another argument is that, there's a fair shot. Instead of having a fair share, you should have a fair shot. And so in terms of social mobility, there should be the potential to move up to the upper class. But this also means if some people move up, others move down. So there's a status anxiety. So do we want to have a lot of social mobility, but it also leads to some status anxiety? Or we want something where, we have some not so much resilience inequality. That means when you face a negative shock and you move down, you can bounce back easily. So there's this bouncing back. So there's no inequality who is able to bounce back and who is not able to bounce back. But more generally, there's the question also and often argued that capitalism actually needs growth. Without growth, there can be no capitalism. And Bob Solow gave a famous podcast recently where he said, no, that's not really needed. So for an economy to work, you don't really need growth. You can just think of a totally stationary economy where nothing is changing. Everything is just done every year the same way. There's the same output, same products, no innovation. There's only a glitch if people suddenly want to save more, then the government has to intervene, but this can be handled as well. In particular, if you hit the zero lower bound issues. But the bigger challenge, in his opinion, is the social mobility. If you have a very stationary economy, then nobody can move up and nobody will move down. And if somebody moves up and somebody else has to move down, it's a zero-sum game. And that actually calls for a design of the zero-sum game, which is very tricky, and it, again, might lead to the status anxiety. So if the economy is growing as a whole, then even if you move down in relative ranks, in absolute terms, you might still move up, and that might make the society more stable. The second question is, so I throw just out a number of questions. The second one is, when we talk about democratic capitalism, there's democracy and capitalism, but what's about the third pillar of a liberal society, the rule of law? So that to protect essentially each individual citizen from the arbitrariness of the government or the majority, but the whole thing of the rule of law started, of course, with the Glorious Revolution, 1688 in the United Kingdom. And what role the social norms play for tolerance, that the majority essentially is not ruling everything, and how to balance these three elements all together. Now, another question is, what's the role of trust and technology? Do the citizens trust the democratic society because it has fair rules and social norms are designed this way? And is the trust of the government in its citizens? So if the government takes on all the control and wants to design everything and doesn't outsource some decision-making to the citizens, then you could call this as a lack of trust by the government into its own citizens. And of course, new technologies might limit what individual freedoms citizens have because of surveillance technologies and other elements. Another thing is, trust is also related to property rights. So capitalism needs property rights to overcome frictions that it can trade, essentially contingent trade, pollution property rights, or whatever property rights you have. This can be legally enforced through the government or the legal system. But these days, it can also be technologically enforced. You can just have very good fences. You don't need somebody to enforce it legally, or through digital fences in form of crypto technologies. And there might be a shift how much legal enforcement of property rights we need, given we might have more technological ways to enforce property rights. Finally, there might also be a tension because democracies are essentially nationally, while more of our problems become more and more international challenges. So we have spillovers across the globe, we have global public goods, everything what the society is challenged, everybody's challenged from global aspects. Historically, you might think, what mattered to me in my life is mostly within the country or in my own region. Now what matters, if somebody does something in a different continent, it has huge implications on me as well, while we have the governance structure from nation to nation. Is this because potentially democracies are challenged because the democracies are still set up in form of national boundaries? But you could also argue, okay, the same would be true also for autocracies. They also focused very much on national boundaries. So I'm very grateful to all of you for submitting the questions, for the poll questions. And the first poll question was, is being part of a democracy, is this part of your core identity or not? And not really, 5% really said. And people said, yes, that's part of my core identity, 62% said. And the third part is yes, and then also actively contribute to this core identity. That's 33%. So essentially 95% say it's really part of the core identity, which is, encouraging, let's put it this way. The second question was about economic growth, and you could pick more than one answer. Do you think capitalism needs growth or not? That's what 53% thought. Does democracy need growth in order to get away from zero-sum games complications? 57% thought this way. And or both can survive without growth, that's only 29% thought this way. And finally, I didn't mention this complexity. People might argue that we live through this huge shift or huge transformation. We have, the green transformation, we have artificial intelligence, a lot of challenges, and social norms will change in the upcoming years, and people feel anxiety and uncertainty about this. Is this the reason that, complexity leads to populism or not? So the complexity people thought 68% thought that's the case. And 32% thought, no, the world was always complex. It's not really more complex than it was earlier. So with this poll questions, I would like to conclude my opening remarks, and then I pass on the mic to Martin, who tells us more about the challenges we are facing, and hopefully we can overcome the crisis of democratic capitalism. Martin, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It's wonderful to be talking with you, and it's also quite daunting. This is, I think, an immensely important topic and also a very difficult one. But I was very encouraged to see that 95% of the audience agree this is quite an important issue, and that they identify as convinced Democrats. I would have hoped that would be the case, I must say. And I'm wondering about the other 5%, but I will leave that aside. It's a great honor and a pleasure, and I will start. And I hope that you will be able to see my presentation. Well, it looks as though you can. So let me start at once. So I'm going to start with the book, which has already been shown in the American version, and then I will start with a wait a second, why is it continuing? I will continue. I will start then with some quotations, which I think set out a sort of fairly important part of my argument in making this book. And the first quotation is from, I suppose, one of the two fathers of political science, the other one being Plato with his Republic, that is Aristotle. And he wrote this in his Politics, and it's his answer to Marcus's question at the beginning. It is clear then that the best partnership in a state is the one which operates through the middle people, by which he meant the middle class, and also that those states in which the middle class or middle element is large and stronger, if possible, than the other two together, by which he meant the very rich and the very poor, or any rate stronger than either of them alone, have every chance of having a well-run democratic constitution. This is the basic argument for the idea that you need middle people who are independent and are sufficiently able to take views of their own, but recognize that only together can they have weight. That is what you need. That's what you need for a democracy. Otherwise, you have a problem. I hope that I can move on. The second quotation is very, very much more recent and very, very different. It comes from Donald Trump, of course, who said in the 4th of March, 2023, in 2016, I declared, I am your voice. Today I add, I'm your warrior, I'm your justice, and for those who have been wronged and betrayed, I am your retribution. And I think that's a pretty clear statement of a view of politics, which terrifies the wits out of me. I don't know what you all feel about it, but it seems to me a pretty clear sort of program for government. And the last quotation is a very short one, and it is in a way the motto of my book, if you like. And it comes from the Temple of Delphi in Apollo's temple in Delphi, and it is a very famous Greek saying, it's mer than a gun, which means nothing in excess. That is to say, the way I take this is that a complex civilized society based on democracy and the market, I'll come to this in a moment, requires a balance between different elements. And if one dominates the other, either democracy dominates the economy, or the market economy dominates politics, you will not have democratic capitalism, which is essentially a system based on the idea of balance. Now, this talk is based on my book, as I've mentioned, The Crisis of Democratic Capitalism, which was published in February. Now, I don't know whether it's to my shame or not, but I started work on this book in 2016. It took a long time. And it was, of course, started, or at least planned, in the summer after Trump won the nomination for the US presidency and Boris Johnson won his Brexit referendum. And it was pretty clear that something, to me, was very big and somewhat unexpected. Not completely unexpected, because I prefigured this to some degree in my earlier book, The Shifts and the Shocks, which was about the financial crisis. I suggested that this could lead to big upheavals in politics, but I was surprised how quickly and how big they were. It took me quite a long time to sort out what I thought, and it's still very much a work in process in my mind, because I was basically required to think about political economy in a way I had not done since my days as an undergraduate in Oxford. Now, I think I should be clear sort of what the personal motivation is. I think this sort of thing is quite personal. It's not just analytical, not for me anyway. This is very much sort of a book written with the hope that it would influence the future, though it probably won't. And I wrote this in my preface, and I think it's of some interest. So in 1937, my father left Vienna for England, and he did so on his own. His immediate family managed by a miracle to escape to Palestine in 1939. You can work out where they are now. Their wider family remained in Poland, and apart from one young woman whom I got to know quite well, they all perished in the Holocaust. In May 1940, my mother's family, a self-made Jewish fish merchant, hijacked a trawler in order to take his family to England. As German armies poured across the Dutch frontier, he was one of 9. He asked all his brothers and sisters to join him with their families. None came. Their families also all perished in the Holocaust. I'm not certain of these numbers, but roughly between 40 and 50 of my parents, aunts, uncles, and cousins were slaughtered. And this reality has, of course, shadowed my life from the beginning. And this event was, of course, the result of the collapse of civilization in Europe. There were many reasons for that collapse, but in my view, and I explain why I hold this view, crucial among them was economic failure and, above all, the Great Depression. It was that event which was, as it were, the trigger for bringing Hitler to power. And I concluded, and it's a complicated thing to work out precisely what we mean, but if people cannot gain a decent standard of living and a reasonably stable position in society, both relatively and absolutely, a peaceful and stable democratic order becomes hard, if not impossible, to sustain. And that's why the theme of this book, which I began as Donald Trump became president of the US and the Brexit campaign won in my country, sees me. I am to be clear, not saying that what happened then will happen again, at least not precisely, but I'm saying that one cannot assume the stability of a civilized democracy. So with that, let me turn to what political scientists call the democratic recession, where we are now. Remember this, in a liberal democracy, a democracy characterized by individual civil rights, the rule of law, and respect for both the rights of the losers and the legitimacy of the winners, that's what I think of as a liberal democracy, fair elections determine who holds power. Attempts by a head of government and state to subvert the election or overturn the votes are, in my view, treasonous. Yet that is quite clearly, in my view, what Donald Trump attempted to do both before and after the last presidential elections. He failed, of course. Decent and brave people ensured that. But to this day, Trump continues to hold the absolute loyalty of his party's base. And of course, as we know, as things stand today, he could very well be the next president of the United States. So let me just give me, before I continue with that, I should have said this. This is the outline of what I got to say. I apologize that I didn't show you that before. Sorry. So I've just discussed what motivated me to write the book. I'm now talking about the democratic recession. Now I'm going to talk about, then I'm going to talk about how democratic capitalism was born, the state of high-income democracies today, where democratic capitalism fits into the world, and I'm going to finally conclude with, is it already too late to save democratic capitalism? I apologize, I didn't say this before. Oh dear. So let's talk about the democratic recession, and I've already just mentioned Trump. So here is my first chart, and it shows it actually comes from a column of mine, the state of public opinion in the United States on what happened in the last election. And the key point is that the perception of the legitimacy of the election, which is, as I've said, the most fundamental attribute of the democratic system, that fair elections create legitimate winners and losers, which both sides accept, that the view of what happened in the last election is stupendously polarized, with roughly 70% of Republicans continuing to claim that the election was a fraud and therefore Joe Biden is a legitimate president, and essentially zero Democrats having the same view, and with the independents and the totals converging around 30%, thinking it's illegitimate. So this is a real, it seems to me, a sort of knife in the heart of the legitimacy of the democratic system within the world's most important democracy. I don't think there's can be any real doubt.
Do you think it's a specific US phenomenon? There's nothing like this in the UK or...
No, this is very interesting. As far as I can see, and I haven't looked at this rigorously, but I haven't been able to find any case, any country, at least a significant country, where the doubt about the legitimacy of a core election was so fundamental. For example, to take a pretty contentious election in Britain, the referendum on Brexit, nobody has questioned, to my knowledge, the legitimacy of the outcome. There's a little bit talk of voter fraud here, but it's incomparably different from the American situation. There have been very vexed elections recently in, for instance, Spain and the Netherlands. But again, I don't detect any sign, at least from my knowledge, that people are saying the whole process is corrupt. And that's pretty significant, to put it mildly. Sorry, I must go back. Sorry, I need to go back. Ooh, okay. This is a very recent statement of job approval and disapproval over Biden. And while I'm certainly not sure what the outcome will be, we can safely say that the president is not currently very popular. He's not been very popular for a very long time. I don't have time to go into why. And that certainly makes it a realistic proposition that Mr. Trump will be the next president of the United States with unknowable consequences, but clearly ones that, given the history I've just discussed, and I could of course discuss many other things, are very, very significant. We should add, in addition, when we think about the politics of the Republican Party, that, of course, people, Liz Cheney was probably the most famous case, who was about as conservative as you can imagine, was thrown overboard because she made her for the great crime of stating that Trump's big lie, that the outcome of the election was a big lie, is itself a big lie. So basically, the fate of those who have denied what Trump has claimed has been pretty grim. Basically, they've all been driven out of the party, and that's why the party, it remains essentially, as far as I can see, at his feet. Now, one has to stress this: a democracy in which people take their perception of reality from their leader on, and there are other examples here, but this is the most important, is a pretty sick democracy. One would have to agree, it seems to me, that democracy has some pretty fundamental moral underpinnings if it's going to survive. That we are all citizens, we all share the duties and rights of citizenship, we govern through debate, we argue at least reasonably honestly based on what we understand to be the truth. And with these values gone, how do you decide who is legitimate other than with violence? With that, let me then go on to the next chart, which is really fascinating, it seems to me, because it goes into this question of how people see reality, again in the United States, because the situation, is so strong. So these are charts I've taken from one of my colleagues, again, very recent, which show the divergence, cyclical, the electorally connected divergence between the perceptions of economic reality of Republicans and Democrats over their overall consumer sentiment. Is it a good time to make a big purchases? The 12-month outlook for business conditions and the outlook for their own families' finances. And what is, I think, fascinating is how Republicans are very optimistic when they've got a Republican president, and they're very, very pessimistic when there's a Democratic president, and pretty well vice versa. The only thing where this doesn't seem to apply, which I find intriguing, is whether it's a good time to make big purchases. Maybe the money involved is so large that people actually approach reality then. I don't quite know what to make of it. But it's clear that the very sense people have of the reality has been affected by partisanship to a quite extraordinary degree. Now, let me move on.
And this was much less pronounced in earlier decades?
Sorry? Yes, again, I've never seen anything as striking as that for other countries. Again, I'm not saying there isn't some of it, but that my colleague looked at this for the US precisely in detail because it was so amazing, or at least it seemed to me amazing. Now, let me just move on. While the US is an extreme case in some of the in the points I've just made about the role of President Trump, his claims about the election, the support he's getting, and the partisanship, it is true that the Democratic recession, so-called, is quite worldwide. It's not just unique to it, to the US. Larry Diamond noted this concept of the democratic recession more than 1.5 decades ago, and Freedom House has talked about that in all its reports, really, in the last 15, 16 years. Well-known think tank on democracy. And what it concludes is that we can see very large declines in many democracies. Most of them are the fragile democracies that emerged after the Cold War, but there have been very significant declines in Freedom House rankings in the functioning of democracy in two particularly important democracies. The US is one, I'm just going to show you this from their perspective, and the other, which is, I think, also globally very important given its size and potential economically, is India. So let me just tell you here. So these are the countries which have shown the largest declines, and this is, I'm trying to put a global context on this, in the functioning of a democracy in the last 10 years up to 2023. And you can see right at the bottom, there are only a few developed countries. Basically, the US is the only one that is dramatic, apart from Poland, which we hope is about to reverse. But you can see right at the bottom, India and the United States have experienced really very steep declines in their ratings. So there is a global recession, democratic recession. It seems to be particularly striking in these two very important democracies, and India is no longer rated by Freedom House as a free country in their categories, which are, of course, always rough and ready. Now, let me move on then to my third section, which is my thinking about democratic capitalism. What is it, and how did we get to it? And for that purpose, I'm going to just show, having another chart, which I'll come to in a second. So according to the Polity4 database, which provides a comparative database of whether countries are democratic or not, and it goes back to the beginning of the 19th century. It's, of course, rough and ready because this is very difficult to define precisely, but they basically argue that there were no democracies at all in any real sense 2 centuries ago. There were countries where there were elections, but the franchises were so limited and constrained that we couldn't possibly describe them as democratic. And even and the basic point is that the franchise was just too restricted on the grounds of sex, race, and wealth to be called democratic. But in the 19th century, franchises in those countries that were independent, there were many countries in what are now countries in empires, were widened, universal suffrage democracy emerged, and spread in fits and starts to cover about half of the world's countries after 1990, before recently stabilizing, and then in the last 10 years, which I don't have here, declining once again. And this spread of democracy was a very remarkable phenomenon. This chart, which is sort of designed to show a bit in one way, the link between the market economy and democracy, basically has two sets of data. The brown line, which can be read off the right-hand side, is the proportion of the world's countries that Polity defined as democracies. And you can see there was a real upsurge in the, in the 19th century, and then a big jump after the First World War, which the Western Allies won. Then there was a big decline to the trough in the Second World War, the rise of fascism and all the rest of it. There was a big rise after the war of the democratization, then stabilized as a lot of the newly independent countries became dictatorships. And then after 1980, and particularly after 1990, there was a massive surge in the proportion of countries that were democratic, reaching a little over 55%. I don't have more recent data for from Polity, but I'm sure it would show a decline since 2010. The other chart shows a very simple index of the health of the capitalist system, which is simply the share of world trade over world GDP. How open was the world economy? How globalized was it? How much did people rely on globalization on the market? And this very simple indicator shows quite a close coincidence in the 19th century, late 19th century globalization, then the collapse in the interwar years and the Second World War, and then a recovery with this very strong upsurge in globalization from 1990, which coincided with the 1990 to 2010 upsurge in democratization. Do I wish to claim that this is cause and effect? That will be very bold, but I think the link is quite interesting. Periods of buoyant capitalism, when people are confident in the future, open, seem to be also periods when democratization is relatively strong. But let me go back to the fundamentals, not just talking about these statistical relationships for what they're worth. Remember that throughout human history, at least since the agricultural revolution, as far as we know, the most common way to structure economies and politics has been for power to accrue to wealth and wealth to accrue to power. Effectively, the most powerful people in society were the richest and vice versa. And of course, absolute monarchs claimed effectively to own everything. They when Louis XIV said "L'État, c'est moi," he effectively said that everybody owned things ultimately at his discretion. And then the question obviously arrives, and this is a fundamental one, I think, is why did this revolutionary change that I've described of the last 2 centuries towards democracy occur? And the answer I suggest in my book, not at all original, of course, lies with the emergence of a new system, a marriage between a liberal economy and a democratic polity. I argue in my book that market capitalism and democracy are complementary opposites. So they're complementary in the following reasons, both logically and historically. A market economy and a universal suffrage democracy both reject ascribed as hereditary status. They embrace the idea that people are entitled to decide important things for themselves. These are pretty radical liberal ideas. Market capitalism, of course, rests on ideals of free labor, individual effort, reward for merit, and the rule of law. In fact, without the rule of law, there can't really be market capitalism. Democracy rests on ideals of free discussion and debate among citizens when making those laws. These are, I think, important complementarities. Historically, and this is where the positive sum element that Marcus was talking about seems to me so important, the market economy brought urbanization, some slow, difficult, but nonetheless ultimately radical increases in prosperity. It brought about a need for a more educated workforce. People realized they needed educated workforces. It created industrialization, and with it, the possibility, I argue this at length, for organizing the working class as a political force through trades unions and then through political parties. And this, at the bottom, created through the positive sum economy, also a positive sum form of politics. One could start giving more to everybody while not taking away enormous amounts from anybody. It made politics so much less fraught. I argue, in addition, that democracies rest on the existence of an economically independent citizenry. And that, I think, that was basically Aristotle's point. A fully socialist society is, I argue, and it's not a new idea, inevitably a dictatorship, since the ownership of productive assets is vested in the state. In the absence of coordination through competitive and open markets, that state is itself directly responsible for the allocation of those valuable resources. This inevitably creates both a huge centralization of power and a huge incentive not to lose control of that power, because then essentially you lose access to the resources that you controlled when you were in power. So yes.
Can I come to this figure just to figure out? So you argued very forcefully that the middle class is really essential for democracy to flourish. But if I look at the 19th century, democracy was going up at the same time. There was the robber barons, and there was the inequality was probably rising quite a bit in the 19th century as well. Would you say that's not a problem? If the whole economy is growing fast enough, then it could be that inequality is going up and democracy is still flourishing?
Well, I'm going to come a bit to inequality. In the my view is that you started off. This was a very complicated process in the 19th century, and the societies started from very different points. So, if I say just compare the UK and the US. My view is that the UK almost certainly became less unequal in the 19th century because it started off as a society with unbelievably concentrated ownership of the most valuable asset in society, which was land. And it was exceptionally. So capitalism was highly egalitarian, and it also created, by creating the industrial working class, a very powerful mobilizing force for greater democracy. In addition to that, very important in Britain, of course, there was a rise in a very significant independent commercial middle class, small businessmen, small traders, and so forth in this more prosperous country as it became increasingly a market society. And they were the big source of demand for more open, responsible democratic institutions in the middle of the 19th century, the second and third Reform Acts in the British case. So I think in the British case, it's clearly more equalizing, and it did create a very much bigger independent commercial middle class. And they were the people who supported the Liberals, people like Gladstone, who they really did demand democracy, and the industrial working class followed them. The US seems to me a somewhat different story, but I think it's very important, though there was clearly a rise in, I would have thought in the robber baron period, there must have been a rise in inequality. There was also, because the US had easy access to land and a very thriving and emerging small to medium-sized business society in an economy that was growing quite dynamically, I would have thought that the commercial middle class, the independent middle class in the United States too, and the independent working class, what people working in industry, was also growing very rapidly at that time, and they were a very important source of the desire for greater democracy, and even interesting for the abolition of slavery. So I think the extreme wealth inequalities might be less important than the fact that very many more people were acquiring the means to live independently, to earn enough to support themselves comfortably, and to demand an increasing say in public life. So that's a quick.
So when you measure inequality, you would not focus on the top 1%, you focus much more on the Gini coefficient in a sense.
Yes, I think the overall Gini coefficient is better, and I tend to think that, though this is difficult, but I actually tend to think income from this point of view, from the point of view of people's independence and ability to engage in politics, income may well be much more important than wealth. But I don't know enough about that, and it may well be that somebody's done wonderful economic analysis on this that I'm not aware of.
Actually, there's a comment that Carlos Bosch, my colleague here at Princeton, has worked on that. But let me just say, so you made this very forceful argument that it was a transformation from an agricultural economy to an industrial economy, which allowed that. Do you think now we go through a shift again where we have from an industrial economy much to a service-oriented economy? Do you think this is very different, the second shift, because the first shift or the transformation from agricultural to industrial led to, the middle class to grow? Is it also the case for the next shift or the next transformation we are facing now?
I think that I'm going to raise that question. I've come to the view, and this is very controversial, I don't think there's any certainty here, that deindustrialization has been quite important in atomizing the working class, and it has also tended to make them less effective in politics and feel significantly more vulnerable and insecure. And that has been a very important part of the rise. These have been, with other people, a very important force in creating a new working class support for right-wing populism and breaking what I think of, it's very European, the social democratic center-left political structures that emerged in the early to middle part of the 20th century. So I think deindustrialization is very important. What the shift to the service sector has done in terms of people's attachment to democracy is very interesting. But I think this is partly linked to one of the most interesting things I will raise in a minute, which, if we ever get there, which will be the other big shift in our economy, which I think is associated with a very big part of the splits we're now seeing in our societies, which is the emergence of an enormous graduate class. This is a new class, in my view, and which dominates the more sophisticated services. And of course, the IT sector has very different values, I think, from the old working class, and has shattered, that is, to my mind, at core, what has shattered the center-left coalitions and has created the possibility of a form of right-wing populism, which we saw in the Brexit campaign, and I think we see with Trump, in which plutocrats, very wealthy people, some parts of the commercial class ally with the old industrial working class, and particularly people who've lost jobs in the industry, to create the bedrock of contemporary right-wing populism. That at least is my theory, what I see, what I argue in my book, and I have, I think, some fairly lengthy discussions of that, which I won't be able to go through in detail now, but you can all disagree violently later. Shall I go on?
Yeah.
So I've discussed the way in which capitalism and democracy are complementary in my perception, both theoretically and historically. But there are also, and I think Mark has already discussed that, they are also opposites in an important way. Capitalism is inherently cosmopolitan. The democratic state is by its nature territorial. The market is the domain of exit. Democracy is the domain of voice in Hirschman's famous dichotomy. And the market economy is ultimately, it has the potential for high levels of inequality. It's ultimately power rests in one's command over economic resources that are valuable. Democracy is inherently, at least in principle, egalitarian, the principle of one person, one vote. And so we're going to find tensions between capitalism and democracy. They're just inevitable. And I argue that if the economy fails to serve what the majority think of as their interests, the sense of shared citizenship will fray, and there is a high likelihood that populist demagogues will emerge. And I think populism is a meaningful concept, and I will discuss what I mean by that in a minute. And Plato himself, interestingly, in his discussion of demagogues, he was the first to talk about this idea in the Republic, calls these demagogues protectors, people who offer to the majority, the great majority, and particularly the majority who are anxious about their situation. He calls these people protectors. And Trump is a characteristic protector in that sense. Indeed, that is precisely what my opening quotation suggests he is stating of himself. Populism is not necessarily lethal democracy because it's, to my mind, the essential characteristic of populism as a political form is that it expresses hostility to elites. The elites it expresses hostility to may change, but the core idea of a populist politician is to say, you, the honest, honorable people, are being sacrificed to the interests of elites who are indifferent to your fate. But as Jan Werner Müller has argued, I think quite persuasively, this idea of hostility to elites often morphs, indeed frequently is morphed, into the form of hostility to pluralism. It basically says, you, the people who support me, are real members of the people, and we can take you seriously, and the people who don't support me aren't really part of the people at all, and so they have no legitimacy. And there are extreme versions of this, but most populist politicians, and Trump is certainly one, has expressed exactly that view at various stages. And if you get that sort of populism and the populist wins, it starts to become a plebiscitary dictatorship, and ultimately, I think, a dictatorship. Alternatively, the concentration of wealth may lead to plutocracy as wealth is once again transmuted into power. Both possibility exists, and indeed it is possible and quite easy, in my view, to have both a predatory autocracy and a corrupt plutocracy in uneasy tension. I won't give any contemporary examples, but there is a wonderful historical example of such a system because it was the governing system of the Roman Empire. Now, that said, let me just move to where I think that high-income democracies are today and how we got here. I argue that rises in inequality and the deteriorating prospects of the old respectable working and middle classes in core democracies have weakened the legitimacy of democracy. In particular, a fear of downward mobility and risk associated with that has created status anxiety. These anxieties have been diverted by successful propagandists into cultural and racial resentments, and that's been particularly easy in ethnically diverse societies. And that's not, and a lot of it is focused on immigration, as in Britain it was in the Brexit campaign. This is, of course, not a new political phenomenon. It was a core aspect of the political culture of the American South. And of course, it was a core aspect of European fascism in the early 20th centuries. I argue, in addition, that these resentments, which are cultural as well as economic, have been greatly aggravated by the emergence of a large and discontented class, a self-discontented class of university-educated clerics dedicated to a very different sort of cultural politics. And what we then see increasingly is an identity army of the left clashing with the identity army of the right as cultural symbols become increasingly important. And that clash is the core of contemporary politics. I would argue, in addition, that the emergence of the new media has facilitated all these trends, but they did not, in my view, create them. And after all, as I note, old media created right-wing populism, including fascism, 100 years ago. It's not clear that we needed the new media to do this. So what were the sources of this status anxiety, especially of people who did not go to college, and the resentments they feel to the people who did go to college, who are constantly lecturing them about how barbaric they are? Well, I'm just going to give a few charts which indicate some of the things that seem to me quite intriguing and about the world. I'm not suggesting anything completely coherent. So this chart shows the ratio of mean family income to median house family income in the United States from 1984, and the blue line shows the ratio of the median to mean. It seems to me quite a simple way of thinking about where the median is relative to the average, which is obviously being influenced by what's going on in the top 10, 20% of the distribution. And as you can see, there's been a steady and pretty substantial fall in the median relative to the mean over this period. The second chart, this is global. Again, I don't want to go to push this too far, but I think it's quite intriguing. This is Milanovich's famous elephant curve, updated. The trunk of the elephant, the head is here with the red, the beginning. Basically, this shows the percentile of global income distributions. And the vertical axis shows the increase in real incomes percent between 1980 and 2016, and you can see very big real income increases between the 20th and the 50th percentile, 20th, 40th percentile, which is basically the developing, the high growth emerging and developing emerging countries, particularly in Asia. And then you get this long middle income part, which is South America, and then the middle and lower middle of the developed world, and then we start getting this is of course not to scale because it's not to scale. You start looking at the very, very rich, and they have experienced, according to these from the World Inequality Database, extraordinary rises in real income, and a lot of the more discontented people are in this sort of 70th, 80th, 90th percentile in this chart. The next chart is, and this gets to the question that Marcus started with, which is social mobility, which I agree with him. It's double-edged because in a slow-growing society, slow growth, mobility looks very zero-sum. But it is quite interesting, I think, that this is income inequality. The x-axis shows the Gini coefficient of household disposable incomes in the mid-1980s to the early 1990s. The vertical axis shows, this is so-called Great Gatsby curve, the intergenerational elasticity, earnings inelasticity. In other words, how far were you distant from where your father was? And basically the point of the curve, the correlation is modest, but it's certainly not very far from zero, is that the more unequal the society, the less the intergenerational mobility tends to be. The UK and the US and Italy are relatively immobile. The children tend to stay more where their parents were. There are several reasons for that, but I think it's arguable, at least, that this is one reason why people might, particularly in a slow-growing world, begin to feel, if you're at the bottom to the middle of the curve, that maybe your chances of doing well, of your children doing well, aren't so good. The next chart shows what I really think is a very important social phenomenon because of its direct effect on the working classes, and that's deindustrialization. So I start in 1970, and the chart ends in 2019. It shows the share of industry and civilian employment ranked by the decline in the share. The UK has far and away the biggest, then France, interestingly Germany, also from a very high level. But essentially there has been a very large decline over the last 40 years or so in the proportion of the labor force employed in industry, and of course the significance, therefore, of industrial jobs, which were by and large the best jobs that people without university degrees in large were likely to get in our societies. They could organize, they had usually considerable market power, and that allowed them to earn really very, very good wages in a fairly stable way. And that has gone. Britain has suffered this considerably, and the consequences for our society, I think, have been pretty serious. And then I think I've got 2 or 3 more, and then I've sort of come to the end. This shows decadal average growth rates of output per hour in the major developed countries, starting in the 50s, then to the 60s to the 2010s. And you can see in general there's been a dramatic decline in growth rates, least so actually in the UK and the US because they didn't do so well in the early period. But in general, the 2010s, in terms of output per hour, things seem to be improving in the US more recently, were really miserable. And this is ranked by the 2010s average productivity, particularly low, slow growth at that point in the US, UK, and of course Italy, which is far at the bottom. But generally, the growth dynamism as measured here is clearly generally falling, which I think has made our politics much more zero-sum. And I think this is the final one. Well, no, there's one more, which I think is, to me, one of the crucial things, which is what happened after the financial crisis. So a lot of what I've talked about here is this long period of slow growth and disruption as it affected people in the middle, at the bottom of the income distribution, and rising inequality, which is, of course, a controversial issue. I couldn't go into that in depth. And then came, and I think it was crucial, the financial crisis. It was a crucial moment, I think, affecting particularly, well, the US and UK, which I know particularly well. And I argue that the scale and visibility of the crisis and the rescue of the banks and bankers convinced many ordinary people that the elites were both corrupt and incompetent. And I think it was one of the reasons that the conservative establishment and the Republican establishment were effectively overthrown by outsiders. The confidence in the people who'd orchestrated this, which was both the center left and the center right, was lost. But the right-wing populists were much more effective. I think there are reasons for this, which I won't be able to go into, in picking up the anger. But this chart, I think, brings out something very remarkable, which is how big the real income losses have been since the financial crisis. So basically what I've done is taken all these countries and I've shown how far GDP per head between 2007 and 21 has fallen below what would have happened if the pre-crisis trend had continued. And the only countries which have done pretty well relative to the pre-crisis trend, not too badly anyway, are Germany and Japan. They're short of it, but not massively. Then you start getting some absolutely enormous declines relative to the pre-crisis trend. In the US, it's about 20%. In the UK, GDP per head is now about 37% below what it would have been if the pre-crisis trend had continued. I wrote about this week. There's been a massive decline in the growth rate. Spain, of course, has suffered a massive decline because of the big financial crisis. Italy is less of a collapse because it was already growing very slowly, but basically the underlying dynamism of our economies has been unbelievably poor since the financial crisis.
Before that might be misleading because, Spain was growing on overheating artificially. There was a bubble pushing up.
I think myself that, by the way, that if you go into that, most of them were a bubble. The problem is the bubble went on, in my view, so long that people started thinking that was reality. So the correction of the bubble into near stagnation has been a colossal shock. and it's taken people. I think it's created an enormous amount of anger. I agree with you. Indeed, I discussed this in the case of the UK. I think it's also true in the US. The big financial bubble, housing boom, and all the rest of it before 2007-8 gave people an illusory view of the increases in their wealth. But the burst of such a bubble, as it also happened in the 1930s, nonetheless, of course, is a tremendous disappointment to people who think that they're going to enjoy it. And the final thing I just wanted to show, I think it's the last chart, I'm not quite sure, maybe one other, which shows for the Europe, where a friend of mine, Roberto Ferrer, did a quite detailed analysis of, of support for what he calls populist parties. I think it's pretty obvious what sort of parties they are. You can see as soon as the financial crisis hit, and then you got the Eurozone financial crisis, 2010, 2013, up to 2016, you saw a dramatic rise in populist parties, and that's far less true in Northern Europe. So again, I would argue and do argue that the impact of the financial crisis on populism was very, very important. Now,
but how do you explain that, in the US, at least the Republicans are closer to Wall Street, and Trump is actually not known for being against Wall Street?
Yeah, I think this is probably the thing I understand least about America. But I think, my view of this tends to be that when the crisis hit, the disappointment became politically actual, the people had sort of a choice in the US, and to some extent the same was true in the UK, between a center-left dominated by what I call the graduate class, increasingly dominated, which had shown itself pretty indifferent from the perception of many ordinary people to their interests, economic and cultural, and had shifted away from them. This is partly why the Labour Party lost the support of so many working class people. So it's a similar phenomenon. Why did they all vote for Boris? It's a similar sort of thing. And in that situation, when you've given up in believing that the government was going to do anything good for you economically, you are attracted at least to support people who will say or emphasize your cultural and ethnic identity as valuable, as something that they feel is or they project as being valuable to society, to them. In other words, who empathize with their situation. That doesn't mean necessarily do anything for them economically. It is interesting to me, and I haven't been able to work this out sufficiently, why you get this divergence across the world between right-wing populists who are strong on welfare and are very happy to support public spending. Poland is an example, and right-wing populists who emphasize cultural identity successfully, but don't emphasize the economy. And what makes one successful in one case and one successful in the other is not something I have to say I fully understand. But in the American case, it seems to me this, and that's what I said earlier, that this attraction to the racial, ethnic, interpretation of what's gone wrong is, I think, quite deeply rooted, and that's particularly so in the South, which is a very large part of the basis of support of the modern Republican Party. Whether that's a good enough answer, I honestly don't know, but I haven't seen any other really good ones.
Another question behind. So Adnan Kumar, she wants to, do you think if China underperforms going forward, it's an autocratic society or some socialism with Chinese characters, this will actually help the democratic societies? Because you can point to something, or will be totally disconnected, it will be disregarded.
Yes, let me stop talking because I've said enough. I mean, there's more in the presentation, but that's not really important. I've covered everything that matters. But I do then ask, have a section which I don't want to go into detail, with democratic capitalism in the world. Essentially, if you look at democratic capitalism in recession, there are two rivals out there. One is authoritarian capitalism, and by this I mean systems in which a demagogue, it could be many different people, a Modi, an Erdogan, a Trump, succeed in taking over power, and they hollow out the democracy from within. They turn it into what I have called a plebiscitary dictatorship. That's an exaggeration, but that sort of system. And by and large, it seems to me, if you look around the world, these systems just don't work very well, because they tend inevitably to start becoming, there are exceptions, but basically they become crony systems. They in different ways, and crony systems are very problematic from the point of view of successful long-term economic development, which is why democracies tend to do better. Now, the Chinese alternative. Vietnam is another, and you might even put Singapore in this category, though it's obviously very different size and so forth. But this is a system in which you've got institutionalized, bureaucratic, authoritarian capitalism, and not personal, and not a personal dictatorship with all the problems of it. And in China's case, this worked very, very well for about 35, 40 years. I argue, however, in my book, not at all originally, but I think it's very important, that system starts creating at least two, or has created two very big problems for China. One is a generalization of the problem of East Asian forced savings capitalism, which China is taking to extreme. Its forced savings are so massive that absorbing them in investment have become incredibly difficult. And that's what the huge property bubble was. And that's over. And they haven't yet worked out an alternative way of absorbing the excess savings in the system. And it seems to be politically remarkably difficult for them to do so. But a second and more important point, perhaps, which I think is sort of an Acemoglu Robinson point, is that if you have a massive market-led dynamo in your economy, when there are essentially no property rights and all allocations of property and resources are decisions made by executives on a discretionary basis, there is simply bound to be a colossal explosion of corruption. So when Xi Jinping said we've got a huge corruption problem and it is destroying the legitimacy of the Chinese communist system, he was right. The problem is the only way he can fix this is tightening discipline, reducing discretion, and putting lots of bureaucrats and the odd businessman in prison, and lots of them. And when that happens, everybody stops making decisions because it becomes very dangerous to make decisions. And the system they have depended on having people like this making decisions. And so I think that the very essence of Xi's attempt to re-legitimize the marketized communist system, sorry about the term, has inevitably undermined the dynamism of the communist system. the Chinese communist system. And there's no simple way of fixing that without changing the politics in quite a big way. And that means, I hope, that over the next 10 or 15 years, the democratic systems are going to start looking better again. And people will be more confident that democracy actually is the least bad system except all the others, including the Chinese system. So that's my sense of what's going on, and why, and I express this in the book, I have some real optimism on this front if we can sustain our system successfully over the next 10 or 15 years.
So one thing which you didn't mention, you mentioned a lot about the wealth inequality, but the easiness with which you can buy political power with money. Is this something, if you could change one thing, would this be the first order thing to change? Or
a huge part of my book is, I have a whole huge chapter about what I call rig capitalism or rentier capitalism. There's an enormous amount of rentier activity in our democracy, democratic capitalism. It's pretty obvious if you start working on the financial system or the health system, on the way government works and so forth, that there's an awful lot of this activity, and quite a lot of it is related to the influence in different dimensions of money in the political system. Now, I know this too is somewhat controversial. I have friends who denies it's that important, but it seems to me, looking at the literature, and it's most striking, obviously, in the US, though it's very relevant too in the UK, though the money involved is much smaller, that the influence of wealth and the perception of the influence of wealth on power is one form of the delegitimization of the establishment. It's why people start looking to outsiders. It doesn't answer why they go to outsiders who are essentially on the right, but it does indicate why they feel, it seems to me, that insiders are not to be trusted. But that doesn't prevent, of course, insiders from having an immense amount of influence if they're allowed to use their resources, because the law has allowed them to do so, allowed to use their resources in the way that they are currently in, for example, the US.
You think there's a big difference between small countries and large countries because of scalability? Wealthy people can have more influence in bigger countries.
There is an argument. There are many differences. I mean, one of the most important features of the US is the role of its constitution, and therefore the role of jurists and of the judicial system, which is sort of a fairly unique thing. And it seems to me the politicized judicial system does create some, from my perspective, pretty big problems. But on your point, I do think, let's take an extreme example of an exceptionally successful small country like Denmark or Switzerland. The basic point about those societies, the most obvious, they're highly educated societies in which everybody knows what everybody's doing. It's complete. They just can't avoid it. It's just, and that means that if things are really too blatant, I may be being a bit naive, but if things are too blatant, they sort of become obvious. And relatively small groups of people acting in the political system, and we're talking about a political system which is smaller than most American states, it becomes transparent what's going on, and people react to that. These are also countries with a highly educated and politically mobilized citizenry. In very, very large systems, the barriers to enter politically are ineluctably higher. It's very costly to make an impact on the American political system as a whole. It's obvious that that must be so. You have to organize across a large number of states, mobilize an awful lot of people. Ineluctably, the possession of very large resources becomes very important, it seems to me, in determining your effectiveness as a mobilizer. Thomas Philippon's book on competition which was, I think, very good. It's very, very good, I think, on how politics is affected by money in different societies.
So when you talked about social status, there was one question among the audience members. How would you differentiate between social status and economic status? So it doesn't need necessarily be the case that if somebody has a lot of income, a lot of wealth, he has a high social status in the society. Perhaps we have to, social norms can shape essentially who gets a high social status and who doesn't. It doesn't need to be depending only on dollars.
I think it's a very good question, and I think my argument would be, I did discuss it a bit, that in a modern Western society, economic status and social status are fairly highly correlated. Not 100% for sure, and less so in societies, the way I think about this is those societies which still, it's strangely enough, internalize pre-modern value systems, aristocratic and intellectual. Britain is, take the contrast between Britain and the US, which are the two countries I know best. In Britain, we are still pretty uncomfortable, and this is probably one of the reasons our economy has worked in the way it has or hasn't. We are pretty uncomfortable with the idea that people who have made vast wealth should be decisive players in public life and should have huge prestige because they are very rich. It's not that we don't accept it ultimately, but there are other value systems still at work which go back to pre-modern times. They're almost feudal in some respects, and that's because Britain's a very old society by American standards, and we've never had a true social revolution. So in these cases, great wealth does for sure give you influence. It allows you to buy politicians, it allows you to contribute to parties and have a lot of influence in the political process, but it isn't decisive in quite the way in the US that there has been acceptance of the role of money in politics. The role of the judiciary helps in that regard. And I think quite apart from that, in the United States, for a very long time, a new country, people have felt that the new billionaires are heroes, and though there's obviously lots of controversy about that too, they are to be admired and their words are to be taken very seriously. So I think somebody like Elon Musk, for example, plays a role in America, obviously controversial, but still a role that the equivalents, if we had them, we only have to a much smaller extent, would never play within a society like Britain or France. But it's complicated. In Italy, Berlusconi was a dominant political figure for a generation. In the end, in all our societies, wealth does carry with it significant political influence.
So let's conclude, perhaps coming back to industrialization. So I see very much your argument that industries, workers in industries, they can organize themselves and get a lot of more influence compared to the agricultural arrangement, or also compared to the service economy. But would you go so far that we should slow down the shift from the industrial economy to a service-oriented economy, because essentially you just slow down your transformation, which will happen no matter what?
No, I think that would absolutely not. I mean, in my book, I make two arguments about this. First, if you look at it carefully, and I do look at it quite carefully, it's very difficult to make the argument that seems very common in America, that more in America than anywhere else, America's unique, that the biggest reason for this deindustrialization has been trade, and particularly illegitimate trade by predatory China. And that's, I think, unambiguously wrong. And so the idea that protectionism will recreate American industry is, I think, unambiguously wrong. And that's important if you look at current policy in the United States. the biggest reason, unquestionably, has been very rapid growth of productivity in America and other industrial nations, combined with, of course, relatively low elasticities of demand for manufacturers. You know, by the time everybody has a car, everybody has a washing machine, everybody has a refrigerator, you don't need more steel plants. I mean, you just have run out of room. So we have to do this. We have to accept the shift to services but what we can, I think, do, maybe that's being optimistic, but what we can do is encourage ways of operating in the service sector that help people to have less precarious lives, better minimum incomes. Now, that will mean a certain amount of regulation, but I do discuss this in my book, that the very precarious nature of some of the work and I think that fits with your ideas, the precarious nature of some of the work in the service sector where it's been casualized or recasualized is very, it creates anxiety and insecurity in the workforce, a lack of attachment to society, a difficulty of making plans for the future, which is highly undesirable. And if it can't be done naturally through trades unions, then I think we need to be thinking quite carefully about how we can improve this so that people feel more plugged into and share the social and political life of their country. It's a big challenge, but I certainly don't believe we can end deindustrialization. Indeed, on the contrary, my guess is that we're going to end up with a world, it may take a long time, in which basically nobody works in a factory because it's all going to be done by robots.
So we always end up with a positive note. Perhaps you have one or two sentences, about citizens or citizenship, looking forward how we actually can overcome the crisis of democratic capitalism with a citizenship, with identification with the country without going into a Nazi system.
Well, I argue that's where I end up, and I haven't been able to go into any of this. I haven't been able to talk about immigration and many other issues which are in the book. I think this is my optimistic view, although I think it's getting a bit late, and I'm very concerned what would happen in another Trump term. I sort of share Bob Kagan's now notorious fears, but leave that aside. My optimistic view goes something like this. The shocks of the post-financial crisis period are fading, and with luck, the post-COVID period are also fading. So let's assume we get back to decent inflation and so forth. Then life starts feeling less hysterical. A crucial thing for me, and I'm beginning to see at least some signs. I mean, it's very encouraging for me that Charles Koch has decided to put his money behind Nikki Haley. Whether it'll make a difference now, I don't know. But I want to persuade the oligarchs on the one hand that living in a world dominated by an autocrat is going to be very, very unpleasant, even if taxes are a bit lower. And there are more important things than having the lowest possible taxes, like having a society in which people feel they all belong, and a society which is not riven by the sorts of conflicts we're now seeing. At the same time, I hope that we will find a way for through this idea of citizenship.
Welcome to This Jungian Life. Three good friends and Jungian analysts, Lisa Marciano, Deborah Stewart, and Joseph Lee, invite you to join them for an intimate and honest conversation that brings a psychological perspective to important issues of the day.
I'm Lisa Marciano, and I'm a Jungian analyst in Philadelphia.
I'm Joseph Lee, and I'm a Jungian analyst in Virginia Beach, Virginia.
I'm Deborah Stewart, a Jungian analyst on Cape Cod. today on the podcast, we're so happy to have our friend and colleague back, Fanny Brewster. Fanny has written a new book called Race and the Unconscious, an Africanist depth psychology perspective on dreaming. So we talked to Fanny today about this new book. We discussed the importance of community, of this new perspective, Race and the Unconscious. Fanny has written a new book called Race and the Unconscious, an Africanist depth psychology perspective on dreaming. So we talked to Fanny today about this new book. We discussed the importance of community, of the ancestors in dreams and dreaming, especially in African cultures. And it was just a great all-around conversation and lovely to have Fanny back on the podcast. For the formal biography, Fanny Brewster is a Jungian analyst and a core faculty member at Pacifica Graduate Institute. She completed her analytical training at the C.G. Jung Institute of New York and is a New York State licensed psychoanalyst and certified school psychologist. She holds an MFA degree in creative nonfiction from Goucher College. Dr. Brewster is the author of several books, including The Racial Complex, A Jungian Perspective on Culture and Race, Archetypal Grief, Slavery's Legacy of Intergenerational Child Loss, African Americans and Jungian Psychology, Leaving the Shadows, and Race and the Unconscious, an Africanist depth psychology perspective on dreaming, all published by Routledge. We'll have links to all of them in the show notes. Dr. Brewster is a recipient of the Fay Lectures Honorarium of 2023 from the C.G. Jung Society of Houston, and she is also a member of the Philadelphia Association of Jungian Analysts, along with me, Deb, and Joseph. So we were so happy to have her. Here's our conversation. Well, Fanny, it is so nice to have you back with us. I think this is your third time on the show, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. And always nice to have another Philadelphian here as well.
Thank you. Thank you.
We're across town. That's nice.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we are.
And this tell us about this really fascinating new book that I enjoyed so much dipping into. Tell us what made you want to write this book, or where did this book come from? Tell us that story.
Okay, so the origins of this book is actually my dissertation that I completed at Pacifica. Yeah, several years ago. Seems like another lifetime almost. I started working on that dissertation after I had completed my the classroom work at Pacifica, and so I had planned at some point, hopefully, to have gotten that dissertation published. And then other books evolved before this one. Clearly, this one was just published this year in June, and so that's how it came to be. And COVID became a part of our lives, and so I wound up co-authoring a book with a woman. She's a British Jungian analyst, Helen Morgan, during the time period when this book would have actually been published 2 years ago. And so in spending time working on Racial Legacies, which is that book that I co-authored with Helen, this book once again got delayed. But this book has been kind of in the works since I finished that work of the oral defense at Pacifica and getting my doctorate there in clinical psychology.
And just tell the listeners a little bit about your process, because you did some independent research for this book, didn't you?
Yes. So
that was really fascinating. I'm curious about that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. So in attending Pacifica, what I noticed was that there were no books on dreaming that dealt with African Americans or with Africanist people. There were none in the bookstore, and there were none in the library. And at the time, Mark Kelly, who is still there, he's the head research librarian there and head librarian, worked in the bookstore. And I said, I don't understand. We don't have any books on African as people, and I'm really interested in that in terms of the dream work. In fact, I had come to Pacifica, specifically to study dream work. And so I was curious and disappointed and wanted to know why. And so he and I used to have conversations about it. And then, that was almost in the very beginning of my work at Pacifica, in the 3 years that I was studying there on campus, when I would come to campus. And so at the end of that time period, as I started thinking about what I wanted to do my dissertation on, I decided I'd like to do it on dreaming, and wanted to do a study, a year-long dream study with African American women. And it wasn't completely finalized. First I did the concept paper, and then the proposal. By the time I was doing the proposal, I was pretty much into knowing that this was the work that I wanted to do for that dissertation project. And a couple of people I wanted to do, to be on my chair were unavailable. And I thought, well, okay, that's how it is. I still move forward. There are all these different parts to doing a dissertation and being engaged in that work for literally years. The culmination of all the learning and the experience, and really the life of who you are goes into that dissertation.
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah, so that's how it kind of evolved. And then I, once finishing the coursework, I came back to New York. I'd been living in Berkeley during the time of my work on my initial going to school at dissertation, that level of the work, attending classes. And then I decided to go back to New York to do the research. So I wound up at CUNY, City University of New York, their Brooklyn campus, which had, and probably still does, maybe even more so now, an extensive library on anthropological studies. And I was interested in the dreams of African people and those who had heard and recorded those dreams in the 19th century, basically, early 20th century.
Wow.
And so, yeah.
So, and this is the thing I think that really excites me about your project is, Jung said that there is this universal substrate that we all have access to. So there's this, I think kind of this universalist assumption is obviously extremely important in Jungian thought. But he also spoke, sometimes in a way that was really kind of awkward and flat-footed, about the importance of culture. And there is a cultural unconscious, and there is a way that culture stamps us, and it stamps perhaps the quality of our unconscious. So, there are these kinds of layers. There's the personal unconscious, and then maybe there's this cultural unconscious, and then underneath that is the universal substrate. So you're looking at, what can we learn about the unconscious of of people from a particular culture, from a particular part of the world? What did you discover?
Yeah, that's an amazing question. I love that question. I think about Jungian psychology as a psychology of discovery, right?
Oh, that's lovely.
As Jungian analysts, you both know that, right? That's the work. We don't come in knowing. And Jung talked about that a lot, right? It really is the work of the unknown. And sometimes people call us cultists, right? Or they have in the past, right? Jungian says cultists. And I don't mind that, not at all. Actually. And so for myself, I felt that there was so much to discover and to explore in looking at Africanist culture within the context of dream work and within the context of depth psychology. Jung talked about culture. Joseph Henderson out of San Francisco, right? Talked about culture, right, in Jungian psychology. And Michael Vanoy Adams wrote the book Multicultural Imagination, this beautiful book, which I recommend to absolutely everyone who hasn't read it, has a chance to look at it. But looking at African people and Africanist culture has always been a problem for us in America, even within the field of psychology, especially within the field of psychology in a way. So when Jung looked at culture, he could take some of the goodness, I think, of African culture and look at it. But then when it came time to say, look at the brilliance of this thing, or look at how this magnifies culture for everyone, he was not able to do that. Don't believe, and I think that came out of his own culture, his own cultural experiences, because culture defines us. It's not just about the food we eat.
I'm just going to reiterate, what Lisa said, because I think it's so important for listeners to get it. And there's a diagram in Jung of, these sort of cones, one after another, starting with ego at the top, and then family, your nuclear family and extended family, and clan and culture, and going all the way down to what Jung called the central fire. So somewhere 4 or 5 layers down is the cultural substrate that we are all born into. And as you're talking, Fanny, you're referencing the cultural substrate that Jung was born into. And he felt we're all influenced, and we are, of course we are, by the culture that we're born into, just as we are by our families and whatever religious tradition we may have been imbued with. What I'm thinking about for your book is how very complicated this is, because Africa is a huge country. People have continent. I misspoke there, but it's huge numbers of cultures.
Yes,
and then there, with the diaspora, people emigrated to South America and the Caribbean and the United States, hundreds of years ago. So what a complicated mix of history, trauma, cultural origins, and more. You've taken on an incredible, complicated, huge task.
Yeah, well, I think that it becomes simplified by, and when we look at the African Holocaust, I think that has defined in a very large way Africanist people who came from Africa and settled in the Caribbean, the ones who wound up even in the UK, the ones who came to North America. Those ancestors had unique experiences that were related in kinship. Like you could say someone from Ireland and someone from England, or someone from Wales, right? Like you have roots that are kind of intertwined, right?
Sure.
Interconnected.
Exactly.
And, someone from Ghana, for example, or Mali or Nigeria, related in those ways, right? In kinship around African philosophy or beliefs about the earth, beliefs about what is important in the family. Those things are culturally there, but interconnected. So I think that, when Jung talked about, in his autobiography, right, Memories, Dreams, Reflections, he references African people, and on that trip to Africa, he said and did some things. Some of them were refined, and some of them were racially racially negative in a way, or brought up images that were negative. I'll give you an example. I use thinking about the whip as a symbol. I wrote about that in one of my books, right? And the whip as a symbol of slavery and how it was so powerful in hurting and harming and killing Black people on plantations often, right? And Jung on his trip used the whip in one of the dances that he was doing. He got afraid as he talked about his hair dream, with his Tennessee barber. He said, he had a dream about his Tennessee barber that getting his hair cut, and Black barber, and how it was going to make him go black, right? So Jung's own fears became evident in his trip to Africa around raciality. And even though and he used the whip to break people up, he said at the end of the dance, because he felt like everyone was dancing and getting so excited, and it was unnerving for him. So he took out his whip. And when I first read that, I thought how relevant it was as a symbol, especially to a Black person. Maybe for someone reading that in his autobiography as a white person, you wouldn't even think that much about it. But looking at my ancestral heritage, I would certainly look at that. So looking at things culturally as a Black person is so important. And we haven't had it enough, right? In Jungian psychology, or just psychology broadly, for others in psychoanalysis who do dream work also.
Yes, absolutely. It can feel, like the purview of Jungian psychology can feel like the purview of, upper middle class white people. And to bring in this perspective is so powerful and enriching too. I just loved reading about the importance of dream work in African cultures, and what they thought about dreaming and the body and the ancestors, and how dreaming, like in many other cultures that we know of, was connected with healing. And it's so very rich.
Yeah, I think it is, and I think that's one of the main points that we have missed when we look at African and, say, for example, Nigerian or Mali culture, South African culture. We're only just catching up now. And a part of that is since the end of the colonization period in Africa, and also since more of our own movement in America, civil rights movement, Black Lives Matter, even more recently, that we begin to say, oh yeah, Black is beautiful, we know that, and so let's expand on that, and what is the richness of our culture. And we can see more of it now in the films that could be produced, the Black Panther, more films that look at Africa and different African societies, not just for one particular thing in one particular way. The old films, the Tarzan movies, right, for example, where Black bodies are used to carry packages on the head on safari or something. It really needed to develop out of that image. So image is important. We know that as Jungians. And so it was really important, I think, for us to move away from that 19th century, those 19th century mythologies that were not the narratives of Black people, but were the narratives of white people. And so there's a lot of richness there that we still have so much to explore. I wish maybe I will come back in 300 years, 400 years, and I could say, wow, and to come back and remember, right, in a reincarnated way. oh, this is where we were at the beginning of the 21st century, and look how much deeper we have gone. I do believe, part of my own care about Jungian psychology is that it does allow for the development of richness, even with Jung saying certain things. It's like actually what Jung said is the work that I feel is my work and our work in the 21st century.
Say more about that. Say more about that.
Yeah, I think that, people say Jung was a man of his times. And at first, I had my own pushback against that in an immediate reaction. But then in these last several years, I've come to think more about it within different contexts. And I realize, yes, he was. And a part of his understanding for the person that he was coming out of Switzerland, this homogenetics in society was fine for him. And that I have this ability to expand and deepen Jung's work because it's what he said was necessary. And of course, he had contradictions in that, right? Like he would say, okay, we need the associations, but then for the dream study that he did in St. Elizabeth's Hospital with those men, years later in one of his vision seminars in Europe, someone asked him about what were the dream associations for these men. And he said, that it didn't matter, you see. And so this way in which things could be discounted has opened up for me as a Black woman, a Black American, Jungian analyst, right, has opened up for me a way to say, well, this is what Jung said. And so if I believe what Jung said about individuation or how we have to deepen, we move the myth forward, we move the dream forward, then that is my work. And I'm called to do that work. And if Jung was here today, would he not want me to do that work? Man of the 21st century and say, I like what you're doing, do more of that work. I would like to think that he would feel like that rather than, I'm in opposition. Like it's not an oppositional thing, right? It's definitely not oppositional. Yeah.
The work of really looking at and expanding that cultural substrate, that we all have grown up in. And as you point out, Jung grew up in a cultural substrate. And at a time when nobody was calling him or other people to really step out of it. And to his credit, he traveled to Africa, India, visited Native Americans here in the U.S., but I think he didn't quite step out of his own cultural framework, but he was curious. And you're, I think, doing the work along with others of really expanding, that mythological substrate of, wait a minute, there is mythology from all over Africa. There's also mythology from all over Asia. We don't have to stick to Grimm's fairy tales or Greek mythology only. And how can we expand this layer that we share at a yet deeper level as human beings? And I'm aware that your work has been very much also with women.
Yeah.
Another unsung, tends to be unheard segment of humanity.
Yeah, it's true. You're saying that, reminds me of just a recent conversation that I had over this weekend when I was working. And this is about our collective, right? Because we talk about how the archetype becomes present in the societies, right? In the collective. and how it gets dressed in the clothing, the cultural clothing of what's going on in the moment. And Jung talked a lot about how we as individuals, like it's the individual and it's the collective. That's the relationship, isn't it? It's not, I have and I got what I needed and now I'm in this little corner by myself. The work is to be able to go back into the collective and to have conversations and to bring something if you find something of value, like you have done with this Jungian life, right? Broadening and deepening consciousness in our lives, in the collective. And so over the weekend, of course, with what's going on in the Middle East, we are all in a way of being constellated, all of us. It's in the conversations with our patients, I'm sure. It is with me. It's in the talks that we have with groups and with other individuals. It's stories you read. It's everywhere. And so a part of in the last week, what has had more energy and charge is the story around the rape and the sexualized horror that happened for women that were Israeli women, and how now we have voices. Some of these women spoke out last week and said, why have we not heard about this more in the news? Why have we not heard about the sexual assault that happened with these women? And so I think that it's important that, yes, we do the work of the individual and think about it with the collective, because individuals that come to us to do this work in the temenos, in that space, are experiencing the trauma also of what's going on out there, even though they're not in Gaza in this moment, but we are all feeling the trauma on some level in the way, because of how we're connected in consciousness, right? We're all feeling that. So, and women's voices saying, what about us? What about our story and us being hurt and traumatized in this moment? And so, yes, going back to your question, Deb, about myself and women, I have moved more and more towards working with women's groups, calling them sacred circles in my work. In the beginning, I was thinking they would just be sacred circles for men and women, and it didn't develop in that way. And finally, I understood more and more that the circles were for women, and it echoed my own work with women circles that I had done in the 80s in California, and having two women facilitators in the way that you two are today, facilitating our talk together, right? And realizing that, well, for myself, I had an analyst who was very much engaged in the emergence of the feminine within Jungian psychology, and had written about that. And so I came through my own training with women. Claire Douglas was one of my teachers at Pacifica.
Wow.
Yes, looking at women who were on the edge of discovery, right? And being able to not certainly way past inner discovery, but outer discovery, and being able to say, what is that edge of the feminine needing to emerge more and differently, and what does that look like? And so they were women that preceded me. So I feel in a way that I carry somewhat of a torch in that tradition for those women.
And it seems from your book also very much related to what you talk about in your book as the matrilineal African or Africanist tradition. So the two are very connected.
Yeah, I feel that. And, this dream book, I dedicated it to my grandmother.
Yes, Rebecca.
Yeah, to my grandmother.
Yeah.
That's my middle name, one of my middle names. I have a confirmation middle name also from confirmation. when I was 12 years old. But yes, from my birth middle name, from my two grandmothers, Rebecca is my middle name. Yeah, so there is this consideration and love and respect, and always trying to have a remembrance of the women that I have come from and my women ancestors who got me to this space, because it's true that, like, we don't arrive here by ourselves. We do not arrive here by ourselves.
No, we do not. Hello, listeners. Here we are headed into holiday season, all kinds of things for lots of people, and the end of the year. And this is a time when we often reflect with gratitude for what we have been given. And so I would like to say thank you for listening to the podcast, and especially for supporting us as patrons. We really appreciate it. And thank you very much for all the ways in which you support us on this Jungian life. Happy holidays to all of you.
And I will bring a holiday reminder about Dream School. Now is the time to join Dream School. You can get 10% off if you use the code HOLIDAY 2023, and that's holiday with a capital H. And we have a new ability where you can gift Dream School. So just go to the website and thisjungianlife.com, and you can click on Join Dream School. And then if you choose the option for a single payment, there's a little checkbox that says, is this a gift? And I must say that I think a year of Dream School makes a terrific holiday present. So see you there. I found all of the discussion about the ancestors in the book really poignant. And just like you're saying, Fanny, I think especially as Americans, we don't have much of a sense of the generations that preceded us or where they came from. There's this kind of cutoff for most of us where we don't maybe even know where our family originated from. I mean, we all love to do 23andMe, but it's a surprise. It's like, oh, really? I'm from that part of the world? I didn't even know. So there's a way we're all kind of rootless here, most of us, unless we're indigenous to this continent. And I loved the discussion in the book about the Kosa believed that the ancestors speak to us through dreams. And if the dreams stop, it means the ancestors are kind of not available. So, we've always, in various cultures, believed that dreams came as a source of wisdom and guidance. And some cultures have focused on dreams as a way to communicate with God. But what a beautiful thing that dreams are the ways that the ancestors speak to us each night. And I don't know if, is that something that you found in your own life or your own clinical practice? I mean, I can certainly say that I have had people kind of come in and say, yeah, I kind of was guided by the ancestors last night. So I'm wondering, Fanny, what your experience is of that.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it reminds me of the dream that I had that said that was guiding me to become a Jungian analyst. When I left Pacifica and did that work, I had no intention or idea to become a Jungian analyst, right? I was just trying to go to New York to do that research to finish the dissertation.
Okay.
I was feeling like, oh, okay, I'm going to go do that, and having the anxiety around that, right? And I was in New York about a year after having left Pacifica before I did analysis. To begin with the Jungian, and I had never done work with the Jungian before. And so I started my work, and I think I was in analysis maybe a couple of years or a year and a half, and I had a dream, and I told the analyst my dream, and I said, I think this dream is about me becoming a Jungian analyst.
Oh my.
And she said, well, maybe it is. And I said, I just can't believe that. I was kind of like a naysayer. You know how you get the call?
Oh, yeah. Oh, you get the call and then you refuse the call. I had that too.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely.
So Fanny, are you going to tell us the dream?
Well,
I don't want to put you on the spot, but
I'm tempted to tell you the dream. Yeah. So in the dream, there was a man, and he was he was a brown man, right? And I went to him because I said, there's something going on with me, and I don't feel well. I said, I don't know what's happening, but I don't feel good. And he said, of course you don't. You have to open in the dream, he pointed to my nose and here. He said, you have to open this more here. And he said a few other words. And he said, and then you would feel better. And it's what you need to do. And so with a few other associations at the time that I discussed with my analyst, I understood that it was really the call. It was really the call to do the work and to open from this center, right? Which is, I consider my intuitive center, right? This place where intuition happens. I consider myself to be an intuitive type, and that I needed to breathe more deeply and to breathe into that space and to have the healing happen here. And that was going to happen through becoming a Jungian analyst and doing the work. And so my analyst and I talked about it, and I said, okay, I trust my dreams. I believe in my dreams. And yet I'm not so sure about this thing about becoming a Jungian analyst. And I said, anyway, it's too late. I said, they've already closed probably the admissions for the year. And she said, well, you never well, it's too late. I'm not even going to bother. And she said, well, I think you might want to check it out and see and apply anyway. She said, what do you have to lose? The eternal optimist, my analyst, right?
Wow, that's great.
I said, sure, I'll check it out. And so I applied, and I was accepted. Right? Yeah. So
that's great.
Yeah. So I think that was my dream calling me into this work. And like I said, I never left Pacifica, even though I had loved the work that I had done at Pacifica. And it encouraged me when I thought about it later on to become a Jungian analyst, because I had loved that work so much at Pacifica, the dream work, the work around phenomenology, the work around mythology. Work. I mean, it was so beautiful to be in that space doing that work there. Yeah, so that part of me resonated a lot with the idea of becoming a Jungian analyst, because I thought, I'm going to do much more of that.
Yeah. It's interesting because one of the things I highlighted in your book was about the Sangomas who always were called to their profession by a dream, right? If I understood. Although apparently, according to your book, the dreams in which a Sangoma is called invariably involve a snake. So you didn't have a snake in your dream, but there is that sense of being called in a dream. So.
Yeah. Yes, it's amazing. I have had so many snake dreams and continued snake as my totem. Snake.
Yeah, like Jung.
And yes, and so one of the very first dreams that I had when I started Jungian analysis was I consider myself to have had a series of dreams in the beginning work of my analysis. I look back now and I can say, you know how we look at dreams and we say, oh, that's the initial dream. I felt like a series of initial dreams that had to do with the feminine, that had to do with the call, and that had to do with defining my creature, my animal spirit in the work. And it wound up being snake. And which of course I didn't like, right? I of course wanted another animal.
You didn't want to be a Slytherin?
I did not want that because I had a fear of them. You know, growing up in the South, when I was young, you know, there was always like be cautious. About the snakes and what color they were.
The snakes in the South are not the same thing as the snakes in Philadelphia. Yeah.
Yeah, and actually there was one out in the yard this summer, and it was hot, it was warm, and I went out the back door and I went, oh my gosh, there's a snake. It was brown, it was a pretty cocoa-colored brown, and it stopped when I came out. It was about 3 feet long. You know, headed to the creek, I think, because we have a creek near the house. And I think it was headed that way. So everything is kind of going downhill towards this creek. And I think it was headed that way. But we have deer, we have all kinds of stuff. But that was the only time I saw the snake. But we've had some snake skin in the basement of the house. We have found. Yeah, but babies, right? Baby snake, they got caught on what is the crickets, you see, because we also have those. So there's, you know, a lot of wildlife near this creek. Even though I'm only like 14 miles from Philadelphia in this town.
That's great.
Yeah.
You know, I'm thinking about the themes you discovered with the people whose dreams you recorded and tracked. And that one of the major themes, there was family and groups, and then travel motifs. And I wonder if you could talk some about those as guiding themes for people who are here, women of color. That those three things stood out so much.
Yeah, there is a man. Dr. Bynum, Bruce Edward Bynum. He is at the University of Massachusetts, African American, who has written several books, and one of them is about Black family dreaming and looking at family dreams and how we dream together as family. And so I love his work and have a lot of respect for it. And he's a colleague of mine, and we're together on the International Association, the IASD, for the
International Association for the Study of Dreams. Yeah.
Yeah, we are there together in being a part of that group. And so there's quite a bit, I think, that can happen with us in dreaming with family dreaming, right? And dreaming about kin. And I think a part of it goes to ancestral dreaming, right? Dreaming about our ancestors. But I think it also showed up in the dreams of these women where they all had dreams about their families. And so in the book, I talk about that, right? And they in the interviews with me, because we were together doing interviews and talking about related associations, and one of them, most importantly, was about family, and how they said that dreaming about their families was really significant and meant something to them about developing relationships with these family members, and how they could become more bonded and engaged with their dream life through the dream images of the family that showed to them, as well as in their wake state. So there was just this connection, this interweaving between the wake state and the dream state that could be partly connected by the fabric of family. As it could deepen intimacy and bring them closer together, and to help them have a better understanding of who their family really was and what was going on with them in the relationship with family.
I found that so touching. Because, what I am aware of in Jungian studies and from Jung is how much he emphasizes individuating and having to take a stand apart from family and apart from culture, to step outside those areas that we're so immersed in. And that this presented the other side of yes and. What about deepening connection? What about deepening closeness? What about deepening understanding of relationship to family?
Yeah, I love how you said that, Deb. That's great. Yeah, because I think that is so important. And, a part of what Jung said, is that African people could not individuate. He did say that. And, and it's, could be surprising to some people that he would say that, but we have to shine the light on some of the things that he said so that we can come to what you just said about how we need to be in relationship and how we need to be with one another, and how our culture allows us to be that. Find those places where we could have estrangement, so then we could say, oh, this is where I feel disconnected. How do I find the love? How do I find the connection of being with another, right? Whether it's a blood other or an other in the world. How do I find that? Right? And so I think we need both. We need Jung to say, well, there's no individuation possible here. And then we need to come up against that and say, how do I shine the light on this idea that is not correct for people? That we bring relationship, love, care, affection, intimacy, because that's the work that we're aiming at in the temenos when we do that work. That is the alchemical experience that we are wanting in that work. What you just said, Deborah.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
And if we expand it, from the temenos, the consulting room, the work with an analyst, reapproaching family, friends, community, and the world at large, of how do we also emphasize, grow, and honor connection. And doesn't the world need that now?
Yeah, we definitely need that. We definitely need that. And I also want to say that it can be hard for us, right? Us in the world, even within our own communities, Jungian communities, sometimes can be very difficult to be in a way of connection. And we can have ideas about people. As I could find, I came out of the New York community. That's where I did my training, and have bonds with some people there that are very loving and caring and wonderful. And there are some bonds that have been, damaged, and because people are still referencing, from over a decade ago, and looking at, what happened over a decade ago. And we know that the New York Institute moved in, and we formed the JPA, another New York-based Jungian group. And there's room for all of us, every single one of us. There's room for every culture. There's room for everything, because that was what Jung said. I'm not just saying that. That's part of Jungian philosophy, isn't it?
It absolutely is. It's a bedrock. It's a central plank. Everything belongs.
Everything belongs. That's exactly, everyone belongs. We have to figure out how to embrace those connections rather than, oftentimes holding projections or, thinking, oh, this is bad. Well, if it is bad, let's shine some light on it. If it is shadow, let's look at it more deeply. How do we approach it better rather than cutting it out or refusing to admit it?
Yeah.
Right? We have to admit everything.
Yeah.
Everything belongs. Everyone belongs.
Fanny, a few minutes ago you joked about it being a cult, and I mean, I can appreciate that. I remember one of our colleagues when we were in training, she used to joke about how her family was going to have to do an intervention. They were so horrified by the things they heard about training that they were like going to hire a cult intervention specialist and get her out.
Wow.
But what I actually appreciate about the Jungian world that I know, and I know not every corner is like this, but that, there really is no dogma. And at least in the training that we received, we were really encouraged to figure out what didn't work for us, synthesize other thinkers, know Freud deeply, know Beyond deeply, bring that in however we wanted. We were explicitly encouraged to kind of make Jung our own, which I think is actually a sign it's not a cult. But I love what you said earlier about how this work is work of discovery, and its essence is in kind of constantly being open to new things. And Jung has this place in the Zarathustra lectures where he talks about when you find something that's true, taste it, eat it, see how it, is it really right? So it's his kind of phenomenological approach, which just says, kind of, does this work? Does it really work? There is this kind of built-in mechanism for I want to say kind of reform and incorporating new things, and like you're saying, it's an essential part of it. And so we're called to question what feels true, what doesn't feel true. And I think, again, given permission to say, this doesn't actually hold water, or at least it doesn't hold water for me. It doesn't hold water anymore. Fanny, remind me, were you in Vienna in 2019? I don't think you were you? Okay.
I didn't go. Yes.
Because I remember, and I wish I had a little tighter grasp on this, but Deb, maybe you'll have a memory too. But there were some South Africans there. I don't think they were analysts, but they may have been psychologists or dream workers with a kind of interest in Jungian psychology, and they had come as a group and were presenting. And at some point, they were talking about this really horrendously racist thing that Jung had. I think it was one of his dreams that had this image of an African person in it, and Jung, the way he spoke about it was really pretty limited and distasteful and uncomfortable. And they said yes, this is racist, and don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. That's and it was and I think it's very much in the spirit of what you're saying. It's let's reevaluate this, let's revisit it. There's something here, the core of it is solid, and it gives us tools to make it better all the time.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. And we have also one of the tenets, I think, of Jungian psychology is that the remedy is in the poison.
Yeah,
so
that's great.
If the remedy is in the poison, then yes, of course. Yeah. And we have to look to Jungian psychology. So, for example, when I wrote Archetypal Grief, slavery's intergenerational loss, right, of children, it's writing that book, looking through the lens of grief and looking through archetypal grief. Yes, it's archetypal, the grief that happened for Black women going through slavery for generations and child loss that's happened. So it's like, to me, it's using the work that Jung promoted himself, that he created from his thinking. What do we need here? The Racial Complex, that book that I wrote, developed of his work from over 100 years ago, called The Color Complex. He didn't say very much about it, but he said something about it, and he recognized that there were racial differences. And I don't agree with everything he said about what he said about the racial complex at the time, but it gave me an opening to look at that concept and to develop something, you see. And so that, to me, is the work of deconstruction. There's an idea there. There's a principle. How do I look at it? I don't turn away from it. I look right at it and say, what do I see here? What can I see here? What can shift here? It's no longer the 19th century. We're in the 21st century. We've got to be looking at things we don't want to see. We don't want to see them. They're painful. They're hard. Some of them are glorious and beautiful. And we have to embrace all of it, right? Because it's everything. That's one of our principles as Jungian doing depth psychological work.
What I'm so appreciating in your stance, Fanny, and in the stance you referenced, Lisa, of people from South Africa at the conference in Vienna, is to be able to look at things that are hard, as you have in the racial complex and archetypal grief in this book. It's hard. And we can take a look at what Jung thought and wrote and said, deconstruct it, and move things on so that things are better connected. And I really like how you're bringing his concept. I think overall, the concept of individuation is not just individualist.
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
It should and does connect us more with each other and with other groups that we don't know about, other traditions that we don't know about, other mythologies that we don't know about. So if we can go deeper, we can go broader.
Right. And that's the work.
And that's the work.
And that's the work. So it is really looking at the shadow, right? That's a large part of our work that we do, and we acknowledge that. And then we can fall deeper. And sometimes it is this falling experience, right? Falling, and trusting that there is, having faith that there is somewhere to land, that of course it's uncomfortable, of course it's hard. That's life. There is suffering. It's going to happen, right? It's definitely going to happen.
You know, it is hard and it is uncomfortable, but there is also a rightness and a certain kind of joy in it. And I think joy has a ferocity in it. But when something is right and it moves us and it's challenging and it's hard, but it is also nutritious. It's like, whoa, it draws us.
Yes.
So it's not just arduous and, oh gosh, I have to do this. It's very enlivening as well.
That's right. And and getting that spontaneity to it.
Yes.
It's amazing. And I think of it as delicious.
Oh, that's great. Delicious and nutritious. Can I drop in some quotes? We're talking about individuation. Jung said, individuation does not shut one out from the world, but gathers the world to oneself. And the other one is, life makes no sense if completely detached. We are only complete in a community or in a relationship. There is no possibility of individuation on the top of Mount Everest, where you are sure that nobody will ever bother you. Individuation always means relationship.
That's wonderful.
Yeah,
it does. I think it does, because otherwise, what's the point of it?
Yeah.
What's the point of and individuation continues through the lifetime. It doesn't end, right? Like healing, it doesn't oh, I'm healed. Really?
Right. I thought I got individuated when I finished training. Is that that's not true?
That would have been so fabulous. Lisa, that would have been great.
Check.
With that.
I'm done. I'm cooked. No, not.
That's right.
Fanny, you grew up in a community. This is really, I don't know, something that is bred in your bone that you've worked with and worked on and written about, that you know from, day one. And I would love for you to talk a little bit about the feeling and the spirit and more about community.
Yeah, I love that question. I feel like I have come of age in different communities. I really do. I feel that there is my birth community. I was born in my grandmother's house. She was my midwife, so she brought me into the world. My grandmother Rebecca, the individual I devoted my book to, my dream book, my father's mother. So I had that community right at the very beginning, coming into that house. And, my parents lived there in that house with my grandparents at the time. So I feel like I came into this family that was just there and ready to hold. My grandfather, grandmother, like we all live there in the same house. Nowadays, people are coming back to bring, and they have in-law units that they could build for their families. And, and we all lived in that same house, which didn't have that much space at the time looking back, but we all lived there. And so that was my first community. And I had a community that circled that was the AME church, which my ancestors, my grandparents, my great-grandparents had belonged to for generations in that town, right? And that was actually the land of previous barony, right? And from that South Carolina community from slavery and the plantation land. And so I had that community of the church. And I started going to school very young, kindergarten in Catholic school. So I had that experience of being in the church, in both churches, right? So I felt like I had a community of religion and from both places. Plus I had the spirituality that was a part of my own family culture that I mostly was getting from my grandmother as well as from my father and my mother as well. And my mother's sibling, her sister was there, my Aunt Lena. And so I grew up being in her house and being in her home. And so religion, the Baptist church was across the road from my aunt's house. She was there on Sundays. And so religion was very much a part of the family. So I was held in a spiritual community, a religious community there. And then as I got older and continuing in Catholic school, I feel that the nuns that taught me also were part of my community. I had Black nuns that came from New York that were my first teachers beginning in kindergarten. The school, of course, was segregated. And so those Black nuns in my segregated Black school were my first teachers and mothers in a way. So I had this community of teacher mothers from the very beginning. So they were also my community. And so I feel like my life has been layered with community through the years.
Nested in these different communities. Yeah.
So
that's
as
beautiful.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, thank you. So as I work in doing more groups now, which, is not typically Jungian, but as I work to do these groups, I'm thinking, of course, this is what I would be drawn to and wanting to do, wanting to have community and to help create community with women and help create community with anyone that wanted it, because I think it's really important. Community is so important.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good question.
And related to it, Fanny, I know you just spoke about spirituality, and you talked about the importance of the church as one of the communities. And I know that spirituality was one of the things that you explored in your research in the book. And of course, the book kind of traces the importance of dreaming in traditional African cultures. That dreams had a spiritual significance. Can you just talk about that aspect a little bit more about dreams and spirituality, and if there's a particular way that manifests either in African cultures or in Africanist people?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think that oftentimes we think about it coming through the ancestors.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
And them bringing us ways of knowing. Like the man who showed up in my dream and said, this is what you need to develop. You need to develop this chakra here, this sense of breathing from the nostrils. Make them wider, make them bigger. There's nothing wrong with them that you have broad nostrils. This is a part of your physical being, your characters, right? So I think that that we have a learning, a teaching that happens. I certainly had that with my grandmother around spirits and individuals who had passed on, and how the spiritual life is continuous. It's on a continuum. The spiritual life is not, okay, I went to church and so I'm done. I went to church today, I got confirmed and I'm finished. Now I'm truly a soldier in the army of Jesus. I'm ready to become a martyr, right? Part of Catholicism, right? Like, okay, one can hold that. It's an idea. It's part of the teaching that others had to pray me out of purgatory, that I could not pray myself out of purgatory, that others had to save me. One of the tenets of Catholicism, right, that I was taught, right, that you needed others to pray for you in order to get out of there, right? So then in Africanist thinking or religion could be the idea, well, this life is on a continuum, and the ancestors that came before can still be with me. It takes generation after generation after generation for someone to be lost back in the stars, let me say, back in the spiritual space of beingness, capital B, beingness, right? And then they could be rebirthed. An idea, I wrote about this in one of my books, comes that they are waiting in the room to come back. It's reincarnation, principle of reincarnation, right? Waiting to be born. And we hear how, this person looks just like Uncle so-and-so, or like so-and-so, or look at the features of this person. Like, look at how they are. They're bringing back this person that was from 2 generations ago, right? They're bringing back, revisiting them and bringing back their spirit. So the idea is not that it ends. The life is not ending. The life is not ending. Like the dream is not ending.
Well, then that's just what we said a minute ago about individuation, right? Is it never really stops. Or even the development of Jungian psychology. It keeps on developing, it keeps on changing. There's more. And I'm so glad, Fanny, that we came back to your dream, because I was aware that, I had asked you about the ancestors and you talked about that dream, and then we got, I think I pulled us off topic, but yeah, so the man in your dream was perhaps an ancestor, and he was also really inviting you to claim your ancestry.
I think that that's true, and to claim it through the work.
Yeah.
Right? And the work, I think, working, I guess that word capital W or in quotes, has always been important for me. An important aspect of my personality and who I am, and I enjoy working. I enjoy being in that space of wanting to know more, and not only wanting to know more, but how is it of benefit for someone else? It's not just that I gain knowledge. How is it of support and caring for another? Because that's truly being human and relational, I think.
Mm-hmm. Well, Fanny, your new book is called Race and the Unconscious, Dreaming in Color. And we will have that linked in the show notes. How else can people find you? Where should people look for you online?
Okay.
What else would you like us to know?
Yeah, so I'm going to give you the updated title of my book. Actually,
okay.
yes, and I'm going to show you the cover, which I love. It was designed by a woman,
Lovely.
Danielle Hunter, and this couple with a child. They're going through what could look like a dream, a field of cotton, and there's an open there where clearly is happening, walking
Beautiful.
a different path, right?
Yeah.
So, race and the unconscious, and Africanist perspective, and Africanist depth psychology perspective on dreaming. Yeah, we changed that title.
Okay.
The editor and I at Routledge changed that. Yes, and so someone could Google me, or they could go to Amazon and look for the book.
And we will put links. We will put links in so it's easy to find. And Fanny, we're so grateful for you coming on. We loved being with you as always.
Yeah, thank you.
And it was, and hopefully hopefully you and I will be able to get together again sometime in person. We did that over the summer, but maybe another time we'll have to.
Yeah, that would be lovely. And we'll see each other for our next Pasha meeting.
That's
hopefully
right.
in January.
Yes.
So we'll see each other next month.
Yeah, that's the Philadelphia Association of Jungian Analysts, of which we are all members. So, yes. Okay.
I want to say thank you both very much. And thank you again for this Jungian life. I think it has helped and enriched a lot of people that have contacted me and said, I heard about this Jungian life and I was curious more about Jungian psychology. And I think that you have brought so much speak of richness to individuals, and I deeply appreciate both of you for the work that you do, and I'm looking forward to seeing you both.
Great.
Yeah,
thank you, Fanny, and see you in January.
Yeah, thank you for bringing me.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, take care.
Bye.
Bye now. Bye.
This dream is from a woman who's 73. She's a retired scientist and a volunteer teacher. She's entitled her dream, Encounter in the Library, and she says as a preliminary orientation, my dream was set up after reading Jung's autobiography, Memories, Dreams, and Reflections. I wanted to know if I was fit for the life of a Jungian analyst. I set up the dream by asking that question. And here's the dream. I found myself in a beautiful old library with a dark, rich oriental carpet, comfortable leather chair, and surrounded floor to ceiling by many books. The lighting was low. To my surprise, I found about a 9-month-old baby girl sitting in the middle of the floor. I immediately had an overwhelming love for that baby. However, there was something wrong with her head. It was not visible, yet I knew there was something wrong. Despite this, I felt so much love for her, it did not matter that there was an invisible problem. The dream ended. I felt at peace. And she adds, for context, that she's studying Jungian psychology at a university. The main feelings in the dream were love. And then she adds, the baby represented me, and clearly I had positive feelings toward her. Library, love libraries. So with all that, let's dive in.
Well, I immediately know what this dream means.
Oh, well then.
It means that if you want to become a Jungian analyst, there's something wrong with your head.
Oh my gosh. Isn't, that's hilarious. And yet, there it is.
Yeah.
It's hilariously, it's the opposite. That's exactly right. That there's the shadow.
Well, I was being a little bit funny,
I know, but it's also there.
You need to have your head examined if that's what you want to do. But yeah, there's the shadow. Well, I don't know, Deb. What did you take from the stream? What thoughts do you have?
Well, I had a couple thoughts. I thought, in a way, what our dreamer has done is she set up a dream incubation.
Yes.
And so I'm just going to, we've talked about it before, but I'm going to reiterate that reading Jung's memoir, Memories, Dreams, Reflections, it is a page-turning must-read about his own internal life. It's so moving and important. Really, all his main ideas are there. I've read it and reread it, I don't know how many times. So she incubated this dream. And then where is she? She's in a library. Well, we go to explanation of what is a library. A library is a source of knowledge, a source of information. There's information about all kinds of things. It's not overly restricted at all. And it has a kind of old world feel, of classic, wonderful old school library with its oriental carpet and the dim lighting. I associated to the New York Public Library, which is so evocative of the spirit that a library can really contain. And then there's this baby in the middle of the room. Something young, something new, 9 months old, which is sort of, the baby is 9 months old, but 9 months is also the period of gestation for something to be born. And I'm thinking, here's our dreamer who's 73. Can she really be a Jungian analyst? Is this going to be the right fit for her? And I think your comment is apropos.
I offered to just.
I know you did, but it is apropos of, if you want to do this, what's wrong here? It's a long, arduous path. And I know, when we were talking with Fanny on the podcast, you joked of somebody where they were going to have somebody come and reprogram her. And many times my family wanted me to drop out. So there is that question of, what are you doing? What are you thinking?
Well, and maybe to frame it a little bit differently, the thing about, and dream incubation, of course, we have a whole episode on dream incubation, but it's essentially where you kind of ask the unconscious to weigh in on something. But I think that in some ways, the unconscious is usually not as interested in the exact form that something takes in our outer life. So I think I'm mostly where you are, Deb, but maybe just a little different emphasis. This library is beautiful, and it does evoke a kind of typical, analyst's office. I've got I don't know that you can see it, but I've got my Oriental. Maybe I'll just show everyone Oriental rug.
Oriental rug.
Books and So yeah, it sort of looks like the typical analyst's office in a way, with all the books, and it feels good. And then there's this baby. So it's space. Let's put it this way. Her interest in Jungian thought is a space in which something new and tender can emerge that she can connect with in love. So a new aspect of herself can emerge. But so the unconscious is clearly sort of giving a thumbs up on her interest in this topic. or the space that it's creating in her life. But I don't know that the unconscious is particularly weighing in on undertaking a specific course relative to it. There is an indication that this baby needs some attention. So it's almost like, well, actually what you need to do here is turn toward yourself and attend to that. And that may or may not involve Jungian training in a way. But I take your point, Deb, that it is difficult, it's expensive. We certainly had colleagues who began the training process very, very late in life. And I think some people do feel called to undergo it. And there's a real question about the kind of cost benefit analysis. Not that that is a very Jungian way of thinking about it, but there it is. But there are other ways to develop soul and individuate other than pursuing analytic training.
Yes, I think your point is right on. And the dream is not going to be the definitive answer about for anyone really about here's your specific career path, but really about what is going on in you, what is the state of psyche around this, and the dream maker puts her in this, wonderful, evocative, glorious image of a library where you can learn all kinds of things, and a baby for which she feels great love, and a baby that is going to need attention. So she's in the right place. She has the right attitude, a loving, accepting attitude, a curious attitude, but she's moving toward the baby. Mm-hmm. And that something can grow, and whether it is as specific as Jungian training or not is unknown.
Right.
But something about her own personal process, Jungian ideas, something young,
wisdom,
right, and something young in her that she embraces and wants to grow. That's a lot.
Mm-hmm. So what I would tell this dreamer, I think, if the dreamer wanted my opinion, is, well, you don't know yet exactly. But the dream is certainly, as I said before, I think saying, this is the right place to encounter this part of yourself. And I believe she called it the encounter in the library. And that is the work right now, is to encounter yourself. And then perhaps to see, what comes from that.
And the very young part of yourself. Something that is young, that is growing, that is there in the library as well.
Yeah.
Without being too attached, and it's always hard for us, I think, without being too attached to outcome. That has to culminate in this. There are, all roads lead to Rome, one way or another.
Yeah.
You've been listening to This Jungian Life. From our website, thisjungianlife.com, you can follow us on Twitter, like us on Facebook, help us produce future episodes by funding us through Patreon, and submit your dreams for possible interpretation on another episode. We'd like to thank our listener who shared a dream for today's show and hope you'll let us know what topics you'd enjoy hearing more about. Until next time, keep living this Jungian life.
in the character this go around as opposed to last time?
They have
decided at the last minute that they wanted a different landmark. But I think that was rather perfect.
Workers everywhere are worried about AI replacing their jobs, and a new study suggests jobs are being hardest hit in the United Kingdom. And the study is by the investment bank Morgan Stanley. It's reported in Bloomberg. The research was based on a survey of firms that have been using AI for at least a year in 5 industries exposed to the technology. So they've classed that as retail, real estate, transport, healthcare equipment, and automobiles, very broad categories. Among that set of companies, so just among this sort of select set of companies, UK firms reported a net loss of 8% of jobs. In the US, AI also caused the destruction of some jobs, but that was outweighed by the creation of a larger amount of other jobs, which apparently are also related to AI. So according to Bloomberg, AI has created more jobs than it's destroyed in America, while in the UK it's destroyed a lot more jobs than it has created. The Bloomberg article links the difference between the UK and the US to slower growth and higher labour costs in the UK compared to the United States. This is what they say. UK companies saw an average 11.5% productivity increase thanks to AI, with almost half reporting even greater boosts. But their US counterparts, which reported virtually the same productivity gains, created more jobs than they slashed due to AI. In the UK, the AI revolution comes just as employers are struggling with payroll costs, slow growth, and greater political instability. Firms are cutting jobs at the fastest pace since 2020, and unemployment is at a near 5-year high, according to the latest official statistics, as large minimum wage rises and an increase in national insurance contributions continue to impact staffing plans. So the argument here from Morgan Stanley and Bloomberg is essentially that in the companies which have been using AI, it has massively increased productivity in the United States, where they've got high levels of growth and flexible labor markets. That has meant that those companies have decided, great, we've got increased productivity, we can employ some people in different parts of the business now that we don't need them in this or that part of the business. And in the UK, companies have just said, great, this is a way to save money, essentially. Worryingly, the jobs that companies are reporting are most likely to go, so this is in this sort of survey done by Morgan Stanley, are entry-level ones. So tech firms need fewer junior programmers, as the senior ones can work with Claude Code. Legal firms need fewer paralegals, as that work can be done by ChatGPT. So the argument goes. In the UK, at least, youth unemployment is on the rise. So from a low of 7.2% in August 2022, unemployment of those between 18 and 24 has hit 14%. So almost double what it was just 3 years ago. Overall job vacancies are also down by 26% since 2022. And for jobs where AI has the biggest impact, like consultancy or programming, the fall has been steeper, dropping 37%. So how should we respond? Well, there is a positive angle. Britain has long had a productivity crisis, so artificial intelligence coming along and reversing that, solving the productivity puzzle, that would be a good thing. Just last week, Bloomberg reported on another study, this time from the Resolution Foundation, that suggested that there was a surprise surge in productivity, which could signal an economic turnaround for the country. However, if you just lost your job, or if you're a graduate struggling to find one, because there's no vacancies, because the senior lawyer is using ChatGPT instead of you, strong productivity figures might not provide much solace. What's more, if you were to believe the AI bosses, the transformation is about to speed up. Dario Amodei, and we've shown you him before, CEO of Anthropic. They make Claude and Claude Code. He was at Davos last week.
I even see it within Anthropic, where I can look forward. I can kind of look forward to a time where, on the more junior end, and then on the more intermediate end, we actually need less and not more people. And we're thinking about how to deal with that within Anthropic in a sensible way. 1 to 5 years as of 6 months ago, I would stick with that. If you kind of, connect this to what I said before, which is, we might have AI that's better than humans at everything in, maybe 1 to 2 years, maybe a little longer than that. Those don't seem to line up. The reason is that there's this lag, and there's this replacement thing, right? I know that the labor market is adaptable, right? It's just like, 80% of people used to do farming. Farming got automated, and then they became factory workers and then knowledge workers. So, there is some level of adaptability here as well, right? We should be economically sophisticated about how the labor market works. But my worry is, as this exponential keeps compounding, and I don't think it's going to take that long, again, somewhere between a year and 5 years, it will overwhelm our ability to adapt.
So the exponential he's talking about is he thinks that once you automate coding, then your automated coding will improve the AI model, and you have this sort of self-reinforcing spiral, I suppose, upwards. And to be fair to him, Claude Code does seem to be the sort of product which is helping people most in their jobs, right? Engineers or data engineers or whatever they say is genuinely very useful. Obviously, I'm not particularly in a position to judge. Aaron, what do you think here? I mean, there's two ways of looking at it, right? Because we do always say on this show, the UK has a productivity crisis. It's because we don't invest, we don't upgrade technology enough, we rely on cheap labor, and that means that companies have no incentive to sort of upgrade. According to this Morgan Stanley study, in the firms they spoke to, productivity is up 11% in a year, thanks to AI. So in theory, that should mean that growth is going to come back and we're all going to get richer.
Well, it depends. Productivity increased massively in the mid-19th century, but it didn't feed into higher wages for about 40 years. It's called the Engels pause. So you get the Industrial Revolution, obviously right at the beginning of the 19th century, really after the Napoleonic Wars, and it doesn't actually feed into higher living standards for a really long time. So workers getting a share of those productivity gains is the big question. You can have massive productivity gains, but if they're all going to the top 1% or 5% or 0.1%, it doesn't matter. And that's kind of where I think we're going at the moment. I don't think it's quite the top 1%, it's top 5% asset owners, etc. Big asset owners. Maybe it's a bit bigger in some countries, a bit smaller in others. In terms of the productivity, why is this happening now? I think it's not just AI. One, we had interest rate hikes. So the cost of borrowing for zombie firms who are dependent on basically cheap or free credit, they're constantly refinancing their debts. All of a sudden, that refinancing got a lot more expensive. They couldn't refinance, they went bust. Those were zombie unproductive firms. That's one reason. Two, we've made the cost of labor more expensive with the employer national insurance hike. That meant lots of people who would have been hired weren't hired. And people are saying, well, you know what, rather than hire a new person, what can we do to make our existing staff more productive? Investment in capital infrastructure, new workflows. Maybe you've gotten rid of 2 part-time roles and have 1 full-time person, things like that. And then you've got the AI. So, I mean, I don't know where it fits in all that, but it clearly does add to productivity. I think it's an extraordinary technology. Certainly in our game, in media, it's extraordinary. It is extraordinary. And I think in 5 years, it's going to completely transform media to the extent that it will be comparable to 25 years ago when people had newspapers and they're saying, well, people will get their news online. It changed the entire economic model, informational model of journalism. I think for the worse, by the way. Didn't change it for the better, but it changed it. And I think we're going to see something with generative AI. At the same time, when people talk like that, it's because they have something to sell. They've got a company, they've got valuations, they've got shareholders, they've got investors, they've got VC. That's why they say that stuff. But I think it's coming. I think 1 to 5 years is quite ambitious. I'm not Jan LeCun, I'm not Geoffrey Hinton. I don't know. It seems quite ambitious. And this whole idea of, takeoff and the J curve of recurring intelligence that can improve itself, who knows? But the improvements we've seen already in the last 3 to 4 years are striking. And if that's repeated, then clearly in knowledge-intensive industries, we're going to see huge shifts.
What's the it's called the Engels gap?
Engels pause.
The Engels pause, sorry. So the idea of the Engels pause is that you have this huge increase in productivity at the end of the 19th century.
Start of the 19th century.
Start of the 19th century. But for a while, all the benefits are going to the factory owners and maybe also the landlords.
Correct.
And then the reason that later on that begins to get distributed is presumably because of trade union activism and because you've got quite powerful workers in those factories.
Not just that. I mean, you have the Shaftesbury Acts in this country, which is patrician liberals saying we shouldn't have children working in literal factories. So partly liberal patricians, it's partly trade unions. And then, that's what changes it. As I understand it, Michael, basically, people who were, say, weavers, right, in rural Staffordshire in the 18th century were taller and healthier and had stronger bones than people who would have been working in factories in Staffordshire in, say, the 1830s, 1840s. They were healthier people. They lived longer. They were taller. So people literally diminished in size at the start of the Industrial Revolution. So you have a productivity takeoff, but in terms of human health, it was a catastrophe. And then it gradually gets better after the 1840s.
Until it massively overtakes those weavers, right? So
that's right.
There's a period where it gets worse, and then it gets massively better. So in the long run, we're all better off. But I suppose there's two questions.
We were better off. I mean, it's not deterministic. It happened because people did stuff, right?
Yeah, no, I mean the future being now.
Right.
Obviously, we don't know what happens in the future, but the future for them being now, we're better off. So I suppose that there's two questions then, isn't there? Which is, can you? Well, one, that would have been much better if we did it without the Engels pause,
right?
Because for all those people who got, whose industries were destroyed, weaving or whatever, and then went to factories and had terrible lives. I mean, it's all very well saying in the long run it worked out okay, but in the long run we're all famously dead. So for them, it would have been good if we could speed up the process whereby the productivity gains were distributed. The other issue, which I suppose is so that's the sort of positive one. How do we do it without that? The pessimistic one is to say the conditions which allowed for that Engels pause to come to an end, which were sort of a powerful workforce, are no longer there. So maybe we would have an Engels pause now that never ends.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I think so.
Which one do you think, though?
I think it's the second.
You think we will have an Engels pause that never ends?
Have you seen? I'm sure you have. What's that film with Matt Damon? Elysium.
I haven't.
Have you seen it?
No.
Not seen it. So Elysium is this future where the elite live off planet. They have these incredible bits of biotechnological kit, which they've conquered death and aging. Meanwhile, on Earth, people are basically living in these irradiated, environmentally destroyed cities. So you have this incredible technology, but the question is about rights of access. And only a small minority of people get to access that technology. I kind of think that's where people like Peter Thiel and Elon Musk want us to go. I kind of feel that way. I mean, I don't know. Maybe Elon Musk wants to democratize it to some extent more than Peter Thiel. I mean, Peter Thiel overtly wants to go back to a kind of feudal set of social relations coupled with AI. I mean, plausibly, right? I mean, I know it sounds like science fiction nonsense, but the thing is, Michael, I was talking about all of this in my book, which was published in 2018. All of it. And I said white-collar jobs will be the first to go. Lo and behold. So these are really important conversations for the next 10, 20, 30 years.
Let's go to some skepticism about this. I suddenly lost my train of thought. That's what I was going to say. In terms of the patrician, I suppose there's if you were saying there were patrician liberals that also helped sort of end the Engels pause, I suppose now that would be the weird effective altruist, wouldn't it? So the sort of, because there are lots of people in Silicon Valley at the top of this industry, I'm sure Dario Amodei is one of them, who would say, yes, we know this this industry is going to be completely transformative. And actually, it just so happens that we're very enlightened, benevolent people.
Yeah.
And so we will use our power at the head of these companies to make sure this technology does benefit everyone. And that's a story they'll be telling. And I think among some of them, it's sincere. I don't know which ones. I mean, there are some effective altruists in Silicon Valley who I think are really sincere people who want everyone to live high quality lives. And their social groups definitely intersect with people who are very high up in these AI companies. But it does seem that as soon as you become a CEO of an AI company, you become a bit of a psychopath.
Well, Sam Altman is a great example here, right? The CEO of OpenAI. If you were hearing what he had to say in 2015, 2016, it was Star Trek communism. We have to manage this technology. It's going to disrupt everything. We have to do it in a way which accommodates the public interest. And now, we have to stop a singularity. And if we do, it has to be managed. And Dario Amodei was at OpenAI, Michael. He literally left and started Anthropic because he said, this guy's dangerous. He doesn't care about guardrails. There's a bunch of other people who've done that as well. I think Ilias Skaver is his name. A bunch of very senior technical people at OpenAI are like, this dude is really dangerous. Elon Musk said the exact same thing about Sam Altman. The famous Joe Rogan podcast where Joe Rogan's saying, well, Sam Altman's, this guy, he just cares about humanity and the species. And then Elon Musk was like, okay, check out what car he drives. And they, I think it's called a Koenigsberg.
It's a really fancy car.
Most expensive electric car, I think, in the world at the time, like hundreds of thousands of dollars. He's like, okay, if you believe that, good for you. And I'm, rare example of me really strongly agreeing with Elon Musk.
Yeah, Ilias Skaver was part of it. So in OpenAI, there was an attempted coup against Sam Altman, which was led by the effective altruists.
Yes.
So that is a very sort of powerful social group in Silicon Valley. Helen Toner was her name. She was on the board, and the sort of effective altruist on the board tried to get rid of him. He fought back. He won, essentially. Before we wrap up, because we've been sort of talking big picture. This is a big story. The jobs are going. What's it going to look like in the future? I definitely think that's all relevant. In the short term, there is a counter argument to that which I began the segment to suggest that actually maybe it isn't AI taking away entry-level jobs. So this was a piece earlier in the month by John Byrne-Murdoch and Sarah O'Connor at the Financial Times, and they say that two of the data points used as evidence for the theory that AI is already taking entry-level jobs are misleading. So the argument, sort of as we put forward at the start, unemployment began rising when ChatGPT was launched. Therefore, it's ChatGPT causing the unemployment. The second one being youth unemployment has risen more than general unemployment. Therefore, it is these entry-level jobs which are particularly being harmed. They say that actually, if you look at actual adverts for new jobs, these arguments don't necessarily stack up. It might be a mirage. So on the timing, they write this. When we look at hiring for junior and senior positions in our 5 countries, the decline begins not in November, December 2022 as ChatGPT came online, but in mid-2022 as interest rates rapidly climbed. This looks like a hiring slowdown in response to worsening financial conditions, not AI. So saying the timing, yes, the jobs are already going before ChatGPT was launched. What actually precipitated that was the hike in interest rates, which you referred to earlier, Aaron. Then this was the bit that I thought was very interesting, very intuitive, where they're sort of throwing cold water on the idea that youth unemployment means that it's entry-level jobs which are going. And they say, not necessarily the case. And once you hear this, you'll think, oh, of course, that makes sense. So they say, the respective slowdowns in hiring for entry-level and experienced positions show very little difference. This is a cooling of hiring across the board, not a particular reluctance to hire juniors. And they say, how can this be, given that we know it is youth unemployment that is spiking especially high? And the answer is, an economy-wide hiring freeze will always show up as rising youth unemployment, since older workers simply remain in place, i.e. in work, whereas new labour market entrants have nowhere to go. When I read that, I was like, of course. You can't look at the line saying youth unemployment is going up and suggest that that means that graduate jobs are being particularly destroyed. It's just that it's young people who are looking for work. So you won't notice if you're an older person that hiring across the board has fallen. Well, you most likely won't notice as an older person because you already have a job, whereas you really will notice as a younger person because you don't have a job. So after 2008, it would have also been youth unemployment, which massively increased, because if there's a hiring freeze, it's young people who end up unemployed because they don't already have a job.
I was in a big Tesco the other day, Michael, in Pompey, the front lines of blue collar Britain. Giant Tesco in Portsmouth, beautiful Portsmouth. And
we don't have big Tesco's where I live, only really small ones.
Well, it's London, isn't London?
Yeah.
You know, Tesco Metro, little, small ones. And the interface, the great cafe, they've built a new cafe there, and it was like McDonald's. You have the interface, you order the food, and it was a level of capital infrastructure which I was just kind of like, okay, this is kind of weird. The idea that a Tesco in Portsmouth would have this. And of course, there are still people working there, but it's not as many people as were working in the same kind of business 5-10 years ago, and they all would have been either economic migrants or kids, young people, students, right? Another one, in my pharmacy recently, I just go for a prescription. I'm an asthmatic, have some inhalers. I sit down, and there's like a black window just to the side of where they're working. I'm thinking, what's that? There are robotic arms, logistical robotic arms. Yeah, just like an Amazon logistics warehouse, moving things around so people order up the medication and it gets it. And again, that probably means they don't hire 1 or 2 people. So general purpose robotics, digitization, you don't need AI for that stuff to be taking lots of jobs away. And I do think for now it's just nibbling at the edges, right? It's not huge numbers, but those are the places where kids would get their start. So I do think it's real, and I do think technology is having an impact on white collar jobs, but also, what are often called unskilled entry level jobs for young people. I think it's happening on both areas, and ignore it at your peril.
Briefly, so on how we respond to productivity gains, this was a separate debate which was going on Twitter today, but I thought was very interesting. Nonetheless, Olivia Blanchard is former chief economist at the IMF. So at the moment, there are lots of people on X, American policy people, politics people, who are constantly saying, America's really successful, Europe sucks, we're rich, you're poor. Olivia Blanchard, very, very mainstream economist, probably one of the most famous sort of neoliberal economists really in the world. He tweeted, "The French are not lazy. They just enjoy leisure time more than most. No irony here, and this is perfectly fine. As productivity increases, it is perfectly reasonable to take it partly as more leisure, fewer hours per week, earlier retirement age, and only partly in income." Aaron, amen to that?
Amen. And also people say Britain is wealthier than France, has a higher GDP per capita. That's because we work longer. So France has made the political decision to have a lower GDP per capita because they work less. If they worked as much as us, they'd have a higher GDP per capita because their productivity is high. Amen to that. And I think, this obsession with growth, I would like an obsession with productivity. Let's work smart, not hard.
Welcome, friends, to another Wolf Responds. I call this one General Strikes Change Everything. And of course, as I'm sure many of you expected, I want to talk to you today about the events in Minneapolis, about ICE, and about, above all, the mobilized response to ICE, which exploded to altogether new levels that change everything when the people and the shopkeepers and even the employers in the Minneapolis area made the decision to call a general strike. Now let's go through why this is the huge step that changes everything. You all know what a strike is. That's when workers in a particular factory or office or store reach a kind of impasse with their employer over the wages or the job conditions, and they decide, the workers do, to use a very powerful weapon. They withhold their labor. This is not an act of violence, but it is an act that reminds the employer that there is no business and there is no profit without the workers. You know, it's a kind of lesson we learned as a nation during the pandemic a few years ago, when we put an adjective like essential in front of the name worker, because we realized what of course is always true, that this system, this country, this economy depends in the last analysis on the working people. Now, what a strike is in the community of a workplace, a factory, an office, a store, a general strike is something completely different. That's when workers in one place understand that their problem isn't only with their employer, but is a much bigger, much broader problem. You know, the workers in a particular Target out there might have struck Target over the fact that ICE roughed up Target workers, which they did, and which is on film. Anybody could have struck their employer over this question. And they probably did, and we didn't even hear about it because it wasn't newsworthy. But you can't ignore it when hundreds of businesses shut, and that's what happened in Minneapolis. And tens of thousands of employees who would have made those shops and factories and offices close anyway by not showing up. Now we know the issue is much bigger, and of course it was. Some of you think the issue was the behavior of ICE, masked people killing American citizens. Oh yes, I know, ICE was started, as these things have often been in history, trying to get us not to worry about it by saying, oh, it would only go after illegal immigrants with criminal records. Of course, we should have known, and a good number of us did, that the way that usually works is that your goal, which you don't admit, is to terrorize immigrants, to get them to go home, to get them to stop coming, which in a way the president told us was his goal. And we should have understood that you don't terrorize people by only carefully selecting those without legal right to be here and who have a criminal record. That would take a lot of time, a lot of care, and be difficult to pay for. So what you told them was go out there and be really ugly. Go after immigrants who have legal rights. And when good Americans in a neighborly way go to help the immigrants who've been working hard side by side, all of us, for years, we will discover that ICE is about terrorizing all of us. Those who stand up, you know, like Renee Good. It is a fantastic self-delusion to imagine if you set up a special police to hound a minority in your community, good people will rush to defend them. And what are you going to do? Kill them too? ICE has given us the answer. So has Kristi Noem, and so has President Trump. Kill as needed. And in case you think that's harsh, what would you say if I told you, and I hope you know this, that for months now, the United States government has been killing men and women in boats in the Caribbean and in the Pacific? These people have been accused by our president of being narco-terrorists, people involved in the drug trade. And as I have pointed out, arrest them, which is what we used to do. Give them a chance to defend themselves, which we're supposed to give everybody. Let there be a trial. Let there be a judgment rendered in a legal way that can then be appealed. It's not the job of the government to be in one act policeman, sheriff, judge, jury, and executioner all at once with no process. The president said, kill them. And defense secretary, war secretary, killed them. Why are we surprised that the killing doesn't stop when you're an American, in an American city? And you know what a general strike does? It says our issue is now political. We have a problem with the whole system, not with what happens in one factory, one office, one store. That gets the regular strike. A general strike is when people become aware that their problem isn't this or that employer. Their problem is a whole system. You know why? Because the whole system pays the taxes that fund ICE. You and me, with our taxes, are providing the money that hires the goons shooting at us. And you know as well as you know anything that there's something wrong when that happens. And here's something else that a general strike represents. It represents real democracy. Why? Because people are no longer, and this is to the enormous credit of the people of Minneapolis, they're no longer just feeling bad about what they see in the way of the behavior of Mr. ICE, Mr. Trump. No, they're not, going to the bar and drinking so they can forget. No, they're not grumbling on the porch, but feeling bad that they can't do anything or they can't think, what can we do? A general strike is a magnificent weapon for the people because it says, here is something you can do about what you feel. Are you upset with this scapegoating of immigrants that we've been indulged in as a society for years, picking up on some of the poorest people in the world, desperately running from their home countries, their home neighborhoods, their families, their churches, their land, to come to a new country whose system they don't know, whose language they don't speak, hoping to find some way to cobble together a life for themselves and their children. Where is the ethical commandment to meet them with an ice bully rather than a Christian or a Jewish or an Islamic welcome fellow human being? We were once a proud country that accepted immigrants, that gave people the freedom to move as best they can. We could do that again, but not with people who run this society, who've decided to demonize these people. Remember, Mr. Trump, an invasion is coming. Wow. And so there have been good Americans who've said a general strike is a way for everyone who wants to. No one is forcing you to go out. You can go out and say, I'm not going to work. I'm not going to go to school. I'm not going to shop. In other words, no business as usual. I'm not being violent. I'm not attacking anyone. I am saying things have got to stop because we have gone way too far in something that is way too other than what we as a nation think about ourselves and want to be known around the world for. It is a democratic participation par excellence in the political life. It is a way for the people of Minneapolis to say to the whole country and the whole world, because believe me, this story is being told and these pictures that you've seen are in every corner of this planet. We are saying, here's a way for us to change what's going on. We are the majority. We are the people. And we are speaking in one of the few ways a people has when it steps up. No longer focus just on the particulars of your neighborhood, your job area. No, with your neighbors and co-workers and friends and family, you are acting on a general strike. And look, friends, how quickly all the government is scurrying around trying to look less awful than they do, in fact, act like. The impact of this has changed everything. There are plans for general strikes to continue. One this Friday on the 30th. More coming. May 1st being talked about. Look at it. We are mobilizing and activating the people. And the folks in Washington are trembling, Republicans and Democrats alike, because a general strike also has one more message. Politics as usual. You know, a special activity in that city in Washington by the professionals who take our money and then visit us occasionally to buy votes. That's not the only politics anymore. The people are beginning to really participate and watch and learn and recognize with me a very old historical lesson. General strikes change everything. If interventions like these strike you as useful, please share this video with friends, neighbors. That's what they're made for. And of course, if you can help defray the costs of producing them, then we would be grateful for that assistance as well. Thank you.